This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thornmail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace.
Sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. Hope shines, bring it back to what it's now.
Today's matchup. JAG Green Wings. Longju Gaming. SK Telecom, T1. Everate winners. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
What's going on, OGN Legion? Welcome back to another day of LCK. Here to round out the week here at OGN. We'll hand over to the Gangnam studio for tomorrow's matches, but it's action-packed here today. JAG Green Wings going to be starting things off, going up against Longju. Both of these teams very much excelling compared to the spring split. Also, hi, Makelios. That's Papa Smithy.
I was going to say, someone has to introduce us, and we should also introduce that there's hype around this match. Again, another one of those matches where last season, JAG vs Longju, maybe I'll sleep in, maybe I won't be here for this particular match if I'm a fan, but when it comes to this season, JAG bringing in their promotion series form, where they looked very good in that relegations right at the end of last season, looked a lot better. Seemed to really sorted out some of his issues where he really fell away in the middle of spring season, leveled up, and so have the JAG Green Wings, and then Longju. No idea how to rate this team. Young players who've never played in Korea, like Khan, who played a couple of matches a long time ago and spent a long stint over in China, coming together, being better than we could have imagined. The series against SKT on Wednesday was just a highlight as a caster, one of the best series I've had the pleasure of casting. And now we get into this series where it's easy to say, okay, Longju will probably win, but I could actually see JAG winning today because they've looked very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, you told me this matchup in spring, it would have been a nightmare, you know, being told that I have to cast this, but now really excited, especially after that set versus SK Telecom.
Is it a dream, Achilles, then?
It really is. I think it's turning into a dream matchup at the moment. You can see second and third place teams still very early on, so you gotta take that with a grain of salt. But JAG has very much looked a lot better comparatively. Especially having some star-studded performances back on that Lee Sin. We were able to sing him praises at the start of the spring split, but then it really fell off. So I'm a bit concerned that maybe we're seeing that repeat again, but we're going to give him the benefit of the doubt at the moment. And then Longju, as you said, bringing Khan over, picking up Cuz, putting BDD in, a player who didn't get to play that much on CJ, didn't play at all on Longju during the spring split, now culminating into this potential powerhouse of a squad.
I mean, to that, so much experience, losing their mid laner Fly, who has many splits in the LCK, losing Expression, one of the OGs, and somehow, at least so far, getting better. But speaking of losing experience, that was the JAG story right at the start of spring season. Trace, now a coach over at Samsung. So much has changed, but not between spring and summer for JAG Green Wings. They've been playing around with So1. He looked very impressive in their last match, but Ixu is back today.
Yeah, I mean, plenty of experience with losing from both of these teams, but now they have a taste for victory. They're going to be hungry for it. Winner of this match will take the spot of second place at the top of the standings. Words are difficult today, apparently. So it's going to be a bit of a battle between these two squads, but like you said, likely going to be in favor of Longju on paper, but JAG really could pull it out.
And the paper itself is also a bit precipitous. I mean, even when it looks to the matches they've beat, you'd also give it to Longju, because Longju have had to play SKT. They've beaten KT. JAG's matches, MVP who have been on the down, Rox and Everate, but it's the manner that they beat Rox and Everate. 2-0, 2-0, looking impressive, playing to a game plan, no more long game fiestas, actually keeping it tight not the Jin Air that we've known or had introduced to us. And Longzhu are also defining their new style. They still have the two pieces that you would want. Prey and Gorilla are still AD carry and support, but the supporting cast has brought out a different side because now we have Khan, who, look, in that loss, that Fiora 55-minute game looked fearsome, and you don't want to live Fiora up against Longzhu.
I mean, 1v2ing Faker and Wolf in their own jungle, just absolutely ripping through them with that Fiora, so can expect that one to be banned away in the top lane. You would hope at least Jin Air had done that research. Doesn't require too much. And then BDD, especially in the mid lane, bringing out the likes of the Cassidans, played that one 3 times now. The Orianna, something to be feared.
Yeah, Cassidan, Zed, he likes his melee champions, but as you say, another Orianna picker. Makes a man to be very interesting here, because it feels like there are developing now must-bans against these teams. At the start of the season, you're not sure. You're like, well, the Zed may be against BDD by reputation, but he's played it in competitive. Will he finally start drawing bans after maybe not even looking like he'll be a professional player for Jin Air coming into summer, given that Raze was making the team a little bit more reliable? The what-ifs are there. The reputations are starting to build. We finally get to see these two teams meet. The result last season was a surprise. By match 56, the second round robin, Jin Air was looking bad, real bad, but they actually were able to 2-0 Longzhu and kind of stop Longzhu's own free fall in the second round robin.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of the moment. It's like, okay, you know what? Longzhu, they're probably not going to make the playoffs anymore.
They were looking like third for quite a while there.
Yeah.
Before Samsung started to get better, Longzhu was the third place team, and 3rd to 7th lets you know the second round robin was really poor for Longzhu.
I mean, they kind of traded spots with the Freecs, who started things off falling into that bottom 3 spot and then working their way up to the playoffs. So just a bit of an exchange between those two. But you can see here, going to be +2 for Longzhu, +3 for Jin Air. So just that one extra map, that one round loss against BBQ is all that's separating these guys from being tied up.
I think Jin Air might have played the least amount of matches of any team, or games, sorry, of any team, because they actually have 2-2-0s. We've had a lot of 3-game series, especially at OGN. This week has been a long one, so having only played the 7 games is a pretty tight schedule for Jin Air. It gets harder today. Longzhu are a tougher opposition than anyone they face so far as we're still early in the season, so OGN, 6 KDA is not enough for your graph, and BDD may have been on the losing end of a match now. That doesn't hurt his KDA being 10+.
Yeah, 11.0 right there for him. Kuzan going to have a bit of a rough time in that mid lane, but even he is starting to look a little bit back on form. Tried to LeBlanc out, didn't really have success with that, despite it being a legacy pick for him, but he's still going to be very comfortable in that mid lane at the current moment. Vladimir, something that we could always see be pulled out for him.
And he's definitely going to be sitting on that pocket Lissandra for when it fits. This is another fun matchup today. Achilleos, we have 2 rookie versus star, or at least establishing talent versus star matchups in our 2 matches today. In the Jin Air series, Teddy versus one of the best AD carries of all time, and certainly one of the best still performing in Korea. Praise KDA has certainly not been where it's needed to be, but you can look at that 10th place. It's kind of looking like he's having a struggle split, but I don't think that's been the case. He certainly has died in some series, but if he gets his hands on the ash, we know what to expect.
Oh yeah, just firing away. I still always remember that moment of him barely living, kiting up the river, popping the honey fruit and consuming it just to keep himself alive. It was great, but Khan will be the key player here for the side of Longzhu, and you have to say that the man really does deserve it.
He has a DPM of 1155 on the Fiora and over 1,000 in one game on the Renekton. That's pretty damn good.
Yeah, that's very impressive, you'd have to say. But also, very much into bringing out that J4 top lane.
I mean, talk about bringing things out. This man played Cassiopeia top. Now, it was a loss, but the moment that you break that out, suddenly every opponent is cowering in fear. They're like, I need to start thinking about the matchups here, like what could possibly beat this. That was a Cassiopeia top into the on-hit cannon. Again, trying a different strategy than, say, for example, the Lucian top that the man you mentioned, Huni, was using against that cannon. Here's a fun stat. Prey is 2 games away, so 100%, given that they have no AD sub, will hit 300 games, playing since 2012 summer. Achilleos, 5 years of Prey. Has been a joy to watch, and even though he had a step away, you can see a lot less games during the course of 2014. It's really nice to see Prey on form.
I don't know. Maybe they'll sub, Rascal into ADC.
They won't do that.
They'll just shift it around. Gonna just play with our hearts, play with Prey, and make him upset so he doesn't get his 300 games. But yes, will be happening here today. So congrats again to him. Had his 1K kills come through just last split.
You see him on the
Last
screen.
season.
Such an interesting career, starting off as a superstar back in 2012, having that time away from the sun, retiring for 6 months, coming back, and I really appreciate the matchup, and also a history like that where you were a star, you fell away, but he really brought himself back up, took a risk jumping onto the Coup Tigers and trying to qualify for LCK, and then re-establishing himself as one of the top 3 AD carries in the world. Great story for Prey, one of the all-time legends of League of Legends, and then you have on the other side a man who is really building that reputation. I think no one would disagree, or no one would dare to disagree that Teddy is a top 5 AD carry in Korea. I agree, words are hard today. And he's going to build his own legend and hope to match that of Prey.
Well, you have a bit more of an excuse than me. You're on 4 days straight right now, Papa Smithy.
It's a hard slog.
The exhaustion is setting in for sure, but what a big surprise. First ban out from Jin Air over on the blue side will, in fact, be that Fiora, and then Lee Sin taken away from UMT. So
Okay, so-
already, those high-performing champions off the board.
The targeted ones as well. That's the cool thing, is already we're not having meta bans, not the must-ban champions to bring off the pick and ban. We're actually starting with the targeted bans, and Gorilla will also draw a respect ban on the Thresh. And Jin Air Greenwins don't want to first pick it. Maybe they're hoping that a jungler will pop up for first pick, trying to get UMT into a good matchup. When UMT's had a good early game, he's really carried it through to the mid game and late game, so getting him an advantageous matchup is what they're looking for, but already double jungle bans, and you have to feel like the Zac will be banned away as well.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Seen it come through a couple times, but don't think we're going to be seeing that one again. Cuz got his hands on it versus BBQ. Came up with that victory.
Jin Air banned Syndra 100% of games on blue and red side. Now, BDD can certainly play. It hasn't been a big pick for them, and Longzhu have been one of the teams who actually left Syndra up a couple of times. Sometimes to their peril, or had their opponent ban it. So Galio is banned here. I wonder what Jin Air are fishing for. There's quite a lot of priority left up, given that we have pocket bans that often go through to the pick phase. Have to imagine Zac is going to be banned from Longzhu. We are still on patch 710, so even higher power than he has been ever before.
Yeah.
Triple jungle ban. The holy trinity of junglers are banned by Longzhu, meaning that a lot has escaped to pick phase for sure.
Yeah, and right now, UMT, I mean, only other picks that we've seen from him so far is going to be that Graves coming through. It's going to be one of the big ones.
And Kusan will just take the Syndra. So it'll be his first Syndra of the season. They've gone every game banning it, and then have Kusan jumping onto it.
We also did see, I should mention, the Ivern did come through for UMT. That was a win against MVP in their first game.
So the surprise here about the Syndra is it feels like for once it's being picked on reputation. This year, Kusan is 0-2 on Syndra. He didn't prioritize it in spring. He's never really starred on it, and it's a big reach. It's a grab for a player who has been a bit more of a tertiary carry for Jin Air ever since Teddy came onto the roster. So surprised to see the Syndra valued so high. Didn't want to give it over to BDD, give him an assassin pressure matchup. Longzhu end up getting Prey onto Ashe. So already we're hyped. Already we have a star-making champion for a star, and then also the flex pick of the Gragas coming through. Could very well be jungle with the top 3 banned away. Gragas is a contested jungler as well.
Well, speaking of flex, we're going to have that J4 come through. Did see it in the jungle, has very much been in the top lane.
And the 2 games that So1 played,
to be there.
he was actually playing on the Jarvan, and
Yep.
we have seen it from Ixu as well, so as you say.
Yeah, he did play it. It wasn't to a loss, but still has been practicing up that J4. So fully expecting that to go into the hands of Ixu, but they could surprise us with UMT piloting that out of the jungle. Caitlyn locked in for Teddy.
Karma and Zyra are both available. Karma has been higher priority. It's not really a flex pick for Longzhu like it is for Samsung, just because BDD, while he's played Karma mid, he's about as far away from a Karma mid player by trade of anyone. They could actually start banning some supports as well if they so desire. Range supports aren't necessarily as contested as before, so you don't get as much value out of banning supports. And they'll actually ban away the Kennen, so they seem to at least be considering the fact that it may be a Jarvan in the jungle.
Having some concern over that one. So, haven't looked at UMT's solo queue records. Maybe he's been bringing that one out quite a bit as of late.
Saw it earlier this season from the jungle, and it didn't look great, Achilles, so I'm skeptical that it'll be a jungle Jarvan, at least where we are right now in the meta, but Cinderhawk busted help him out. His first clear still abysmal, as we saw on the Rift.
Yeah. Well, Orianna to follow up, so just trying to pitch down on that mid-champion pool, and it'll actually be Nidalee coming through.
We see so many more Nidalee bans than Nidalee picks. We're still waiting for the Nidalee meta to hit us. Cuz is a very strong Nidalee jungle player himself.
It's happening in North America. I mean, just earlier today, Lyra bringing out the Nidalee yet again.
It's happening all over other regions. We've seen one game of it so far in LCK, but it was Songwon, not necessarily one of these legacy god tier Nidalees. The reason why you see mid laners banned by Jin Air is they know that Longzhu want to flex pick their mid laner. They want to pick their mid laner here so they can potentially flex the Gragas between jungle and top lane. So taking mid laner first and then being able to flex Gragas is a pretty big advantage for Longzhu on the red side with how the draft has developed. We've seen precious little LeBlanc so far this season. It's been looked over a lot, but they're focused on the flex. They need something safe to blind pick, and with Orianna gone and the Comfort Zed gone, will be BDD on the LeBlanc.
I mean, a bit surprised, though, to not see something like perhaps the Fizz come through for BDD. You would think that would be in his wheelhouse given the assassin style.
I called it a blind pick, but of course it's into the Syndra. So that does narrow down options. They were actually respecting BDD, counterpicking himself with the Orianna, just picking that for lane, picking that for team comp rather than for lane, and Zed has always been a good matchup into the Syndra. Just waiting on finding out where that Jarvan is going to go. Ixu's played a lot of Jace. It could be Jace here and just go for Jace, Syndra, and the Caitlyn, or will it be the Jarvan top?
Oh, Ixu's favorite. There we go. We will flip over the first club that we had in Korea. So it will be J4 in the jungle for MT.
You call it his favorite, but he hasn't picked up a win on it yet.
He still likes it a lot.
He's played it the second most of anyone. This season, it has been Cuvee, who's been the one-man army.
And destroying with it.
On the Kled. So a bit of a surprising choice there. Does open up a lot of flexibility of whether Longzhu want to take a more risky jungle pick than the Gragas. They can look for a carry because you're not really respecting being invaded on by Jarvan. Jarvan already has enough troubles clearing his own jungle. So there could still be that crazy level 2 from Umti, but seems like Longzhu had the right read, banning away top laners, even though the Jarvan jungle seemed like an outside chance. And the end result is it'll be Gragas top against Jarvan. So it still is going to be a self-counter pick in some ways. Gragas doesn't have a lot of fun dealing with the Kled, just because Kled can run over him unless Gragas can get some early snowball, get some tank items, and delay the timer for when Kled can just run over the Gragas.
I mean, you want to talk about snowball, we have the Kha'Zix coming back out here for Cuz. 1-1 currently on that, played it twice during the SKT set, picked up the win in game number 1 for his squad. We'll be bringing that back out again, and if he can get rolling with that Kha'Zix, especially around the top side of the map, it'll be good tidings for Longzhu.
A bit of a surprise they're not really setting up around Khan. That has been their recent strategy and has worked for them. When Khan has had kill pressure or had a winning lane matchup, very frequently Longzhu have been able to build off that pressure, and it's the big difference because Expression was very much more of a tank role player compared to Khan, who's wanted to have pressure. So they very likely will not have pressure top, and seeing if Longzhu can adjust to their new map state and win from there, that would be another step in the development of Longzhu Gaming.
Things seem to be going rather well for these guys so far. Picking up that win against SKT would have been the icing on the cake, but unfortunately did elude them, but barely so. So the squad has been looking well improved comparatively with this new squad. Let's see if they can keep taking steps in the right direction, or if Jin Air will pick up a win for themselves.
Sonic echo, there leaves no room for doubt. All the shots, bring it back to what it's now.
All right, so plenty of fans showing up here on a Saturday afternoon, ready to watch some League of Legends. You know what? I feel the same.
Good news, Achilles got plenty ahead of us. A lot of fans there for Umti, I believe. Fan
Hard to
groups
tell.
are loyal to see. So we're on a Saturday, so we don't have to deal with school overlapping with LCK today.
All right, we're here for Prey. Show some support.
For 300 games of LCK season play.
And what better way to start the series off than with his Ashe? Prey is a nice Ashe.
That's true. I cannot disagree with you, Achilles.
It's one of the finest.
beautiful even.
Yeah,
It's fair.
just well-rounded.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
I can't take this anywhere, Achilles. You're giving me one of those hospital hand passes that I can't deal with.
I'm not really, handing you anything that you can roll with, really. We'll leave it at that. But no cheeky invades coming out from either side, at least not at the moment. Ward thrown down right in front of these Raptors, so Cuz will be spotted.
Longju actually didn't put down a ward at level 1. Prey and Gorilla were in lane 2v2. Usually, you want to have some information about Jarvan's pathing because he gets so low in the jungle that knowing if he's top or bot side, it's one of the few matchups Kha'Zix can jump in, try to cheese, get a kill or steal away a buff. But because they were very passive at the level 1, Kha'Zix is probably going to just have to be a bit more defensive in his jungle path as well. Umti got a strong leash and he thought about getting frisky. He has that full information here.
He wants to walk around, so he still has the flag drag combo coming through. He's pinging in for some help. Seen it yet. Ward has expired. Cuz now spotting him out. We'll try to retreat. Smite's up for both, but will just be taken by Umti. Can they get the collapse? You can see Khan's not roaming down from the top side.
Yeah, neither of the lanes want to actually respond to this situation so early. And minion waves needed to be controlled. No one could push out that early, and double ward down for no defensive vision or even offensive vision for Longju. Honestly, Jin get justice for actually being active in the early game, and Longju, maybe it's the 5 p.m. start time, but they were asleep for the level 1, and Jin prosper.
Yeah, so that's going to set Cuz back pretty considerably here. You can see Prey just then hitting level 2, so did not have the Hawk shot to try to spot out Umti before that invade came through. So just poor timing overall for the side of Longju, and they're going to suffer for it. So fast track for the J4 through the jungle, and he might not be done yet. Takes the little trip over the wall. Does he want to invade down onto Kha'Zix? Looks like the answer is going to be no, but instead he's going to show his face in the bottom lane.
How does he want to commit here?
Slow comes through. Prey will get popped up. Exhaust comes down. Pops out the heal. Will flash away. Flash forward from Snowflowers, who pursues in. Gets the Devour, and that should be first blood. There we go. Hands over to Teddy, who has a headshot ready to go.
And Umti is just running this game on his own. The invade with the double wards, getting the red buff steal, runs bot lane. Kind of had every option. Does he want to invade onto what was a 200 HP Kha'Zix? Does he want to look for the gank? Notice that Prey and Gorilla were over the midpoint of the bot lane and just got the gank off. So Umti, he's had some pretty magical games, but largely on the Lee Sin. Now making it done on the Jarvan of all picks is increased flexibility for that jungle pull for Umti.
Yeah, and a bit intriguing to see that, Prey didn't just flash away from the flag and drag, tried to just outrange it and then run up, but he had to kite down the lane to even attempt that. So didn't want to have to blow the flash. Loses it in the end, plus the heal, and then goes down for the first blood.
Definitely seen some of these veteran laners play around with their summoners more than they needed to. I remember back to Bang being hooked under turret twice in one game because he did not want to use flash or heal. They end up using it anyway, so a double whammy there.
Yeah. And that's when you got to start worrying about the mental state when the tilt's setting in. When those sorts of little occurrences happen.
Still is 4 minutes into game 1, first game of the day, so I'm sure if you ask Longju, they'll say that they were just slow and warming up, but don't think you can really sleepwalk through a level 1. Jin have basically won this game through their level 1 vision, so that's kind of a takeaway, especially for any players out there, whether it's whatever level of play, is that if you don't even stay robust in your defense, 5 point, for example, and get information on where the wards on the enemy are down, and get no vision yourselves, you can't be surprised when significant snowball is granted to the opposition.
Yeah. So now a lot of pressure on BDD to perform in the mid lane. See some trading back and forth between he and Kuzan as they both get chunked down to about half HP. But Umti, it's like, I'm really powerful right now. I'm just going to take a stroll through your jungle. Throw down all the vision that I want, and Cuz just has to let it happen.
Very, very infrequently does a Jarvan have the pressure advantage in the jungle matchup. Like Longju had so many more options with their pathing. But you're right, this is one of those games, Kilios, so you're going to have to reevaluate your expectations.
Khan going to be coming back in, has his budget Rod of Ages ready to go.
1,200 gold to never really be forced out of lane. It's pretty good value there. One of the few top lane item builds that were not nerfed, given that all those tank item readjustments. I'm still a big fan of Triple Dorans into the Iceborne Gauntlet. I feel like that's one of the few top lane builds you can feel good about that hasn't been target nerfed by Riot in this particular tank item rework.
Nope, the teammate's going to be there now for Ixu. So can shove in on the Gragas very swiftly. We already saw Khan was managing fairly well as far as the exchanges back and forth goes, knocking him off of Skarl very early on.
Yeah, early levels is fine for the Gragas. The base damages are there.
Oh.
Wave clear can't happen. Until you get the Tiamat, you can't balance wave clear with poke or even all in on the side of Kled. But we know that these matchups for Kled change pretty dramatically once he gets the item build rolling.
This becomes annoyingly unkillable.
Kled gets a start too. Whichever of the double TP laners is sent into Kled might actually be in trouble. Even LeBlanc will have a struggle if the Kled hits 2 items at a good speed. And they need someone to be able to answer that split push in the mid to late game.
Kuz is trying to recover some vision here for his team. Deny away from Jinair, so that he can safely roam through his own jungle at the moment. Top side still going to be lit up. Will be spotted as he goes over to the Raptors and at the red buff as well.
Gets plopped off of Skarl. That's back
The
away.
drunken rage hit, but yeah, Shotgun takes him just a bit out of range, so can't quite complete that combo. And Skarl, he was gone for just a couple seconds.
Yeah, the moment you get in combat with the enemy champions, you regain Skarl very, very quickly. Now Kuzan's in on the act of trying to contest red buff.
Throws out the stun, just a second too late. Actually could have come up with that one, but the smite was there from Kuz.
Team game plan seems to be to shut down Kuz, who, if you looked at the performances so far this season, I think it'd be easy to say that Kuz needs to shape up. But I'm a little bit more forgiving. Only played 3 professional series, only just had his first match loss. Coming in from solo queue with no substitute. There's a lot of pressure on Kuz, like there was on Crash previously. And Crash had his ups and downs. Kuz is a different type of jungler to Crash. He is more of a defensive jungler compared to Crash's relentless aggression. But I do feel for Kuz, being in that really awkward spot, especially in that game 3 as Lee Sin with basically 2.5 items at 50 minutes. There was nothing he could do. It was only a peel Lee Sin with a team with 2 melee assassins who wanted to dive in. So kind of just stuck and got polymorphed and died every fight.
Kuz going to be wrapping around here on a Kuzan. Gets his flash away from the Syndra. So nice little visitation. And the first real move that he's been able to make.
Was dictated to by his jungle opposition for majority of the early games. That'll feel cathartic for the side of Kuz. Speaking of Kuz, furthering the invade. 2 can invade red buffs, he says.
Yeah, drops down the ward. Does he want to stick around to try to take this away?
Well, remember, Syndra has no flash, so it's going to be second to rotate.
Yeah, but Snowflower roaming up already to try to lock him out of the jungle. We'll even get rid of the vision, find 2 wards for their trouble.
Team play around buffs has definitely been better from the side of Jinair. We've already seen 2 different people rotate around the enemy buff. And also they had Snowflower rotate first in terms of covering for Jarvan's red. So getting a snowball start and also getting coverage from the bot lane means the Jarvan jungle looks just fine.
So blue buff just going to be handed over here to BDD. Starting to struggle a little bit earlier on, but is keeping up for the most part as far as the CS is concerned. And even with Kuz, having that early invade, he's still sticking in very close to empty at the moment.
Kuzan wants to extend the undefeated streak for Syndra this season at 7-0. LeBlanc was on awards, so wasn't afraid of the Mimic whatsoever. Syndra has been on a tear, even with natural itemization like the Banshee Veil being very strong against Syndra. Maybe seeing a couple of Banshees here. There's an argument for both the LeBlanc and the Syndra picking it up to try and outduel each other. Gunblade's fallen off quite a lot in Korea. Still is an option, and with teleport advantage you could understand it, but the priority over Gunblade that there was just immediately before MSI seems to have gone down.
I'm not sure if anyone's actually even built it so far this split.
We may have had one. I think it was on a Gangnam Studio Day. But it's been largely overlooked, and this hasn't been a lot of LeBlanc play in Korea either.
Yeah. It was banned away initially. Saw a lot of bands go out to it, and then started saying okay, maybe we can let this slip through, and then they did, and then no one was picking it.
Kind of the story at MSI as well. Wasn't a high priority pick there, even though it was picked a bit. Felt like the reputation went down as the scrim information went up. SKT banning it all the way through the group stage and then leaving it up versus Flash Wolves.
Yeah.
We all remember that Maple game.
All right, well, a bit of a fight here inside the Rift Herald pick. Kuzan wrapping around from the backside. Khan just going to go ahead and flash in, but Ixu's going to pursue. Gonna trap the rope, plus the charge comes through. Throws out the explosive cast, knocking away Kuzan. Nice little micro play, but Cataclysm over the wall will lock in the Gragas. Body slam, buying some time. Umti, one more shot,
close.
not quite going to kill him. So he does have the potions rolling.
Khan did about as much as he could in this scenario. Ulting away Kuzan was very intelligent. Forced the Jarvan to invest flash and even more of his time. Almost went down to the turret. So given a bad situation, good job by Khan. They will also get a Mountain Drake out of this Longzhu.
Yeah, so good little reaction from Kaz, just immediately moving over to that. BDD pushing up the river looking for Umti, but word comes down, so he will stay safe at least for the moment. Pops up the scrying plant. So this is actually just going to stop Umti from even going from the camp, so delaying it a bit further is BDD.
Jarvan is one of those junglers that LeBlanc will have kill pressure on early. Is on the squishier side, even though he's rushed the Cinderhulk. And after all the farming, Kuz does have his warrior, so at least he's in a decent spot power-wise.
Go ahead, we'll get a replay of this one.
It's really smart of Khan to understand the scenarios, ult back the Syndra, who would have just been able to roll in on the movement speed from charge and pick up a kill. This was in the meanwhile. The LeBlanc continued to occupy the Syndra, but wasn't going to be super important in the overall grand scheme of things.
If Umti had just dragged into that Tri-Brush a second sooner, Explosive Cask probably would have caught both of them. That would have been the ultimate feels good moment.
The League of Legends what ifs. And we've just made the right decision, maybe would have won Worlds.
Yeah. What if NA wasn't a wild card?
I know that's a fun thing for you to ponder.
It makes my head hurt thinking about that one.
Don't worry. I'm a soccer fan, and the English invented that game, and they don't win anything either.
There you go.
Inventing a game doesn't make you the best at it, unfortunately.
Yeah, you should just wait for everybody else to invent something and then take it. You know, just Edison the crap out of it.
These are options left open. England's invented a lot of sports, and are not good at many of them. Cricket's right there as well. They don't win at that either. Rugby?
What do you win at?
England?
Yeah.
Am I English in this story and not Australian?
Sure. You have a passport.
I do have a passport, but I don't really consider myself English.
Oh, thank you very much. We'll actually get picked up by Umti. Has the smite, and Cuz just burning is a little bit too early.
Yeah, he smited early at 185 HP. After that is picked up. What did England win at? I can only think of backhanded things to say at this point. I'm trying to think of something actually legitimately they win at.
I mean, it used to be Wars, and then we turned that one around.
That's true. I mean, I can't dispute that particular fact. I think we're allies now, so maybe less of a my father is greater than your father situation going on here, Achilles.
I'm not. I have nothing bad to say against your father. He's a wonderful man.
You can Google him. He's John Smith.
He's old.
My mother is not Pocahontas. I realize that most of our viewership probably hasn't seen the Disney version of Pocahontas. It came out a long time ago.
Yeah. It's much better than the real story.
Arguable.
Most Disney tales that are based on, you know, folklore or even historical events are usually better than the source material.
He spent a lot of time soloing out the Rift Herald. Wave clear is good in top lane, a little bit more risky in mid. Taking down LeBlanc's mid lane turret would slow down the double TP plays as well. So I imagine popping it in the mid lane, especially if they can get a kill onto LeBlanc, is going to be the priority here for Janair.
See right now, hovering around the Wolves. Wave still pushing very far forward, but Kuzan can clear them out pretty swiftly. But seems like they want to get it back first. MT by as much as he can before they start going for that push, trying to get that first brick in.
Seems going to be full tank Jarvan. Was spoiled by the Skydunks coming through from Cuvée on the AD Jarvan, and that was the standard top lane build. But I think this time around it's going to be something like Dead Man's Plate, and a lot more tanky.
Banshee's Veil picked up there for Kuzan to start things off.
May actually be
Yeah,
a Gunblade. When you have double TP, and Gunblade helps you a lot in that scenario with a split push, you can understand it being picked up.
Does have the revolver in the inventory.
Probably not going to be a proto belt, but we have seen it on LeBlanc before.
T walking through, Cuz waiting in the brush.
One level under.
Has been spotted. Can they collapse on the Jarvan is going to be the question.
They're
Gorilla's
bringing in
roaming
Gorilla.
up. Yep. Flag comes down.
They know that
spotted
EQ's
now. They
down.
jump in onto him. That's going to be BDD over the wall. Has the tether coming through. Cataclysm comes out, but it's just not enough damage. He goes down. Gorilla picking up the kill.
Yeah, used the flag to check the brush, got vision from it, but then they knew they did not have EQ available. Flash was back up for but he knew there was no evacuation available in that scenario. Well thought out by Longzhu. Gets their first kill on the board.
Yeah, but also, I mean, good by not having that knee-jerk reaction, trying to flash away. Because the tethers were coming through from BDD, so he was almost certainly going to go down in pretty much any change in that scenario.
Top lane trades starting to go pretty one-sidedly. Kilios, just how it goes in most Kled matchups. Only Shen of the tanks can start to ignore damage because
Dodge field's nice.
the dodge field, like you say, is the big winner there. It's not so much the shielding, but the fact that the W procs don't go off.
I mean, it's rough times for Khan, but he does have an 8 sustain refillable potion to help him out when he does have those charges, but he's also keeping up in CS, so while it's brutal to watch, he's still doing rather well.
I mean, you just look at his champion pool, and it's been Jarvan, Fiora, who will, again, scale on to be a duelist. Renekton, another lane pressure champion, and it's the Cassiopeia that really, tops it all off. So he's very much been picked into pressure matchups previously. Speaking of pressure, they want this mid lane turret. They want it now.
Yeah, and they're going to go ahead and just take the first one without popping the Rift Herald.
I don't know how much longer the buff has. Probably another minute, if I'm going to say. It looks like about another minute.
75% of the way done.
So we'll see where Jinair wants to park it. For now, he's pathing around the bot side. Maybe want to end the laning phase in bot lane.
I mean, I figured with everybody piling into the mid lane right there that they would just go for a 5-man push with the Rift Herald onto the tier 2 and try to open up the map that way. But yeah, it seems like they'll use it to try to take down one of these other outer turrets. Top lane is not really going to need the assistance of that Rift Herald. Kuzan going to get locked down. Gorilla, can he get in range in time to get that root? He will do so. Cleanse comes through from Kuzan, keeps himself alive, but barely so, has a sliver of HP.
Still was confident enough not to use the flash. Understood that the damage wasn't going to come through, and he could easily walk out of the Stranglethorns.
Yeah, it was also good that he walked up towards that top side of the jungle because Cuz was waiting in the wings.
Speaking of waiting, Longzhu is being surrounded in top lane.
Okay, they will go ahead and use this Rift Herald on the top side of the map. So the charge, can't see the HP on the turret.
It's
might
low.
just get, yeah.
It's going to instant kill.
Yeah, it's just going to go ahead and take it down. And there you have it. But now Ixu maybe in a spot of bother. Explosive Cast comes through, knocks him off the Scarl, and BDD is roaming his way in, dashes forward, gets right on top of him, and he will go down. Kill picked up for the LeBlanc. Finds a tether over the wall, but no real way of pursuing forward. But still, Longzhu put another kill on the board.
Yeah, nice roam path coming through from BDD. Didn't even need to invest his teleport to pick up that kill. As bot lane, pressure advantage has been there. Tom Kench great as we scale into the late game, but the double range is in building advantage. Cuz
yeah, so go ahead, throws out the Void Spikes to pop that shield from the Banshee's Veil. Unleashed Power comes through. Kuzan flashes to the side, gets the stun. Can he come up with a solo kill? Leap and flash away comes through from the Kazakhs, taking himself out safely. A body slam over the wall from Khan. Picks up the kill. Close call for Cuz, but Khan is there to pick up the pieces. Now Prey Ace in the hole comes through, takes him dangerously low, but still holds on to that heal.
Yeah, pretty crazy passage of play evolving in that scenario. I thought Cuz was just flashing to his doom. He was on the wrong side of the jungle, but very nice deep teleport from Khan.
It's very stylish, you'd have to say, from Kuzan, but now Teddy in a bad spot. Devour comes through. Lash comes down, trying to lock up this Gragas. Everyone piling forward. The traps come down, but it's not going to walk into that one. And now Longzhu, can they turn this one around? They knock Ixu straight off his Scarl again, and now BDD joins the fray, dashes forward, finds the kill, taking him down yet again.
This time there was no synergy between Ixu and so Ixu dies twice in 2 minutes, teleporting into his doom. Needed the Jarvan there, who had everything up but wasn't in position.
Ooh,
Great roams from BDD. He's been first on the roam, as expected, on the LeBlanc compared to Syndra. Starting to look comfortable, and Jinair just haven't been able to respect the roam pressure of LeBlanc.
Yeah, I hope we get a replay of that initial fight because that was actually very good by Kuzan, flashing to the side to get the scatter of the weak stun in onto the Kazakhs. Basically had that solo kill in hand, but looks like we'll go straight to the bottom lane.
Yeah, Prey was actually fighting. This was off screen because we were focused on other action, but Prey got dangerously low at this point. Didn't use his Ash arrow this early in the fight, but the moment you come in there, when Jarvan, you can see, is really far away from all this fighting, needed some synergy between top lane and jungle. They are the true engagers from the side of Jin Air, and them being disconnected led to that scenario as mid lane turret went down.
Yeah, we're able to take this one. So, Jin Air have that advantage. 2-0, but still not that far ahead as far as the gold is concerned.
This is definitely, you can tell it's definitely 2017 Summer League of Legends when it's Banshee Veil Syndra against Banshee Veil LeBlanc. What a weird world we live in.
Well, we will be getting the Gunblade at least.
This is another one of those things where if you told someone a year ago what the meta of mid laners would be, they would not believe you. No, Banshee Veil's different, trust me.
What are you talking about? It's going to be Abyssal Scepter. No longer. Unless it's Galio.
LeBlanc has some advantages with the engage patterns now just because you can really poke out that shield, but it's not like Syndra can't with her Q, so very much is about shields. Speaking of shields.
Yeah, walking into the brush, MT. Even though he had to jump on them, needs to hightail it out of there. BDD now getting pinched on. That's going to be the charge coming through as well as the Abyssal Voyage. He makes it over the wall with a distortion. And
Optimistic.
maybe Jin Air don't find anything.
Optimistic charge from Ixu, who you noted is a aficionado of the Kled, but hasn't got the victories. Got inspired by Cuvée. I guess Kaz is going to take the blue.
Yeah, whatever. We're not going to deal with this resetting.
Didn't want to deal with that rubbish, like you say.
I mean, they want to get rid of that so they can go ahead and start working over to this mid lane to try to deny the damage coming through. But Teddy, he's in a nice spot to just fire away. BDD taking those headshots. It was quite low. Ash Arrow from the bottom lane connects in onto Umti. Jin Air looks like they're just going to get some free damage in onto that turret.
Gragas had to walk down. Prey's going to face check Kuzan. No, he had a ward.
This is a dangerous spot to be in. As an Ash, we'll see how far forward Prey is willing to play.
Answer is usually pretty far up. Prey does like to roll the dice, and you get superstar moments like his outplays against SK Telecom in the semifinals of Worlds. And you get some lowlights that we try not to talk about, especially on a day like this where he will almost imminently be hitting 300 games played.
So he's not the kind of person you want to take to a casino to play dice games with.
Probably not. Also, he can't play those games in Korea.
That's true.
Rule is in Korea that if you have a Korean passport, you can't go to the couple of casinos they have here.
Yeah, but if you're a foreigner
and you show your passport,
yeah, you have to have your passport to get in.
You can get your gamble on.
Then yeah, you can just go play some, slot machines, blackjack, whatever you want.
Poker. They've got all the games, but not for Koreans.
It's such a weird.
I know.
It's such a weird.
It's the exact
arrangement.
opposite of what you'd expect. Usually, it's a national-focused restriction, but this is the exact opposite.
You can only gamble if you're Korean, but they just nope. Go against that common logic.
At the end of the day, it's something they can regulate and tax, but something that they don't endorse, I guess, is the theory behind it.
Whereas America's just like, we don't care where you're from. Get in here, spend your money.
It's one way to play your cards. Things are being surprisingly even here. Sure, 2 kills up for Longzhu and 2 Drakes, but the gold is precisely even thanks to the turrets that Jin Air have been able to pick up. In terms of team comps and who this benefits, you do feel like Jin Air will have a lot of options in the late game, whereas Longzhu, unless they can find a way to contain this Kled, may be a bit more limited. I give the slight advantage late game to Jin Air. Caitlyn over Ashe in the late game, Kled as a split push threat, giving them multiple different ways to play the map. But it's certainly not a massive one, so interesting to see where the real first pressure point is attacked. And Buff's been on the map for a couple of minutes, but not a realistic objective for Jin Air yet.
Yeah. It's also just a lot of ways for Jin Air to get themselves into the back line. Flag and drag there, Abyssal Voyage. A lot of options to get themselves on top of the squishy targets of Prey and BDD.
And Khan kind of has a twofold problem of he needs to contain Kled in the split push and also absorb the charge and a lot of the initiation in team fights. So his role basically kind of like a marking role on the Kled. Speaking of Khan.
Yep. In danger of getting pinched on here. Body slam away, start roaming down the river. So we'll see how deep Jin Air wants to pursue this. Abyssal Voyage is available if they want to go for the Gragas. But instead, seems like they'll just get started with this Dragon.
Summoners are up on the side of Longzhu, so certainly going to over-prioritize there.
Counter push is coming through. Tether thrown out by BDD, not going to connect. And now the Ocean Drake going to be started up by them instead. They try to take this one away. Almost down to about half HP. Jin Air, how much do they want to go for this one? It's going dangerously low. Leash starts coming through. It goes low. Spike comes down. Cuz takes this away. They just go their separate ways, or they go for the engagement. Body slam forward, gets a flash right out of Kuzan immediately. And now Gorilla going to get jumped on as Ixu goes in for that charge. Cataclysm comes down. Cuz has to flash over the wall. Khan going dangerously low as well. Starts to kite back, but there's still plenty of damage.
Re-engage.
Massive body slam from Khan with the flash. Helps come up with the kill onto Kuzan, and now BDD going straight into the back line. Helps take down Snowflower. That's going to be Ixu. Locked in, taken out. 3 kills coming through. Make it 4. As will be the only one limping away from this fight. Longzhu just blow open the game, pick up the Drake, and they're going to be looking for more.
Great team fighting coming through from Longzhu. Their ability to kite back and play front to back, just focusing down the front line, was super impressive to see. We haven't seen a lot of Longzhu team fighting because they haven't been drafting tank tops and team fight comps. But in this case, Khan was super on point. The re-engage, he knew he would die, but he knew his team would be able to profit from it. The replay will show you that Longzhu's team fighting, again, something we haven't had the pleasure of examining.
Oh, now still going to go down. BDD walking down to that mid lane just to try to stop him from entering into the pit.
Attack damage on that gunblade, baby. Auto-attacked by LeBlanc to death.
Hell yeah.
They get everything. Watch the replay here. So,
oh, Khan, this was just dirty.
And what happens here is, of course, charge is going to be charged. They can't cancel the engage once they go for it. But see where they're fighting. Cataclysm goes down and stopping a lot of his own team from coming in. They have space control, and Khan, E-flash body slam, as you're saying. Huge re-engage, and from there, LeBlanc can get in the back line. Cuz re-enters. Prey is free hitting. Really good re-engage, and also defensive kite back from Longzhu. The only way they can make this teamfight comp work. Really good to see.
Beautiful stuff from Khan. Now Baron buff over to Longzhu. 27 minutes into this game. And they can look to pick up a couple more turrets. Have about a 4,000 gold lead, nearing towards that.
And now the normalcy and the ways to win for Jinner that we discussed when it came to team comp are kind of gone. You got the Baron buff to negate the Kled from really having any pressure in side lanes. LeBlanc can now play the map. Doesn't have teleport, but is going to take the outer top lane turret for free. Things are looking a lot more controlled for Longzhu as the gold lead. It's not massive, but considering it was 100 just about 3 minutes ago, it's now 4,000.
Yeah. And Khan, well, he's very far forward by himself. Going to be taken low, probably taken out as the stun will come through. Ash Arrow there to try to answer, but he'll just get spat out, and Snowflower comes up with the kill.
He thought he was going to do his best Fiora, then realized he was playing Gragas, and is going to get a double kill in the enemy red side jungle. The meanwhile is pretty important here, though.
Yes, tier 2 in the top lane. Does get taken out. BDD just feeling free to shove that one all the way through because just had full sight of everybody on Jin Air.
It's a kill for an inner turret with Baron down, with the Drake not available. There's no objective. Like you say, it is super worth.
I mean, he didn't even lose a Baron buff. He already didn't have it, so there was pretty much no takeaway for Jin Air other than getting a little bit of extra gold.
But see that Teddy's first instinct was to pull back, because they don't have vision on the blue side, but eventually got the call that he was safe to push, and we'll get at least an outer turret for Jin Air.
Yeah, so that's a bit more of a takeaway, but still. Outer turret in the bottom lane for your inner and top. Feels pretty bad, and now maybe in danger of losing this outer and mid as well, so it goes low. BDD's pitching in from the backside. Throws out the tether in a bit of an odd spot.
I mean, Longzhu's just playing a structure game. That's 3 towers at full instant.
Oh,
Here we go.
That's going to be Explosive Cask, and that's Kuzan going down right off the bat now. Empty. Tries to get the flag and drag through. Can't complete the combo. As the Dragon Strike won't even have the opportunity to get cast. He goes down. Devour yet again in onto Khan. He will die, but he's pretty much just a sacrificial lamb for Longzhu's success. Gorilla goes down to the backside of the fight as Ixu is able to take him out, but now he's in no man's land. He'll suffer for that kill. 4 members yet again dead. The 4 for 2 in favor of Longzhu. They'll knock down that inner and mid. Now they're looking for inhibitors.
Communication between Longzhu is so much better than you could ever have hoped given how late this roster came together. Target calling is outskilling and also just more superior than Jin Air is able to do. Always calling the right targets, deleting Kuzan from the start. They've still got Baron. Missed the Ash Arrow, but they're going to get at least a kill on Snowflower.
And Snowflower is, hinting, I guess.
He's buying time for recalls. That's what he was doing there. Basically, they had Baron buff. He has no wave clear, so
yeah, he wasn't stopping him from getting onto the Nexus turret.
So it looks silly, it looks comical, but this looks great as Khan once again comes in from a direction with the body slam that surprises Jin Air. They didn't see the re-engage happening around the Drake fight where Longzhu got Baron. They didn't see Khan coming in this time either. They put so much damage into him that once again he dies, but it doesn't matter. It's not Fiora. It's not a carry. He did his job on the Gragas, and then his team prospers from his smart work.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you talk about the damage fall off for Gragas and how it just comes down to utility, and Khan is really embracing that wholeheartedly.
And the damage at this point is still decent, but The Negatron Cloak will be turned into the Gargoyle Stone Plate. He'll pop that. He'll be able to do the same CC initiation missions, but be unkillable doing it. Speaking
Oh
of
my
killable,
God, look at that burst coming through. Redemption is there to, kind of bump Teddy back up, but good Lord, just a proc from the chain from BDD ripping right through that Caitlyn.
I mean, BDD is quietly 7-0-6, almost 100% kill participation on the LeBlanc. Everything has gone way better than expected for Longzhu this game.
He's already got 4 items. I mean, 5 to count the boots, so he's in a really good spot.
He's stacked. If he was working out at the gym, he'd be shredded.
Yeah.
That's what he's looking at right now. So BDD
should have bought a Medjai's this game.
could have thought about it.
Well, just more pressure being applied. Khan bringing up the wave in the top side of the map. Super creeps here in mid, trying to be cleared out by Ixu. But even that going to be a bit of a task. Requires the help of that Syndra.
It's amazing that Longzhu is this good so fast.
It really is
No
insane.
one could have predicted it. You know, we had someone like Fionn being optimistic because of Longzhu's reputation for rosters. This was not the one you would look at and think like, all right, they're going to have it from the start of the season and be good, but they are good. Their match against SKT, they lost. They looked good doing it.
I mean, they've always compiled these, these super teams. It's always on paper like, oh man, these guys look really good. But then they bring in the rookie, they bring back Khan from China, and you're like, I don't know about this. And then they perform better than this org has ever looked.
And to be fair, when they were Incredible Miracle, they didn't have the star strategy, and they just looked bad. They were not good. Trying it the other way around, but they kind of balancing here smartly.
Yeah, then they got stars, and then looked bad, and now everything is great. So fantastic turnaround for Longzhu indeed.
Do you remember a team, I forget the name, where they had a player unretire, went into 80 carry, they built around Gorilla, and then they just wanted a top laner, and they just couldn't really find any stars, so they went with someone, they went with their gut. That player was Smeb. This player is Khan, and Khan, just like Smeb, is very quickly establishing a name that he never had before so fast into a season.
Smeb is going back to a name that he had prior in his career at the moment, so we'll see if he can get back on his feet, because it's rough times for him at the moment. Bray's going to take quite a bit of damage.
If you told me that this season Smeb had been playing under the ID Longzhu Khan, I would believe you. Think of the champions he's been playing.
So who's been playing under the ID of Smeb?
Khan.
They just traded?
Yeah.
Aw, don't sell him. Don't throw him under the bus like that.
Well, I mean, I would have. You wanted me to say an NA player or something that didn't shoot kill.
No. I was gonna actually just aim for a Korean player.
Who's Smeb look like? Oh, it's not going to be a compliment. I don't know.
I know.
I have to think about this one.
Oh dear.
My mother said, when you have nothing nice to say, don't say anything.
Say anything at
Gilios.
all. Yeah.
Well, Ixu's charges.
Everyone's mother has said that at some point.
That's true. Not everyone observes that one, but sometimes it's best for broadcast. Or worse, depending on what you're looking for. This game has gone pretty comically one-sided very quickly. It's now 9,000 gold, closing in on 10,000 gold lead for Longzhu. No one can respond to BDD in the side lane. Ixu probably wouldn't die. He's got a Gargoyle Stone Plate, but they turn onto the Baron, and you know a team's ahead when they can have Kha'Zix tank up the Baron and BK.
Yep. And BDD doesn't even have to be there to help protect
Double
the squad.
Mountain Drake.
Yeah, he just keeps things going. Double Mountain, as you say, helps shred to the Baron. Longzhu pick up their second. 35 minutes in the game. Well, that was...
Jumps in the air.
Yep.
That was a celebration jump, by the
Hooray.
way. Hooray!
We got the Baron. Good job, guys. Oh, man. When those used to happen when you're like actually trying to escape, and you just pop straight up on the blast cone.
I mean, you remember some of those Peanut Rengar plays last season.
Attack move is
The attack
hilarious
move
at
with
times.
Q was great on Rengar. We don't get much Rengar anymore. 2 people have tried it and failed miserably. So I think the Were Kitty is back in the do not pick pile.
What about the werewolf? We haven't seen him.
We've never had a Warwick since the Weewick days, the 420 days. That was the last time we had Warwick. We had him for literally 2 weeks, Achilles. Well, I'm allowed to say it. I had a weed tie for a long time.
I had it too. We all did. It made its rounds.
It did. We passed it around. Everyone got to enjoy it.
Now I just, I guess like, sunflowers on my tie.
That's true. Now I have petals, I think.
Feels bad. Bring back the wheat tie.
I remember when we explained that to OGN. They were like, would anyone be offended about this? We're like, no, it's fine.
In fact, it's better. Better for the viewer experience if we just have that. Oh, Khan is just steadily chipping away at this turret, and Ixu's HP pops him off the Scarl. How the
Tables have
tables
turned.
have turned indeed, so completely turning that matchup on its head. Inhibitor in mid lane goes down yet again. Longju just going to pinch down to the bottom side where Wave is getting ready to crash.
There's not a single team in the world that is trying to work out how Khan is this good. Because he was available, he was a free agent for a long time. Famously, LS had done some VOD reviews of him and said, this guy is good, look at him. No team would, and Longju, losing Expression, needs someone. They ended up with Khan, and he's already shaping up to be a top 5 top laner.
Yeah. And BDD definitely making use of his time back in the LCK. Shooting his way up to the top. And I mean, we saw the BDD Faker matchup. It was excellent. Now we get to see the Scepted Faker matchup later on today. So it's a good time for mid laners.
No complaints. Good time for viewers as well. Looking for the tutorial victory here, Longju.
Sun comes out. Khan going to get locked up. Gets chunked out a little bit there, but still has that Gargoyle Stone Plate ready to go. BDD goes down to the bottom lane, just moving up the waves even further as Longju looks to just take out this third and final inhib. Wave crashing, should be able to get it now. Charge going to come out from Ixu, gets knocked away immediately by the explosive cast. The power comes through from Snowflower, trying to keep Kuzan alive. He'll be able to do so, and Teddy finishes off Gorilla in the back of the fight. BDD going golden with his Zonias, keeps himself safe. And this might have been the hold actually successfully completed by Jin Air.
Yeah, Longju, Khan actually flashed in to hit Teddy
Oh,
away.
BDD, that was
14
insanely
health.
dangerous and greedy of him to try to get the recall off. Almost goes down, and that would have been massive shutdown gold over to Teddy.
There was a lot of respect shown to Killers because Khan flash cast away Teddy so he wouldn't be able to do damage in the fight and thought, okay, we just kill a frontliner, have Kha'Zix kill somebody, and then we just win the fight from sheer numbers. Take down the frontline around Teddy rather than actually be able to dive Teddy, because that's actually pretty difficult for Longju to pull off, but they weren't able to do that. The turnaround was good, and okay, it doesn't bring Jin Air back into the game. Longju are going to have to reassess with their next engagement.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to respect anybody on Jin Air, it's got to be Teddy, especially at this point. 4-2-2. All the kills, for the most part, just going to be poured in onto that Caitlyn. So
Got a lot of gold as well.
He's pretty scary. Yeah, he's got a static Shiv as well.
He's 900 gold behind his opponent when his team is 6 turrets down and also 2 Barons down, which lets you know that he himself has been doing his job.
Yeah, keep it up as best as he possibly can. Interesting that we don't see the Hurricane, and instead do get that static Shiv from him.
And people are just prepping for 7-11. The big story, I think, to discuss, or one of the stories to discuss, is that these players, of course, when they play solo queue, are going to be playing on 7-11. So when it comes to the tail end of patches, we do often see
you
sometimes see champions that haven't been buffed or reworked yet getting played because people are playing them anyway. And so because it's so late, there's not really any upside to Teddy to go for old builds, and he's just keeping his eye in for what will be almost certainly the new Caitlyn build 7-11 onwards.
I wish we got some Galio before the rework came in. That would have been nice, but unfortunately...
We did. It was in Kesper Cup.
Yeah, just that game there from Kesper Cup and from Faker, so... It did happen, but not in LCK.
Well, Longshore trying to engineer this with the minions in so they don't even have to try and 5v5 fight against Jin Air.
Yeah, Wave crashing now in mid. Bot lane going to be a bit further behind as they start trying to poke out. Ixu going in for the charge. Will latch in onto Cuz, but BDD is there to gatekeep. Throws out the tether. Won't quite get the lockdown onto Ukti, but still chunks him out to about half.
Not sure what Ixu saw there, but that is the charge down now. The movement speed could have been important to help Teddy get auto attacks in. Has no summoners, does Teddy, so going to have to be very, very defensive.
The Banshee Veil proc from BDD, so it's going to be a bit more vulnerable with this LeBlanc as the waves start crashing in. They try to get in onto the turrets, can't quite find it. Body slam, cast comes through, devours there from Snowflower to keep Kuzan alive. Now Cataclysm comes down, Gorilla going low as they try to stay alive. Teddy comes up the first kill. That's going to be Ukti going down. Longju trying to kite back, but finishing off at the same time is Ixu. Double kill over to Kuz.
2 for 2 though overall, so it's a 3v3. Prey is low, they're respecting Jin Air.
They want to overstay on this one. Prey firing away, has the volley ready to go. Almost finishes off Snowflower, can't quite get him. Kuzan is still alive. Doesn't have the ultimate, however, so Prey is not that concerned. Now 3 super creeps into the mid lane, flashes forward straight into Teddy's face, finishes him off with a volley, tanking up the turret, not even concerned. Will be able to kill that in time. Kuzan almost goes down again, spat out into the fountain, will stay alive, but that's going to be the Nexus going down. A bit longer from what you might have anticipated, but 41 minutes on the clock. Longju looking strong in game number 1.
And while it wasn't quite a capper on his 300th game and his 299th LCK game, Prey gives us a vintage Prey moment. It always seems to be on the Ashe, flashing in, knew no summoners were up, onto Teddy. Finally took him down. Heroic defenses from Jin Air, who are going competitive in team fights, 12, 15,000 gold behind. Longzhu closed it out. Longzhu on base. Play again, better and better than we would have expected. This time, on a tank top laner, Khan is still just as effective as some of his heroics on Fiora last time we saw him. And Longzhu are the real deal in a way that, like we said a couple of times, no one could have predicted.
Yeah, this is looking like a squad that very well could make a deep run through the playoffs, potentially find themselves at Worlds again. I mean, this would be the first year in a while that we didn't have Prey and Gorilla there, if that would have happened.
But it's sad that we have to hope for it, Achilles, but let's just hope all the off-field drama exits Longzhu Gaming. I hope they just get a full split to continue to develop Ceteris Paribus, because what they've shown is top tier.
Yeah, really good stuff from them. We'll see how Jin Air bounces back. They start off the game very strongly. Especially with his pathing, was getting them ahead.
They were all even for a very long time with Longzhu before the one fight around Drake changed the game.
Yeah, some hiccups at the end there for Longzhu, not closing out as cleanly or as quickly as they could have, but they played it measured, they played it safe, and they pick up that win. Now going to be looking for the 2-0 finish. But Jin Air on the other side of things, putting their heads together. Maybe we'll see a swap. Maybe Soan comes out into the top lane, perhaps for game number 2, as they try to elongate this series. But we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we will have game number 2, see if Jin Air can put a win on the board, or if it will just be a dominating performance from Longzhu.
One shot is do or die, and the odds ain't looking too good. But I got the feeling it's my time. I know I'm taking it now. It's my time. I'm taking it now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You see Prey, as expected with that Ashe, doing quite a bit of damage, but Teddy on the other side with the Caitlyn, just as much, very close. And he was the driving force for Jin Air's hopes of getting back into that game.
I would say he was the only force for Jin Air to get back into that game because Ixu's Kled does not work. This is the third game he has played it in his career. It's consistently been a problem with him getting into fights, Jin Air not actually being able to set up for a split push. So in that kind of a scenario, Kled doesn't do very much as we look to see who will pick up an MVP. And BDD was playing one of those games where it kind of all revolved around him, so probably well-deserved to pick up his second MVP of Summer.
Yep. This moves in, that big tie that we have at the moment for that 4th place spot. It's his second win. We'll go ahead and get a nice little, little look at the pop-up. Nice trolling, OGN. Excellently done. But, I mean, right off the bat, he got the ball rolling, picking up that first kill in on the Umti, and then just started shattering HP bars.
And that's the thing, is the chains were doing just 40% of people's HP bars, regardless of if it was a Jarvan or a mid lane Syndra. Was able to get a lot of snowball. Out of nowhere, had 4 items and 100% kill participation or near to that. Great cleanup play. But the story for Longzhu was much more general. Their team fighting was way better than we expected. Khan jumping onto a top lane tank, a facilitator, led to that play, the best of the match. Reinitiating. I mean, why would Jin Air respect the re-engage against a Gragas who was 300 HP as he went in for it? But it was the trust of Khan in his teammates cleaning it up, and specifically BDD being able to do most of that cleanup. Really good stuff from Longzhu, and a different side of their game. We knew they could play late game scaling. We knew they could set up for split pushes, but now we know they can just straight up team fight, and that makes them a scary proposition for every team in the league.
BDD looked a little confused there for a second, but MVP picked up for him. Now Longzhu poised to take this, but you hear that music, and it's actually going to be Khan subbed out with Rascal coming in.
So this will be a surprise to people who saw game 1 and don't have the extra information that we were told that from arriving at the studio today.
He's not feeling well.
Khan was not feeling very well, so it sounds like maybe a flu or something along those lines, but regardless, enough of a problem that he will be subbed out. And Rascal, common name in Korean esports at the moment, will be making his debut in the top lane. He is top 50 in Challenger. Good player in his own right, but we get to learn a little bit more about some of the extended bench of Longzhu.
Yeah, and somewhat surprisingly, not going to be seeing a swap out from the side of Jin Air. So it seems like Ixu will still be playing out in that top lane. Thought maybe we would see Soan start for the squad, given his recent performances, but not to be.
Seems like they're trying to give just full series, and maybe we'll see a codified starter in the future, given they gave Soan both games. Rascal comes in ranked 21 in solo queue, just getting into the expected champion pool. If you look at his solo queue, he's playing Kennen, Jace, Kled, and Rumble. So he's definitely up to speed on the meta. Highest win rate of that is the Kled. So maybe Ixu will have to deal with a Kled of his own in this game. The debut game for Rascal.
That'd be a nice little statement to make. Pick up the Kled yourself and just smack the hell out of him with it. But for now, Syndra is still going to be banned away. Not going to be left open for Kuzan again in this game. And Kennen off the board, and no surprises from the Zac ban from the side of Jin Air.
Rascal actually played first in Japan. He was on a team there aptly named Rascal Jester.
Oh boy.
Coming back to Korea to join Khan. Probably was brought in just to be a substitute or even necessary to provide some competition for Khan, because they couldn't have known that things would go so explosively well for Khan in his re-debut into LCK. So
I mean, we know Longzhu just has a history of wanting the most players possible on their sub-roster, so not too shocking that they pick him up, but interesting that he was playing in Japan.
Previous game, Longzhu banned 3 junglers on red side. Jumping onto blue, there's going to be some change in the ban priority. But now, Elise and Lee Sin are both left available. Umti would love there to be Elise on his side, so to Jin Air, give over Elise and actually get to pick up Lee Sin. That is an option available to Jin Air if they don't ban a jungler in this spot. I think it might be smart. I think getting Umti onto one of the two is good. I really do like it. It's a good decision from Jin Air, in that they guarantee themselves a jungler to allow Umti to make some plays in the early game.
Yeah, well, Jace off the board this time around, and like you said, Elise going to go ahead and get picked up first and foremost here for Longzhu. So Cuz piloting that one out of the jungle.
Umti will get to play Lee Sin, which seems almost 100% it's going to be the pick on the side of Jin Air, and they're also going to pick away the Ashe from Prey. So in his 300th LCK game, Prey is denied playing one of his signatures. Will he jump onto the Twitch, which he's played once this season, to give us another pick to remember? Thinking of
yeah, it was good BBQ that we saw that one come out, but
thinking of Prey champions is always an interesting thing. Think Ezreal is perhaps one of his most famous. It feels like Ezreal, Ashe, and Twitch are perhaps the big three, although Juggernaut was a comp invented by the Coup Tigers. So will it be something from the past, or will it just be a strong meta pick? Because Varus would definitely just be something that is powerful right here and now. Maybe no sentimentality coming out from Prey.
On his 300th game as well, so feels a little bit bad if they lock in the Varus, but seems like they won't be going for anything too flashy, so Varus will just be the pickup.
You know he'll go for some ult flashes and do some cool stuff anyway.
He'll make it as flashy as humanly possible, but the kit itself, not going to be. But, I mean, already the makings of a powerful pick comp coming through here for Longzhu. Have the Cocoon, have those Chains of Corruption coming down, and like you mentioned, the Kled, big pickup for Rascal. Might just see that locked in here in the first round.
Maybe a cool champion to definitely lead with and to potentially mind game future opponents that you have someone that can play Kled, and they still may select it, but it's also a bit of a mind game towards the side of Ixu, given that Kled got very little work done in game one. I mentioned that's not a true flex pick, but it is a possibility. BDD actually on CJ Entus played mid lane Karma when they took down the only time in his career they've beaten SKT in one game. It was with BDD on the Karma, but still not going to be heavily expected. And in this spot, we'll see Kuzan actually go for the Orianna to start banning mid laners. So far of the mid lane champion pool, Galio and Syndra are the two big mid laners there, and potentially the Jace as well.
Talia going to get banned away. Maybe we'll see the Zed for the final from the side of Jin Air.
Zed does really well in side lanes against Ashe as well, so get double value out of it. Orianna can do decently in lane against Zed. It's always been one of those skill matchups that working out exactly who it favored kind of changed as itemization power went up and down, lethality and other AP core items being tuned so many times over the years.
Oh, Zyra banned away, so Longzhu going to be focusing on the support pool a little bit from Snowflower. Try to limit him as best as possible. See a couple different things from him, including the likes of the Braum, but Zyra has definitely been his big one so far in Summer.
Tahm Kench would be a pretty good ban on the side of Longzhu if they want to ban double support, just because of Varus and Elise are answered by that pick. Could also even be a selection for Longzhu if they're going to be going with the mid lane Karma to be revealed. Rascal does draw the Respect Kled ban, so don't want to deal with that. Just going to focus on laning power. So Longzhu say, okay, if you want to go for Tahm Kench, at least we will have the 2v2 pressure advantage and allow Kuz to play more aggressively. Kuz's best performing jungler for sure has been the Elise, so was a big claim for them, even if Umti's on his best champion himself.
Flipping through a couple different options here. The Braum makes sense. Ability to block out those piercing arrows, deny wave clear, so they will go ahead and pick that one up. So bringing it back out is Snowflower.
Well, that was quick.
And yep, I mentioned it. Wasn't banned away. They went for the Kled instead, and it's going to be Zed in the mid lane, and all of that rhymed. Didn't mean for that to happen, but Rumble in the top lane as well for Rascal.
Doing your best, Dr. Seuss there. Rascal has played 61 games in solo queue, 49% win rate, so not expecting him to be Huni or Marin or Smeb on his first time out on Rumble, but does mean they have double magic damage to facilitate Zed with the Elise jungle. So it could be, once again, the Sejuani coming out from Ixu, and it will be. Dealt with ADD playing this 3 times in a row in the first series of Summer Season. Has played it himself, so a pick initiator coming in from the top lane. The Karma was also kind of forced into the support role by the Braum pick, because if you go mid lane Karma and Braum puts up his shield, Karma doesn't really have any more damage threat, so it actually does kind of single-handedly trivialize a mid lane Karma, and that's a happy news for us, Achilles, because it means that we get to see BDD back on Zed.
Always a treat when he picks up an assassin. Doesn't matter if it's Zed, the Fizz, the Talon, just BDD on an assassin is always a good time.
You speak for yourself. I want to see him on Zed. Zed was the champion that gave rise to all those highlight videos that got us hyped for Zed and hyped for BDD coming into his career. The CJ side didn't go so well. The Longzhu side is looking a lot better here in Summer as Rascal does replace Khan due to Khan's health concerns today.
Yeah, we'll see how that matchup's going to go. Picking up the Rumble on your debut. A bold move in a league, you know, with so many good Rumbles. We'll see how Rascal holds up Now he goes against Ixu, who has been struggling. Kled this time not in his hands, keeps trying to make that one work, but instead will be that Sejuani again.
But the big historical highlight is the 300th regular game of his LCK career for Prey. Third player ever to reach that milestone. One of the superstars of this league. Should be a fun one. The Sejuani top, also going to be one to track.
All right, well, 300. Let's see if they can go ahead and finish it out with a win as we load up for game number 2.
Sonic echo, there leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's
All right, here we go. 300th game, Prey in the bot lane on that Varus yet again.
Third player to reach 300 champions or LCK games. The crowd gives him a really nice round of applause, picking up on that graphic from OGN. First player to reach it was, I believe, Ambition. Could have been Score as well. Those are the only two that have reached that milestone. The person who would have been the front runner if he hadn't left would have been Madlife, who had been playing from right at the start.
Invasion coming through here as they start pushing in, because the blow stacks are going to come through. Exhaust
They
thrown
want this.
down. Yeah, they're going to go for it. Flash forward from Snowflower gets the stun. He's going to go low. Can they save his life? The answer is going to be no. Umti comes up with the first blood. And a nice little invade. Big profits for the side of Jin Air.
Second time we've seen Rambo Braum engages at level 1 with just a couple of concussive blow stacks, and also
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
the exhaust coming through. Gets them the first blood, but they use a lot for it. We have to reevaluate because 3 flashes
and
an exhaust is a pretty big amount of your toolbox to use at level 1. And now you have to deal with double range in the bot lane with a no summoners Braum, and you don't get a lot of experience from a level 1 kill involvement either. So with so much being down, Jin Air could also be punished in the jungle, because although Cuz doesn't have his flash, you get the early push on Rumble, invade in on the Lee Sin. You could potentially take him down early.
Yeah, I mean, even though he's starting with that extra longsword, Cuz, if you can find him, there's quite a bit of damage early on with that Elise. See how cheeky he wants to play this time around. Got pushed around early on in the first game by MT, and already gives up that first blood here in game number 2, so might be out for revenge.
Has picked up a pair of MVPs on Elise already, so we'll see if it can be a good matchup here for Cuz. It was opted into for Jin Air. They understood that Cuz would take Elise, but it did guarantee the Lee Sin over to Umti, so was a fan of them not opting into banning any junglers after Zac was banned earlier. And Umti has been that big, important member for the side of Jin Air Greenwinds. So we'll see if he can once again deliver on this Lee Sin.
Yep. 3-2 so far during the summer split. Lost 2 games against MVP with it, otherwise has victories throughout.
Doesn't necessarily represent a 5-0 like for the reputation I'm giving for him, but his performances, the cleanness of his Lee Sin has been impressive. So it is still something to continue to track during the course of this game.
Yep. Oh, and already paying a visit down to the bottom lane. This looks a bit like game 1. So now the J4, Sonic Wave comes through, resonating strike in onto Gorilla. It's that Thunderlord's proc, works him down pretty low, but they can't quite get the stun, and takes a lot of damage in the exchange.
Well, that summoner advantage is gone. 3 summoners instantly have to be used by the side of Longzhu, so crazily, Jin Air now have a advantage in the summoner department in bot lane. Does mean that he might give up his Raptor camp for it, but definitely worth on the side of Umti as he...
Well, it's warded out, actually, so the wraparound could come through if they really want to fight this out, but actually Umti just goes ahead and starts pushing into the enemy bottom half of the jungle. But not going to find anything. Raptor's already taken. He's just going to go ahead and get a recall in and start those items coming through.
Because BDD has that jungler on the top side, happy to walk in, just E down the minion wave and fully push it in. Not going to allow any freezes to come up for Kuzan in the mid lane. Kuzan's gone cleanse, respecting the Varus and Elise, but it's only going to work on the ignite from BDD, so doesn't necessarily help him too much in the dueling. A lot of players would go barrier in this spot, but Kuzan is thinking more about the team fight phase in the lane What that means, you can kind of follow the logic and you say, okay, if he's going to take cleanse here, probably means he's going to give up more CS than some mid laners. Someone like Faker would fight the Zed for every CS as a range versus melee matchup. But if you're taking the cleanse, you're clearly already thinking about team fights. So probably going to see a healthier CS total for the Zed than you might against a different Orianna player.
Yeah, just concede some of that over. And focus on scaling up. Get ready for that late game. You know that Jinair is very well versed in. So no real surprises coming out of that. Now visitation over to the mid lane. BDD throwing out that shadow. If he had jumped forward, almost certainly would have been latched on by MT.
I mean, now popping his first potion, so in a terrible spot. MT had given up on potentially finding a gank there, so he walked up early.
I mean, Snowflower is there to back him up as well. The recall came through from Teddy in the bottom lane, so just rotating up in case he was needed. But for now, Jinair just going to maintain a gold lead that's about as big as that first blood bonus.
And if that means that Kuzan is going to be on the back foot in the mid lane, and we know Rumble will be pushing up in the top lane, could potentially be that jungler's paradise for Kuz to have his way with whichever quadrant of the jungle, or even potentially start dueling down Umti, given that you can see the pressure advantage is pretty one-sided for the side of Longzhu. Usually you're not afforded the ability to just drop pressure in 3 lanes without losing the game around you as a jungler. And Longzhu have already been very good at capitalizing on pressure in their now 4 matches during the course of LCK Summer. Weather in the Storm is just too hard in this day and age. There's gone is the Flame Horizon in the laning phase, freeze the minion wave. There's just so many great objectives you can take around the map if you have map pressure.
Yeah, I mean, really good job by Riot, actually turn Rift Herald into a massive objective that teams want to get their hands on, because for the longest time it's just always there in the background. You're so far ahead, there's nothing else for you, but it's going to be an engagement down to the bottom side as Bray gets exhausted. Teddy will do the same as both just trade back and forth. Heal comes out, piercing arrow through. Teddy's going to come out on top of this one. Gorilla going to try to answer as best he can, flashes away. He does not get locked up, and Rascal joins in the fight, throws down that equalizer. It's his debut game, we'll give it to him, but Teddy's just going to run into the turret, and I think that's just going to be the kill coming through for Gorilla, yeah, with a slight little attack on there from Prey. Does get the assist, but not the best first TP for Rascal.
That was a terrible equalizer, just terrible. It didn't do anything at all. It was a zoning equalizer against 2 people.
It got some minions.
Don't even.
It killed
No
some
glass
minions.
half full. You're not Atlas. You don't get away. It's just an awful ultimate. The teleport was great. He should have got a double kill.
I do agree with you.
He's 0-0-0 after that teleport.
I don't know how Snowflower got out alive in this situation.
They even got to give the kill over to Gorilla. He got no kill involvement, Achilleos. Oh, no. How bad is Config? Can someone get a doctor out here to investigate his symptoms?
Yeah.
Well, you get another equalizer, so maybe the next one will be better.
Yeah, he gets another TP, but out Bray. Bad spot. Oh, wow. Actually, just goes to the other side of him. They should still have this kill, you'd think. Given the HP bar coming through. Couple more hits. There we go. Finishes him off, but that was almost a massive botch by Snowflower. If Gorilla was just a little bit closer and had a shield for him, would have been Bray walking away.
Could actually just track back and say, why was Prey so far up the lane with Gorilla in base?
Oh, for sure.
Khan leaves and Longzhu suddenly turned into a pumpkin.
But still, the more questionable thing was that flash by Snowflower. It's, that would have been one of those really just feel bad moments if he had gotten out alive.
We've had a couple of those this game.
Yeah. Definitely not as bad as the TP.
I don't know if the TP was the problem. It was the equalizer.
Okay. Definitely not as bad. Well, everything that he did was just bad. So
the TP play was left us wanting.
Everything that followed hitting the channel. Hitting F.
You can consider hitting Alt F4. But that would be too mean-spirited.
Yeah. And
Look,
also probably would punish the entire team with a penalty.
That's true. No more penalties for Longzhu. They dropped points last season, you remember?
Yeah.
A couple of teams did that.
So did Samsung. Need to avoid that. As well as being late to the studio.
Yeah, that was the... To be fair, we remember the day in question. That was torrential, like monsoon weather.
Yeah,
so.
there kind of should have been some leniency on that.
It took us 3 hours to find a taxi home. That was not a good day. LCK broadcasts so long.
Wait, no, that was
No, that was that day.
well, that was a blizzard.
Sure.
Torrential
Blizzard.
makes me think of rain.
We don't talk about Blizzard on this stream.
Yeah,
We talk about Riot Games.
Riot Games just raining from just pouring down from the heavens.
Giving SKT skins to all.
For $9.99.
We don't know the price. We don't get told anything.
Yeah.
We find out when the fans do.
That Coma Award skin's so great. Though.
It is actually really.
That's actually the best part of of all of the skins, in my opinion.
Well, Umti's been here a while.
Oh, Ashar comes out. Hitbox still is going to clip in onto Bray, and he's going to go down. Umpty patiently waiting in the wings does pay off for him. Scoop that one up, hand it over to Teddy. Now they're looking for first brick as well, and Umpty, he's going to go deep. Jumps in onto Gorilla. Can't quite get the kill, but is just pushing him back, stopping him from offering up any wave clear. Q comes down, not going to hit the minions, so turret still will fall. Jin Air to a very nice lead.
Yeah, everything just really come together for Jin Air, falling apart for Longzhu. The first death understandable for Bray. The second one just walking to lane too recklessly. And the third one waited for a long time from Jin Air, but they pull it off. And Infernal Drake is a pretty big reward on the backside to add into the first brick they already took down.
Can't quite go for it, though. Gorilla will delay this recall from Snowflower and knows that there's somebody in the brush. Process of elimination, I think he could guess.
Teleport advantage does Rascal. I believe it's up in a half second.
Is it an advantage?
I mean, it means he's going to be there. That's at least scary-ish.
All right, well, we'll see how it goes this time around. If he pops it out, Ixu's going to have his in about 15, 20 seconds. Word's coming down, and the Dragon's still leashing through, just chipping away at Gorilla where it can.
Jin Air just playing the leash game is a win for them because it allows Ixu time to get his teleport back up, and then the ability to react first starts to go away.
See the swap coming into the mid lane as Teddy starts roaming over. Trying to lock down BDD as best as possible, make sure that he really can't go for any CS. So far, he's been having a pretty easy go of it. Just 6 behind at the moment as he finishes those off under the turret.
The bigger problem for Longzhu is that they had this pressure draft. We talked about how they had, at one point, pressure in 3 different lanes. And pressure drafts usually need high-tempo play and consistent turrets going down and objectives going down to win. In the late game, Sejuani and Ori are going to be insane in team fights, and having already lost first brick in the bot lane and starting to lose pressure around the map. A flow-on effect here for Longzhu is they have actually a surprisingly large deficit to come back from. And it's not the 2,600 gold, it's just they're not playing towards their comp so far, and they're behind in gold, and that's a pretty big double whammy.
Yeah, just sloppiness as well from a lot of the players here. Rascal, of course, with that equalizer is very questionable, but even Prey pushing so far up the lane and just getting killed, resulting in that first brick coming through. Umpty will be able to go ahead and finish off this Infernal Drake, so just adding more of a lead on for Jin Air.
No point for Rascal to try teleporting down. Would have been matched by Ixu, who's just about as strong at this point, and the side of Longzhu is very, very weak. Already Blade the Ruin King completed for Teddy, so couldn't opt into those fights, and they would have felt lucky when they saw the Infernal Drake spawn, given the comp they had, but that luck has already run out for Longzhu in the early game.
Who not going to connect there, so can't even try to chunk down the Lee Sit. Safely walks back into his own jungle. And you can see Longzhu just kind of scrambling around the map, not really sure where to respond. He will be able to keep Prey down on the bottom side of the map, so he can get a bit of a CS lead moving in for him and try to hit those big item power spikes that he needs, because you can see Bork already completed here for Teddy.
And that's just kind of a consolidation for Longzhu. They need to start addressing some of the forward vision that's been put down by Jin Air, just return to fundamentals. They still have a lot of power in the lanes, especially early. And because so much has gone away from them, you don't want to necessarily keep playing high stakes and fall behind due to item timings that have already been picked up by your opponent. Try and set yourself up for a strong 4-1, which, given that Zed has been unanswered in laning phase, only 5 CS behind his opponent, is still a possibility for Longzhu Gaming.
We're looking to make something happen around this mid side. Starts pushing his way forward. Kuzan waiting in the brush. Will now be spotted.
Part of the vision for Jin Air is in the bottom side, so information-wise they have an advantage in the skirmish that's developing.
They have it placed pretty deep as well into the jungle. So they can see those rotations coming through from the Elise.
And I know that Elise and Varus have left, so no implied pressure around Raptors like there was a moment ago. Not really objectives to take. Colonel Drake was only just picked up, so...
Rift Herald pretty much going to be the next one. Unless they can get into a position where they can get on top of a turret and try to finish that off.
Longzhu will be happy to just have Varus solo farming in bot and Gorilla around to give movement speed to BDD.
Oh, Asher is going to come out. Goes wide.
Yeah, if BDD walks up, he can ult to dodge the arrow, and if he hangs back, he had Gorilla there with the shield, so he's in a good spot. But speaking of Lion CC,
Ixu over the wall is going to go ahead, throws out that glacial prison, locks him down, and he'll get taken out. No real chance to respond for BDD, just hiding that ultimate through the wall. So very well rotated by Ixu, and like I said, looking for that turret. Equalizer comes down this time, is actually putting away the minions, keeping the turret up at least for the moment, but Teddy feels more than happy to try and get this one down. Yeah, flash forward with the Chain of Corruption, and Prey actually gets him with the piercing arrow, takes him out. Turret now will fall. Empty low, locked in, will go down. 2 kills picked up here for the side of Longzhu, a 2 for 2. As Gorilla did fall, but the turret still goes to Jin Air.
Really nice snap. He flashed and ulted, managed to catch Teddy, and then killed him because he was tanking turret and the final Q as a fadeaway. Much better from Rascal there, rotating down. He was second to rotate, but just ulted the minions, and the tanking of the turret by the Ashe for 2 shots is what won them this little engage. So Ixu just throws the ult and they instantly pop Zed. Nothing he could do there for BDD. Rumble is roaming down, ults the wave, but watch how Prey enters his fight. Sees Teddy tanking up, instant flash flick into the Chains of Corruption. 2 turret shots and a Q takes him down. They pick up another kill on the back end. So to go 2 for 2 with where it was at and not just give up a free objective is pretty decent from the side of Longzhu.
It also looks like he bent that piercing arrow right around the unbreakable shield from Snowflower to clip Teddy in the backside. So good stuff by Longzhu, but still losing out in the objective game. Haven't been able to take a turret for themselves. And now the ward control is starting to come through from the side of Jin Air up this top side of the river. So maybe Rift Herald on the horizon for these guys as Teddy gets that top wave moving.
Certainly it does feel like they're going to go academic here by trying to take down a 3rd outer turret and then pick up the Rift Herald to break bases further. Sejuani is on the bot side but has teleport, so for now they can definitely look to make a play around the Rift Herald. 2 more control wards in the inventory, 3 if you include the double stack from Snowflower. BDD's been very well contained so far. Kind of had to watch other lanes making mistakes around him, and now the map is kind of narrowing from the side of Longzhu in terms of places they can actually enter.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great catch to be able to take him down for that 1 death. And otherwise, I mean, he's been CSing well, but there's a Zonia's already completed for Kuzan, so the kill pressure just goes right out the window for the Orianna.
Does mean that the Orianna's on a lower damage build herself, so that's a small silver lining there, but only pretty remote one. Ix has been able to build purely lane-focused himself by going for the Adaptive Helm, which does reduce the damage from every tick of the Flame Spitter. Very good in the 1v1 against the Rumble. Means they can play around the Sejuani lane and dive Rumble if they ever see him under turret.
More objectives coming through here as Empty goes ahead, picks up that Rift Herald.
But this is the new Jin Air. The Jin Air that knows how to win when they have a good start. That's the difference in Jin Air between this season and honestly, what, the last 4, the last 5 since I got to Korea. I mean, I'm already in my 5th season now. Jin Air have had the same problem of meandering in the mid-game, regardless of if they had a good start or a bad start, and then it going to 50 minutes, you may win a fight, you may lose a fight, the game ends. This Jin Air seems a lot smarter about how to end the game, about how to move themselves forward when they have a good lead, and that's why, again, it's pretty genius that they avoided banning junglers, got Umti onto Comfort, started off with a level 1 kill, and from there, they've parlayed it very well, have Jin Air.
Yeah. You have to wonder about, you know, maybe banning away that Syndra instead. Longzhu could have just banned away the Lee Sin. The Syndra was very well contained by BDD in game 1.
Kind of led to a lot of adjustments in the ban phase, though. Zed would have been banned in the 2nd round, so wouldn't have been available to BDD, but I follow your logic. Did feel like identifying junglers for Umti, which is what they did in the first game. 3 jungle bans. All 3 of the identified top-tier junglers, Zac, Elise, and Lee Sin, were banned on red side by Longzhu. They tried to fish for what they wanted on the blue side by avoiding those jungle bans, but has come back to haunt them in a couple of different ways here.
Yeah. Like, when it comes down to focus, you know, Teddy, Umti, obviously the 2 on the side of Jin Air that you would want to try to ban away. ADC pulls in a pretty decent spot, but Umti's been showing up on that Lee Sin, so leaving it available is just asking for trouble.
And Umti's the only player that's really been polarizing the two. Teddy has been Teddy all the way through his career so far. He's very consistent, even if his team's fortunes were not. Umti had a very, very pronounced downturn in spring season, so it's understandable that he is the one you want to target.
Well, another dragon coming through. Cloud gets picked up for Jin Air, so just another stack with that inevitable Elder Dragon. We'll be seeing in maybe around 15 minutes time.
Now the gold lead really does represent the power that is Jin Air's position in this game.
4K up.
Iceborne Gauntlet Adaptive Helm is a lot of power for the Sejuani. 2 items now for Kuzan, so he'll start to be doing relevant damage. They're going to put down the Rift Herald in mid lane. They look for an inner turret. Varus very out of position here.
Yeah, Prey now going to be wrapping around, trying to join in with the squad. Charge comes through. And
Dirty.
Goodbye HP. The smite comes down, so they do weaken it considerably, but you can see that ball right there from the Orianna, just zoning them back, threatening that shockwave coming through, because there's plenty of pile-on from Jin Air. Gel goes down, Glacial Prison comes through as Rascal gets locked up, and yeah, that's going to be the shockwave not connecting in. BDD going in, straight in on top of Ixu with the death mark, but he gets taken down as Umti finds the kill. He'll go low, shield comes out, keeping him alive at the last moment. A double kill now for the Lee Sin, looking for more as Prey goes low. Petty able to scoop that one up, flash away from Gorilla, takes him out of range of the Sonic Wave, but 20 minutes on the clock. Jin Air, the pings are coming through. They're looking for Baron. TP out from Ixu as he rejoins the fight.
There's no backline threat for Longzhu after BDD was not able to pick up the pop on his first kill. 5 members, they turn onto the Baron, like you say, super early, but reminiscent of the fight that Longzhu won in game 1.
Oh dear.
Quick turnaround. Gorilla's on a one-man mission for information. He's going to get the bad news soon.
No Mountain Drake, but they do have the Infernal to help them out. Baron going over to Jin Air very early on in the game. I mean, basically back-to-back, get the Rift Herald, pop it, go for the Baron. And just really well played, even with the Shockwave missing.
Rumble stunned up, Shockwave misses. I think the equalizer here is fine. He's trying to stop any sort of retreat path, but it does mean that they have to fully initiate in on the fight. They don't have any damage. Snowflower is blocking so much damage with the Unbreakable, and then gold leads and item break even starts to become into a factor. Kuzan is able to stay alive, put down the shield, really haste the rest of his team. It's pretty straightforward from there, and Umti's feeling pretty pumped about the situation.
Yeah. And Longzhu overall, not looking great at the moment. And I mean, again, it's not even just the top lane. It's kind of everybody being a bit sloppy. Prey giving up multiple kills at the start of the series, not helping them out. They're going to be pushing in for some vision. They know that Umti's nearby, but he's retreating the opposite way, so won't be able to get into a position to try to get a pick on the Lee Sin. Instead, have to rotate down and defend this turret. Shockwave comes through. Kuzan yet again going to miss that one. Tries to get the clip in onto Gorilla. Most certainly would have had the follow-up to finish him off.
It wasn't as a minion wave was coming in, so there wasn't actually the impetus for Longzhu to keep walking forward. They could back away, and that's why there was no pressure. The Shockwave was very likely to miss. They're still going to keep up the pressure, though, very early. So Baron buff minions are very formidable at 22 minutes.
Yeah, and Snowflower just shoving forward, making sure that he can block out. There's going to be the equalizer thrown down to the back line. There's a couple players here on the side of Jin Air and a bit of the minions.
Maybe
They
buys
just tried
them.
to delay some.
Just a delay move, like you say. Just buys them a bit more time.
They have to go respond to this top lane wave. Crashing into that tier 2 as well, so it seems like Longzhu just losing out on all fronts. They have to back away from this turret. Nobody get back in, so we'll just be going down. So almost all of the turrets outside of the base scooped up by Jin Air, just 23 minutes in. Insanely concise play from these guys.
And a crazy Baron buff power play if they can break the base. Looks like that Longzhu aren't going to put in a serious contest, and the base is broken at 23 minutes.
I mean, this is looking like maybe a sub 30-minute game from Jin Air of all teams. It's only happened a handful of times.
Feels like when it comes to Summer, we can only make the historical adages about Jin Air so many times. They do not have the longest average game time of Summer. That is actually taken by Everate. They were 4th longest, and they're getting shorter and shorter with some of these games. Been controlled, been smart. Can't really level at too many criticisms of Jin Air. Longzhu looked like a different team without Khan. That much is definitely there to be seen. And BDD kind of had the game taken away from him, around him. Zed versus Orianna wasn't a consequential matchup. Kuzan was being defensive. Zed was able to get his items, but bot lane basically being torn apart, both from misplays and also mismanagement of things like the teleport plays. has meant that BD's been an afterthought, and Jin Air just rotated around and taken almost everything on the map.
Yeah. I mean, you can see had to use the death mark onto Ixu in that last fight. Just couldn't get into a position to actually jump onto Teddy. So Teddy's been keeping himself in the back line very safe. So it's been overall excellent from him and Kuzan, other than those missed shockwaves. Positioning's good. The rest has to be worked on for Kuzan.
I'm kind of criticizing target acquisition and team fighting for a Zed, which lets you know the game kind of got away from the Zed, because probably wouldn't really want to be team fighting to begin with.
Yeah. It's less critical on him and more praising from the side of Teddy and Kuzan. So. But look at this, just between a rock and a hard place right now. See the communication falling apart as they double control ward.
A lot of things are falling apart this game. Baron buff starting to wear off, but they want to break the base in the second spot.
I was going to say the base is about to be one of those things falling apart. It comes through, they do lock and Soulflower.
Good
There's a pretty
equalizer.
good equalizer thrown down. Yet Teddy going to burn down to about half HP. Buys them some time, but double super creeps in that bottom side means that Rascal has to rotate over. Just throwing out the ultimate is about all he can offer up at the moment, as he desperately tries to kill those before they get in onto the Nexus turrets. Rest of Longzhu trying to hold on to these remaining turrets.
See now another minion wave. Rum was able to clear bottom and come back. Equalizer missed for a third time in a row.
Yeah, no more shockwave there for Kuzan.
Shockwave, my apologies.
He loses the right to use those. I don't think he's has he hit one yet?
He killed Zed with one.
That's okay.
Was a lot of setup CC to make that one unmissable, but every time he's gone for attack move into Shockwave, they have missed. It's been a strange game, this one.
Yeah. This is like when I try to play Orianna in solo queue and get carried to a victory. I'm just like, I didn't do much, but we still got the win.
Hey, you just put the shield on the AD carry that was 10-0, and you're like, wow, I did my job, I guess.
And somehow you get an S+, and you're just like, oh, neat. I guess the right API doesn't track shockwave connections.
Little victories for the Silver Orianna players. Omti's going to take an Ocean Drake because he didn't have anything else to do.
Yeah, why not? Just an extra stack if you hit that point where the Ultra Dragon will spawn. They can squeeze in one more dragon before that happens, so it could be a 4-stack here for Jin Air.
Front line of Jin Air is hilariously tanky with where the game is at.
Oh, Ash Arrow comes through Prey, still able to get his way out, even with that Q from the Braum slowing him up. And I mean, what does a victory for Longzhu even look like at this point? Prey just popping off? BDD assassinating Teddy off the bat?
They don't really have the damage to kill people, so it's more of a Jin Air can't break the base again and they farm up for a long time. With where the game is at, I think if you're just free hitting as Longzhu, you're still going to lose team fights. So that's kind of the awkward spot there. They don't really have a good answer to your question, Achilles. It looks like game 3, probably.
Certainly is. Looking that way for a while now. Jin Air starts opening up onto this turret. Super Creeps yet again going to be drawing the attention of Rascal down to that bottom lane. In him, will be respawning shortly.
Ixu is shepherding this super minion wave down bot.
He just doesn't care about anything. He is the tankiest.
Maybe a ball carrier and stop the hula hoops from coming through from Kuzan.
Open here onto the turret. They try to clear out the wave. We'll be able to get rid of those minions, but turret knocked down to about half HP. And the top lane wave is going to be crashing very soon as well. So Longzhu have their hands full, but you can see Jin Air. They say, you know what? We're not going to try to siege this up. Let's just go get the Baron, and then we'll break the base, and Longzhu has to respond to this.
Killer Instinct has kind of abandoned Jin Air with their last couple of forces. Now they can try and force Longzhu to come to them, which is a different proposition.
Well, instead of going for that one, they come back in, down to the mid lane. BDD gets flipped up by that Glacial Fissure. Is able to jump away to the side, so it doesn't even suffer that much as far as the HP is concerned. Get him back up in the bottom lane. Oopsie going in deep. Tether not going to connect from Gorilla. And big Flame Spitter here from Rascal. So
Big
but that's going to
equalizer!
be the big Shockwave coming through on the backside of the Ash. Arrow connecting. And Jin Air Green Wings just wiping the floor with Longzhu BDD. And Cuz, the only one alive now, I should say, as the double kill comes through from Ixu. And that might just be the end of the game. Big wave already locked up in the bottom lane. Glacial Prison not going to connect. They'll still get the slow up. That'll be the resonating strike as they complete the ace. Jin Air looking to close this one out in about 30 minutes.
And all it took was the first Shockwave hitting out of 4. The equalizer was good. The Shockwave was way better. And Jin Air finally are going to close the game. It took Kuzan's God Hand. He lost it for a little while there, but he got it back, and he'll end the game.
Well, actually, they're just going to peel off this one. So don't want to stick in Gorilla spawning and
Still
Prey.
so early. You forget that it's actually only 5 seconds till Prey comes back.
Gorilla's trying to hound him down. Be a bit crazy if he could come up with kills. I mean, is also pretty low here. Can he find him? No, he'll go ahead and be able to recall safely. So no kills going to be found off the backside of that. This does give Longzhu a little bit of breathing room, perhaps, if they can contest the Baron, but it still seems so unlikely.
So Kuhn hits, the equalizer's there, forces Teddy to respond. Okay, this could be the fight for Longzhu, but the equalizer on 4 members gets them all down to a sliver of health, as I keep calling the Shockwave equalizer today. Regardless, the cleanup from there is pretty straightforward. Iksu, low in health, but because of all the items, is going to die very, very slowly. Stays alive through this. They come back. It's a 12,000 gold lead on the side of Jin Air Green Wings, and they just need to hit those ultimate combinations one more time, and they should win game 2.
Yeah. And I mean, they might have the Baron backing them up to make it that much easier. As they start posturing forward around this objective, trying to bait in the members of Longzhu, who have very limited vision control, now going to be cleared out, actually, with that control ward thrown down.
And with this many initiation CCs, 2 of them thrown out.
That'll be the Glacial President missing from the side of Iksu, but still plenty more to be offered up from Jin Air.
Still have more if the contest comes in. BD around the backside of the pit.
If he could get a steal on the Zed, that'd be absolutely insane for his team. Keeping their hopes alive. But basically, need to have a steal and need to have multiple people survive.
Jin Air can keep peeling off of the Baron. They have super tanks. So Iksu doesn't care about Baron damage. Waiting for cooldowns here. Ash Arrow available.
Clearing out these wards where they can. Cuz gonna go around the backside of the pit. We'll find that ward in a second. There we go. Be able to clear it out. Tosses the Cocoon already. MT doesn't want to go over the wall. Sonic Wave comes down. Iksu's going to do just that as they start playing forward. TP coming through from Rascal, who is still sitting in the base. BDD gets locked up first and foremost and will go down. Equalizer thrown in. Teddy has to pinch up against the wall. Goes low, but it's still just kiting his little heart out. Keeps himself alive. The shields come through. He's not going to go down. And everybody but Gorilla is dead. TP into the base. This will finally be the finish just a couple minutes later as Iksu finishes off that turret. Jin Air Green Wings, 32 minutes about to be on the clock, will be taking us to game 3.
Not by Iksu's hand. That's going to actually take a really long time for the Sejuani. No damage.
There we go, Teddy's there.
Teddy will get there. Lived on a sliver of health.
Gorilla's just saving his
13,000 damage, 13,000 gold down. It was actually a pretty good attempt at a team fight by Longzhu. Didn't have the beef behind them. Too squishy. Not enough damage items. And Jin Air, after a insanely one-sided early game, carry it over the line. Doesn't take 45 minutes anymore for Jin Air Green Wings, and we're actually going to get a game 3.
Yes, we are. Question's going to be, how is Khan feeling? Does he want to come back in for this game 3 and try to close it out with a victory, or do they just put their faith back into Rascal?
Well, we knew he was feeling bad. So we'd imagine that it was, an enforced substitution. Rascal, for his part, got better as the game went on. It was hard to get worse, but got significantly better.
He mediosed it.
It wasn't 60 minutes either,
Yeah,
so
it didn't
he's
take
doing
nearly,
better.
It didn't take nearly as
He
long.
learned Rumble at some point.
It's that Korean efficiency. Speeds up the
man.
process.
We've been harsh today.
Well, Jin Air find the victory. 1-1 at the moment, but can they close it out for the set? Can they take sole possession of second place spot and I think temporarily even move into first?
I'd like to see them return Longzhu to their 3 bans in the jungle. Allowing Umti to get onto comfort seemed to really address some of the issues for Jin Air in the early game, and they were able to turn them into a victory pretty straightforwardly.
All right, well, now the pressure on. Will we see the return of Khan? It's going to be the question. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we will find out.
One shot is do or die, and the odds ain't looking too good. But I got the feeling it's my time. I know I'm taking it now.
Sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Jin Air picking up a win, taking us to game number 3, and that was a pretty concise game number 2, you'd have to say. So, surprisingly, topping the damage charts is Rascal on the Rumble, but didn't feel that impactful.
A lot of the woes for the side of Longzhu actually through the bot lane, though, as Prey was caught a couple too many times in the laning phase on his landmark day, on his 300th game. Not one to remember for Prey, even though he got that sick flick with the ultimate onto this man, Teddy, who monopolizes MVPs. Whenever Jin Air win, picked up a lot of CS, did his bit. Teddy is the crown jewel of Jin Air Green Wings, and Jin Air are still in this series and could still take it down, especially if they can have an early game to rival Game 2.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Prey, his 300th game, wanting to walk away with a win, but it's not going to happen. Still could win the set.
The question here is, why is he halfway down the lane when his support was halfway back to lane?
Yeah.
That was a bit of a head scratcher. And Prey just got completely dominated during the laning phase. Ash arrows were hitting play in general on the side of Jin Air around their bot lane, and it meant that BDD, even on his famous Zed, was really a non-factor this game, could never actually enter a side lane. It was teamfight Zed from the early game, just because Jin Air were losing in other lanes, and one shockwave went wide. 2, 3, And that meant that Longzhu looks like they were still in the fight, but finally we'll see a 4-man shockwave from the side of Jin Air Green Wings, and that was all they needed to end the game.
Yeah, just crushed them out, right? So very nicely done by Jin Air. We'll have just that one more fight come through, and Teddy staying alive throughout the duration of this. I mean, immediately BDD just gets popped, but even then Teddy starts cutting this out, gets way, QSS on the Cocoon goes really low.
But you look at the health bars, this was a fight 13,000 gold down. I think if that's even gold, that's probably a fight that Longzhu wins. It's just, it wasn't an even fight. Jin Air knew they could stand up, and it's time for substitutions again. Let's hope Khan's feeling better if Longzhu want to win the series, and it looks like he is.
Yeah, seems that way. So Rascal makes his debut, will be bowing back out as Khan makes his return. So for his sake, hoping that he feels well, but getting a victory for his team might be the medicine that he needs.
And the word was that he was feeling poorly from before the series started. So the fact that he was able to perform so well in Game 1 should give us some confidence. A bit of a half smile to the camera from Khan. There he is, suffering his way through a series. Thought that maybe he'd get a bit of a reprieve and get to go into the weekend with a bit of an extended break, but no such luck. Jin Air came up strong in Game 2, as this new Jin Air lineup has threatened to do. This is not a team that can be run over like Jin Airs of the past. That means we get a very interesting, finely poised Game 3. So we'll see Longzhu on the red side again. Will they just start banning junglers and deal with whatever's left at first pick for Jin Air Green Wings?
Expect that to likely be the strategy, as we do have Jin Air moving back over to the blue side. We'll see what's going to happen. So far, the Fiora will kick things off. We saw Thresh and Galio followed up by Jin Air in Game 1.
If Longzhu does not ban a jungler, then perhaps the script will change.
Well, there we go.
See if Jin Air wants to adapt any of their bans towards what they've seen from Longzhu so far. Same time, we might have the same 6 bans, Kilios.
Yeah, it's starting to move that way as the Thresh does come down yet again. Lots of respect being shown to and to Gorilla.
And Longzhu will ban Elise with the final ban. There'd be no reason to ban these two and not ban it, you'd have to think. So will Jin Air want to change the script? As you say, Galio was taken, okay, in this spot they will ban away Orianna. Respecting that Longzhu will maybe want to blind pick a mid laner, given that counter picking a mid laner didn't work for them in the previous game. Longzhu stick with the same ban, so Galio is available. Guzan has taken it to the mid lane a couple of times. If he wants to do a containment mid laner job, that's certainly one champion to do it on.
Or we could just see it for Ixu perhaps in the top lane.
Or even Snowflower in support. The
Yeah.
triple flex from Galio has already been shown in the LCK. We have had top, support, and mostly mid lane from the Galio this season.
All right, well, that comes through, and maybe we just see the Gragas again here for Khan. Still has that chance that Cuz flexes it into the jungle, but seems like we're going to have the same pickups for Longzhu like we saw in game number 1 as the Ashe is locked in as well for Prey.
Kha'Zix definitely has a rougher time when Galio is on the Rift, so perhaps that will not be the jungle choice for Kha'Zix. Again, could still be just picking up the Galio, sorry, the Gragas. It is a flex pick. Caitlyn taken like game 1 for the side of Jin Air. Haven't shown their hand just yet. We are mostly respecting the Galio as a mid lane choice.
Probably going to be the... Yeah, there we go. Does lock in the Caitlyn for Teddy. I mean, he was the driving force, the hope that Jin Air had there in game number 1 to get themselves back in when Longzhu started, hesitating a bit with their play, but they still were able to close it out.
Well, different directions they can go with their next draft. Grace would be a bit of a surprise, given that he's had a lot of woes when it comes to win rate this far in LCK.
He has played it in the second game versus the Rocks Tigers.
I mean, a lot of
2-0.
people have Achilles, but this season, Graves has a 29% win rate in Korea, the lowest of any champion picked a significant amount of times. So, going to be a bit of a struggle as the nurse have really started to hit the Graves now that we've come to patch 7.10.
I've only seen, this Graves and then Ivern other than Lee Sin from so far.
Hasn't been forced to, given that Lee Sin has come through so many times. BD will just jump on the Talia. Maybe a blind pick, maybe a response to the Galio. Will be Farm Wars if we see a Galio versus Talia matchup in the mid lane. They're definitely feeling like the Galio may be going elsewhere. Already banning Syndra, strong matchup into the Talia. Zed, Kassadin can do very well against Talia, so See if there's a double ban in terms of the mid lane role or not. Just going to ban the Jace.
All right, get rid of that. Kennen so far from Jin final ban. They want to go. As with the Kennen, then maybe they are respecting that flex with the Gragas into the jungle as well.
Support and either top lane or jungle need to be selected for Longzhu. Gonna ban away the Zyra. So that's the only certainty, was that a support needed to be picked up, and gonna go for Gorilla's most blade when Thresh has been down.
Support Tilia. Get the seismic shove for the trade damage.
I mean, support Tilia was done by Delta Fox, so they got that going for them.
Just the best basis.
I mean, Shifter was 6-4 and 6. He was doing all right.
He's pretty good. Oh man, did you see his brand Bad Life prediction play that was on the front page? That was
Shifter is a good player of League of Legends. He has been for a long time. Jarvan's taken here. Again, semblance of flex. It's just trying to work out what's going on. He'd probably be pretty happy with the Kled into Jarvan, which is the expected matchup, but we've already had Jungle Jarvan once today, who's to say? And Snowfire was feeling the Braum. Tahm Kench or Braum available. Actually goes for the Braum over Tahm Kench in this scenario. A lot of different damage to be able to be blocked here, and very good against the explosive cask as well.
Yep, so Galio will be in the mid lane for Kuzan, so.
What support does Longzhu want to run? What we think we're looking for here. Tahm Kench would be available, but isn't really a response to anything on the side of Jin.
Yeah, nothing to really take him away from other than
he's usually going to be stuck in the taunt from the
ace
Galio.
In the hole, I guess you can take away from that, but yeah, Tahm Kench will be locked in for Gorilla. And now it's just a question of where does the J4 go? Where does the Gragas end up? Because right now it's the hover over the top lane, but they can just keep flipping it back and forth until that 20-second mark.
Yeah, Lulu nerfs seem to have really dissuaded Gorilla from jumping onto Lulu. Would have been great for the Flag and Drag Cataclysm to also have something like the Wild Growth thrown in, but clearly not feeling it. Jump on the Tahm Kench. Melee support matchup, which happened pretty frequently so far.
All right,
in LCK this season.
Last couple seconds came down, and it was a swap for the J4 back to the top lane, so it will be Cuz on Gragas out of the jungle.
That'd be a difficult matchup against the Kled. We'll see if the Kled is going to look better for Ixu. Desperate for his first win on the champion. 0-3 so far on his career. Liking it again, but with a true tank in the top lane and also the jungle, depending on where the Jarvan builds, even Tahm Kench as well. It feels like if we get to team fights again, you're not going to find a lot of joy for the engage coming through from the Kled.
See how he manages. Was the one debuting that champion here in Korea and still has not picked up the win, whereas other people, you know, they've been trying it out and they have been finding success, Cube especially, in that regard. We'll see if the fourth time is the charm for Ixu, or if he's just going to add another loss.
It's certainly going to be tanky because he's probably going to have a Hero's Entrance piled on top of the charge. If they actually do get access to the backline of Kilios, could be big engage.
That's very true. Well, let's see what happens. Third and final game for our first set of the day. Jin versus Longzhu, game 3.
Sonic echo, there leaves no room for doubt. All the shots, bring it back to what it's like.
Fans still hanging in there from both sides.
소환사의 협곡에 오신
Been a
것을
nice Saturday night out
환영합니다.
with us here at the Soli Stadium.
The hottest of dates. Saturday night, LCK.
I mean, honestly, given the usual male to female ratio, it's not a bad spot to bring your girlfriend for a date or your boyfriend.
미니언 생성까지 30초.
Now I'm thinking of LCK singles night. Be a very eligible bachelor here, as you say, with the percentage of female fans.
It's just like a mixer, you know.
Well, it is a mixer of people who love League of Legends.
Instead of a fan meet at the end, you know, you just have like a
Singles
little,
mingles?
Yeah, singles mingles thing. There you go. Just hang out, get like a
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
canned coffee or something from the CU.
I mean, given that most people use dating apps, just having League of Legends on your interest does make it a bit of a League of Legends singles mingles.
That's true. I remember when I was at Madison Square Garden for the summer finals, Reginald was talking about, he's like, what if I invested into a dating app around League of Legends? Never happened, obviously, but
Leaving money on the table.
He started really going hard at that idea that night when we were sitting there.
Well, wave clear wars in mid lane certainly will be the way. Hard leash for Cuz onto the blue buff. Teddy and Snowflower already in lane, so we do expect that to mean a quick level 2, as Teddy's actually taken Fervor this game, which, given the prevalence of Warlords amongst AD carries, is a bit of a change.
See how this top lane matchup's going to evolve, because, I mean, we saw game 1. Took a while for Ixu to get the upper hand versus the Gragas, and then once the explosive fight started happening, that completely got taken out of his grasp. So needs to have a better performance this time around. Because will be spotted, walks over that ward as he starts up the Raptors, but no one really nearby. He will start making his way over. And it is a slow take, so might be able to take a few of these away. Kuzan starts cheating forward, and MT will be walking in.
No smite available, Cuz, but Umti as well. Smite used. Let's see if that many got the cam. Probably does.
Hard to tell, but looks like he did get it. As it's only a few CS there for Umti. But he's going to be looking to take away that red buff, as Cuz just going to walk down towards that lower side of Jin Air's jungle by the look of things, where the buff's not there.
Trades continue in top lane. Khan for now being able to stand up, wasn't able to dismount Skull either. As you say, on the other side, he knows that Graves has gone top side. Kuzan,
yeah, just as punch forward, does knock up Kuz. PDD throwing out that seismic shove means that Kuzan's going to have to flash away. Not in range for the taunt either, so can't get any answering damage. Meanwhile, Gorilla getting locked up. Close comes through, takes quite a bit of damage. Almost has to devour in onto Snowflower. Walks back forward, looking to finish this one off. Gets the devour now. Cuz joining in the fray. Heal comes down. Snowflower slowed up. Body slam comes through. Roll the barrel comes out, getting a little bit more damage. And Gorilla with the tongue finally takes him down. Gets that first blood. The TP will be canceled by Ixu out of the top lane.
Yeah, last possible second, Ixu realized didn't have kill pressure with the health bars being over 250. Very interesting set of trades. Looked like Teddy and Snowflower were going to win out because the Fervor was getting to max stacks as he free hit onto the members of Longzhu, but Longzhu had the coverage. They knew Cuz was on their side, but perhaps didn't anticipate him actually arriving in time. It ended up being really big. And this time, first salvo is shot out by Longzhu.
Yep. Come up with that one. Unfortunately, first blood going over to Gorilla rather than Prey, but just had to confirm it. It was getting a bit too shaky for Snowflower to maybe make it out of there with his life. So it does just take that one away. Either way, nice little start from the side of Longzhu, better than we've seen from the first 2 games.
All summoners down except for Flash on Teddy. Might be significant if Graves finds his pathing into the bottom side. To watch this matchup in top lane track on, as it's just gone double laning items. Actually has gone for a Doran's Blade, but Corrupting Potion needed to be invested in by Khan, so laning focused, as you'd expect in top lane.
Where he wants to go. Expect it's probably going to be double Tiamat from these top laners.
Snowflower doesn't have confirmation that Gorilla's not in that brush because he shorted the Q, so but now has to respect it. Pushing in the lane means that he has the information finally, but Gorilla will get his Sightstone on first back after picking up first blood.
So just going to be working away, trying to get that quest completed so we can get that passive shield coming through.
Playing over bot side, there is actually significant warding advantage on the first Drake, which is Infernal, so always feels good to play around bot side when the Drake is also obliging as an objective.
Oh,
Speaking of a control ward,
He's going to get slowed up. The Tongue Lash comes through, withdraws away, gets himself out safely with the flash. But good placement and pressure coming out from Gorilla.
if he could have been told that no flashes were up on either of those members, maybe wouldn't have had to invest his flash, but was surprised to see the Tongue Lash come out and just went for the safe move.
Maybe worried about Prey wrapping around from the bottom side as well, slowing him up with the volley. So just decides to use it somewhat preemptively, get himself out safely.
The reasons why I'm not a big fan of Graves with this particular draft is that feels like he's going to be spending a lot of his time passively farming defensively, and thus the big Hero's Entrance plays on an invade from Umti probably going to be largely absent.
I mean, there's also really no concerning AP damage on the side of Jin Air. Kuzan's going to be it.
I mean, Galio does do a lot of damage, but it's mostly poke. It's not really big burst unless it's the early game.
Well, the taunt comes down, and yeah, like you said, Justice Punch does do quite a bit. He's going to be pretty squishy. Now Cuz coming over the wall, slows him up with the barrel roll. There's no flash here for this Galio, but Cuz is level 6, so can't throw out the explosive cast and get the kill.
And so the threaded volley was actually blocked by the last minion when it was cast by BDD.
Now he coming in. It's a lot of damage down with that end of the line. And that's going to free him up to push into the jungle and maybe take away these Raptors yet again.
Again, if you get the right angle from Ixu, sure, you can see the hero's entrance used aggressively. But if you don't, I think one of the big issues here will be the fact that because largely has been playing a farm game, hasn't actually been able to get into the face of Cuz, you won't necessarily see the play that really vindicates mid lane Galio, which is being that pseudo-twisted fate, getting in the and rotating first into the enemy jungle and allowing more objectives to be piled on to that of the Graves. A lot more defensive laning so far.
Oh, Ixu just losing out on Skarl for the umpteenth time this game. But seems to be fine, still holding up quite well as far as CS goes is Khan. Things even.
Khan doesn't have any of the items to threaten, especially with Skull so close to being back off cooldowns. It's been a farm lane so far. Reliability of that will help Longzhu. The team fighting for the Jarvan is a lot more straightforward than that of the Kled. We could argue that Kled's getting closer and closer to his 2-item split pushing pressure as well.
Yeah, next back for both these top laners should be pretty fruitful as far as the items are concerned.
And informational, because
there we go.
Tiamat is going to be the purchase for Khan. So he's going to try and fight fire with fire, even if traditionally you feel like Kled will have the all-in advantage, has fervor and also the superior dueling most of the time compared to Jarvan, whose burst is certainly massive, but system damage a little bit lower.
Well, maybe we'll see some scuffles around the top side of the map. As that red buff will be taken away here by Umpty. Tribrush is warded. Seems like he's just going to go ahead and recall back.
Playing around with a lot of pressure. Kled has had the lane pushed up. Galio can hero's entrance over. So smart of Cuz to play largely defensively. And he also has a strong side of the map. His strong side of the map is the bot side. So a play around the Infernal Drake. The percentage one for Longzhu.
You can see these exchanges. Starting to rip off the HP bar of Khan. Trades back a little bit as he does land that Dragon Strike. But he's at the all-in potential for this Kled at the moment. Seems like he should be able to beat out the G4.
And when you talk about poke as well, the moment that Khan uses Q, he doesn't have EQ to get out. So
yeah,
he has to choose between poking and potentially an escape strategy.
I mean, right now he's using his battles rather well, working around the passive to get
Watch the
that
Skull,
maximum
though.
HP coming through. Goes back in with a flag and drag. Yeah, Skarl comes back down. Ixu dashing forward, looking for the kill. Gets him with a bear trap on a rope. Should be able to finish
So
him off.
close!
The Aegis shield comes out. Ixu
Gets
goes
him.
low, but it's going to be the 1-for-1. They both go down as the turret locks onto the Kled.
No hero's entrance, but both of them will die heroes. That was a very manly 1v1 in top lane. Both of them pop open their water bottle and say, okay, well, that'll do. The winner is Ixu, though, because he was able to push in the minions as he dies. So we'll deny a minion wave over from the side of Longzhu. So while it's not a big CS advantage, at least having the minions pushed in is something.
Very slight little takeaway for him.
Well, better than expected for Khan, probably. But if you're tracking the fight, can easily be baited by seeing just the Skull be popped off. But you build it up so damn quickly. One re-engage, and he had Skull again. Played slightly differently, and Ixu might have even got out, but wasn't to be this time.
Still just going to keep things so close at the moment. 100 gold, even with Longzhu getting that bonus from the first blood. Just neck and neck at the moment. Now the ping's starting to come through onto that dragon. Looks like Longzhu will be starting it up. Ward in the pit. They're just going to go ahead and keep that one sitting there. So Jin don't really have an idea that this is happening, or maybe they do, and MT just wants to latch onto the Rift Herald.
It's still a cool part of the game. You know, Longzhu got the 1-for-1 on their weak side, which is pretty big. But now they're playing around their strong side, but so is Jin. So they're trading objectives, but both of them playing around where they're stronger. Khan walking over. This was old Rift Herald, then Graves would be pretty low.
BDD. Do they want to try to fight this one? TP is coming through from Kuzan as Rift Herald's down to about 2,000 HP. Khan looking for the entry. Ash Arrow coming through, connects in onto the Galio, but the Rift Herald will be smote away as Empty takes that one out.
So more of a contest. Kuzan actually does pick up the Rift Herald, which is an interesting decision, but he can pop over to other lanes with his ultimate if necessary. His teleport will be down for the duration of the Rift Herald.
Yeah.
But I do like when games go like this, where teams understand where they're strong, look for objectives where they're strong, and the only slight winner is Longzhu going equal in the one area of the map where they were weak.
Just a sponge forward here, BDD. Will get taunted in as Kuzan just looks for a bit of damage. Will just really rip him apart, actually.
Hooray for base values.
Yeah. Very high. And BDD just doesn't have the items to really compete with the damage at the moment, even with just that adaptive helm coming through for Kuzan.
So that will force BDD out of mid lane. He has gone for the cleanse this game, which may save him, may not. But being forced out of lane means we're going to see the Abyssal Voyage forced out of Longzhu to try and deal with this Rift Herald.
Big rotation up here from the rest of the squad as well, but it seems like they won't even be able to finish off this first turret. The wave gets cleared out rather quickly. Down just below half HP, but overall, the investment for the Rift Herald just doesn't seem to be worth it.
Probably going to need a revisit from Umti to actually take down the turret, given that Galio is a melee champion. Will be heavily harassed if he ever looks to try and finish
Trap
it.
on a rope, not going to connect. Weaver's Wall starting to come through here for BDD. Rides it in, pops off, looking for Ixu. Lots of seismic shove. Cataclysm comes down. He's going to flash in just to get on top of him and will find the kill. 3-1, Longzhu. Put another one on the board.
They definitely didn't want to play with their food there, Longzhu. Flash on top of it. Will they give up the mid lane turret as an answer for Ixu going down?
So the answer is no. Taunt already drawn out, knowing that the body slam was going to come through. And still does quite a bit of damage with the wave clear. Should be here. Explosive Kaz comes forward, MT. Popping that collateral damage. Nearly takes out Kuz. Just the whole body blocked. And now it might just be a party in the mid lane. Ashero not going to connect from Prey, whose accuracy is usually on point. Just doesn't really predict the movements that well. He'll stick around on the bottom side of the map. The first brick, that tier 1 turret in the mid lane, still going to be standing.
Having Abyssal Voyage meant that even though the first rotation was from Jinair, they weren't able to actually secure down a 400 HP turret. Abyssal Voyage got the rest of the defenses in order, allow them to repel the push. So far, Longzhu trading up, but only by a sliver. 300 gold is the lead because the CS has been going the way incidentally, or incrementally, I should say, the side of Jinair. Almost item parity in the top lane, but an extra Kindle gem for Khan means that he's slightly ahead.
He's got the lead.
Hey, man.
He's winning the fight.
I feel like this matchup will get to a point where Khan can't make the same plays he is, but he's just got so much teamfight reliability with the Skydunk potential that Cuvée showed earlier this week that perhaps the trade-off is still worth it from the side of the Jarvan.
You can see the Graves walking into the tri-brush MT spotted. Looks like he might just go for that red buff yet again, which I don't think Cuz has gotten his hands on this entire game.
We'll also have the Galio to potentially respond.
Ward comes down, goes low. Doesn't have the smite yet, so Cuz will be able to take this one away.
Could have played it or pulled it even further, but decided not to, respecting pressure. Should have known that Weaver's Wall was on cooldown. Nothing gained for the adventure. Umti went on.
Turret still hanging in there. Prey started rotating down to the bottom side. You can see it on the mini-map, but was starting to get pinched by Snowflower and Teddy, so has to wrap all the way back around the turret, so loses down a bit of CS.
And Umti and friends did invest 5 wards in the general area of red buff for no red buff steal. So now they can't really play around their vision because there's no advantages to be gained in the red side jungle of Longzhu. So they now actually have to pull back. They actually are now moving into an area where they don't have vision. So usually playing around vision is what leads to vertical jungling in the early game, which leads to growing advantages. Now having nothing to do with your vision means that Jina need to send multiple members to one quadrant of the map that isn't the red side jungle to even pick up things as seemingly trivial as their own Crux.
Prey trying to play forward. Some hits onto that turret. It's barely been able to scratch the surface so far. Cuz walks into the mid lane, but Kuzan's going to be safe. Still has that flash ready to go.
Kuz walks into the mid lane, sees a Galio with Adaptive Helm and a Spectre's Cowl, and thinks better of it.
Nah. Do a lot more with his time. For instance, set up for that dragon. He's spawning up. Just an ocean drake, but still be another stack coming through. Seismic shove from BDD, not going to connect. And see the trading in the top lane. Become a little bit one-sided, locks him in with that bear trap on a rope.
Could have
Almost
flashed
takes him
in
down.
there. Potentially could have picked up the kill, but didn't want to go for it. Didn't have Q cooldown.
Oh,
Graves is
roaming
top.
up. Yeah, Cousin. It's going to be the Weaver's Wall. Actually, Umpty might be cut off. Heroic entrance coming down from Kuzan. Pops up BDD, and he's just going to get melted down. Cataclysm from Khan, but he gets taunted out. He'll be able to walk away with his life, but has to flash to safety in order to do so.
And these are the plays we're talking about. Hero's entrance makes Graves a beast at continuing to fight with the damage reduction that was coming through. If the early game goes different and Graves picks up a couple of kills, you can't even contest your own buffs because you have to respect the Hero's entrance. Almost an instant double kill from the side of Jin Air. Ixu was winning the trades. He will also win the turret race, break the base, or in this case, the outer ring of turrets in at the top side of the map, and that's also the first of the game. So first brick to Jin Air.
Yeah, 2,000 gold now in the lead. This seemingly coming out of nowhere. We'll go ahead and get a replay of this. I mean, Khan going dangerously low. Like you said, flash forward. Could have been there for Ixu to go for the kill.
Gets solo. Khan is literally an auto and maybe a Tiamat away. Probably not just a single auto. He knows Graves is roaming up, and you're like, okay, is Graves going to be caught here? Is it madness? But Hero's entrance, watch the turn onto BDD. 2 autos, and then he's basically instantly dead. That was before the Winds of War had even been used, and sure, Jarvan can give the Cataclysm, but no more. Khan gets himself the heck out of dodge to end all of that action. But you see why playing around the top side and playing around where you're strong with a Galio is a winning proposition.
I mean, instant reaction from Kuzan, so very well communicated from the side of Jin Air to make sure that he was arriving just a couple seconds later.
And that's the reason why we don't see Galio in top lane or even support so much, because support Galio really only works with a champion like Caitlyn, where you can push out bot lane, put Caitlyn in the mid lane wave clearing, and then Galio gets access to top and bot lane. But if you don't have access to both quadrants of the map, both sides of the enemy jungle, you lose out on the value of those early roams with Hero's entrance when those base values for Galio, even building full tank, are still super, super high. So in the LCK at least, mid lane Galio has been by far the most picked, and the win rate's pretty good, even if we get frustrated and not seeing Faker on get
Maybe the charge coming through here. Now getting knocked back, going low. Tries to get himself out. The safety will be taken down off screen by Umpty. Now the taunt coming through from Kuzan, playing forward in the front line. Going to be untouched. And that other outer turret in the mid lane under threat of going down. Couple more hits would find it. Weaver's Wall forward. Snowflower going to go down. Actually jumps over the wall, over to Teddy. Keeps himself alive against all odds. Does not fall. Kuzan now just walking away. Still rather casual with how tanky he is on this Galio so far. A sliver of HP as it stays alive, and Longzhu looking a bit scattered in that fight, still not able to finish off the Braum.
Yeah, it feels like everyone is a tank just at the last moment. Braum pops over the wall, still had flash available and exhaust for the back end of that fight. Even the mid lane turret that's been on a sliver for this long doesn't go down. Everyone got baited, including the casters in that particular fight. No one goes down, and Longzhu lived to fight another day.
Yeah, looked like he was at the rights, but fantastic escape from Snowflower, having that stand behind me. Get himself out of dodge, but Longzhu just losing pressure still. That turret will fall as Kuzan pushes back in. Pretty fearless at this point. There's not a whole lot the BDD can do until he gets, Void Staff, a couple more items coming through. As right now just does not have the AP to get through that Adaptive Helm, and now Spirit Visage that comes out on top of it.
That is a very disgustingly powerful Kuzan.
Galio's fun.
He's basically immune to the Taliyah, and one of the reasons that Taliyah has been very popular in the meta is that she can split push without even having to have the teleport. But now she's going to get matched by Galio, whose base values are going to definitely more than tickle the side of the Taliyah, and takes 0 damage from the Taliyah. Probably going to be Void Staff second for BDD. Wants to go for Death Cap or a higher AP item just to have the ability to shove super hard for the majority of the game, but when you see a Galio like that, who you're largely going to be matched against as the game goes on, you're kind of narrowed in terms of the items you can build. Could be a Leandri's as well, I guess, if he so chooses. Not as strong against the Galio, but kind of straddles the line.
And that shield of his help eat up a lot of the Leandri's damage.
And the 170 magic resist.
Yeah, that works as well.
You kind of forget that Galio's identity now is still sort of an anti-mage tank. You don't really feel like he can still build armor, and you forget about the magic damage shield because it's such a tertiary part of his kit. Used to define Galio when he had the magic resist into AP scaling, but still is very powerful when there's 2 or more magic damage threats, which certainly have been in the meta for a long time.
I remember old Galio and Force of Nature was an item.
That was a really long time ago.
Yeah.
I remember old Dr. Mundo with
was so
Force of
good.
Nature as
Yeah.
an item.
It's unkillable.
Not that Dr. Mundo has changed, but Force of Nature certainly did.
It's gone. Like so many great items before it. Or alongside it. There wasn't that much removed, I guess, before
That's true.
Force of Nature.
Well, that's the Innovating Locket was removed before it, for sure. Not that many
Heart
other
of Gold
items.
was at the same time, I think.
Might have been around the same
Hold
time.
that thought as the charge is coming through. Prey on, and Lonesome just going to get dunked on at the moment. Gorilla arriving now with the Abyssal Voyage. Helps to try to keep him alive as the Devour comes through. Keeps getting popped up.
Big
the taunt
taunt.
comes down. Gorilla's going to fall prey. Following suit right after with the support. Goes low. One hit away from being stunned up, but you can see just no way for Khan to get into the fight. No TP available all the way in the top lane. Just now rotates down to mid. Maybe should have just stuck around in top to get the split push going, try to knock down that turret, but instead Jin Air just keep gaining objectives and keep finding kills.
And 4th time's the charm for Ixu, finding a really good charge. The best I've seen him personally pull off, diving past the first heart, knowing that Prey for once was all on his lonesome. Cuz couldn't interrupt it. The Abyssal Voyage wasn't there just
Go for this.
defensively.
BDD rides in on that Weaver's Wall, has to flash over it to get himself out the safety. You see that TP does come through from Ixu. So
Double TP.
yeah, they commit a lot. Yeah, Kuzan did arrive at the same time as you say.
Kind of Rambo from the side of BDD. Didn't have much backup.
Yeah, seems like the pressure is really getting to him, but we'll go ahead and follow Ixu through with this charge.
It's a really good charge. As we said, the Tom Kench wasn't in position for this. Had to Abyssal Voyage just to get close to where Prey was. And sure,
Pop
couldn't
up.
get out, but got popped
Pop
up.
up.
First by the Hero's Entrance, as you say, second pop-up. The pop-ups are real.
And then
on
straight
the
into a
side.
taunt from Kuzan. So
It was really nice. It was really nice stuff from the side of Longzhu.
yeah,
From the side of Jin Air, sorry.
very well chained together. Just doesn't give them a chance, and now 5,000 gold lead here for Jin Air, 3-0 on the turret. So still a lot of standing gold, but Longzhu just they can't get themselves into a position to actually contest these. They can't even contest the scuttle grab.
They can contest Vision around Baron because Kled has been playing bot side with no teleport. There is a teleport advantage now for Khan, given the double TP led to nothing from Jin Air.
Heroic entrance is still there from Kuzan, though. Buys quite a bit of time. And the charger, I mean, look at that.
I think he was knocked back. I can't tell by his health bar.
He took like 80 damage.
And that was with a Void Staff.
It's just disgusting.
Debonair Galio,
dear.
very conspicuous to a person know more so as BDD is. All right, Ixu again.
Charge around the backside, locks in onto Gorilla and BDD. Seismic Shot does come through, and Ixu is going rather low. Devour out from Gorilla, keeps Cuz alive. Cataclysm comes down, but popped up is Khan going low, and he will go down as Empty claims the kill. Heroic entrance from Kuzan is handing over the shield, lands the taunt onto Gorilla. One more shot would fall. Explosive cast knocks Kuzan back in. Galio finally goes down. But still, the siege can continue from Jin Air because Teddy is rather healthy.
This is the time where Jin Air's comp is strongest in the mid game when no one can even put any sort of scratches onto the side of some of these super tanks. Took a hilarious amount of turret shots to take down first most of Ixu's health bar and then Kuzan. They don't give up any more though, and Longzhu are able to back away and put some gold back onto their carries. They need 3 items on Ashe, on Jarvan, on their carries to really make a dent in Jin Air. But for now, Jin Air reigns supreme, so them not being able to break the inner turret is relevant because it buys Longzhu more time.
We'll pick up the Ocean Drake. So something for their troubles off the backside of that play. Kuzan finally going down. It's just got to be a feel-good moment for Longzhu, even if it doesn't give them much.
Kuzan says, well, I don't want to take physical damage either. Starts working towards his Frozen Heart. Will be 40% CDR just from items coming in soon. To pile that on.
Just disgusting resistances. But Prey needs a lot more before he can really start chewing through. Has the Blade of the Ruin King, which helps him out a bit. Outside of that, just going to be the Hurricane.
His next choice of item is actually pretty tricky. Your first thought would be the Last Whisper into a Last Whisper item, but the armor value is actually pretty low on the enemy team. So Infinity Edge will almost certainly be the correct purchase for him here. It's just very expensive, slow to build. And Last Whisper earlier would help him to at least start puncturing into Kuzan while he's ignoring all of BD's damage. So
Yeah.
no item feels fantastic on the side of Prey, as BD says, well, I'm going to get the most magic penetration I can, but Leandri's is very much the next item for him. It's not going to help him dealing with the Galio.
Yeah, not having as much AP as he would like. But Hero's entrance coming through. We'll get the pop-up on the Cuz just off the side. Barely finds that one. TP from Khan has to flag and drag his way out to safety right off the bat. Maybe we'd see the cancel from him, but he does join in to try to counter a push in onto this tier 2 turret in the mid.
Ixu can go bot lane if he so chooses. He has teleport back up in just a sliver of a second. Now it's going to be Longzhu. Have a lot less options when it comes to the globals. Only the semi-global of the Weaver's Wall available for him. So Jin just want to return to bot lane, draw a member down bot, and then they should have a very real chance at making something happen around the Baron side. The way you can stop this kind of inevitability when it comes to not having the global resources to match the double teleport is to make some hard engagement plays. Prey hasn't really been on Ash Arrow duty this game so far. Been a lot more defensive plays for him rather than being able to lead the charge. That's very on the nose, but that has very much been Ixu's job so far in the early game, and the items start to pile on to the side of Teddy. Until we see Prey hitting 3, 4 items, feels like it's going to be very difficult for Longzhu to wrestle this game back from Jin Air.
Yeah, so could just be all in on delaying this one as long as possible for Longzhu. But have to start being worried about Baron. We saw how early Jin Air was able to take that in game number 2. If they get a couple picks, they're going to turn straight in onto it. So this next, potentially 10 minutes or so from Longzhu, try to be without any mistakes.
Which game 1 Longzhu, you could see that. Game 2, admittedly with Rascal, things looked a lot more complicated for them. Now we're at game 3, where Kled is split pushing them. Khan is forced into the bottom lane, and that means it should be a power play on the top side of the map for Jin Air.
Just trying to get some vision control here in the river. Clear out most of these and take control over the Baron pit. At least for the moment for Longzhu.
Caitlyn's out of any sort of power trough with double Zeal item and the Infinity Edge complete.
Yeah, has that rapid fire cannon and static shiv ready to go. So no Hurricane here from the side of Teddy, but there's still plenty of wave clear from the rest of his squad. So doesn't have to be too concerned with that. Can just go a bit more aggressive. In which Khan start engaging in onto Ixu. BDD is nearby. Cataclysm comes down. Doesn't win a flash over the wall. Quite connect onto that seismic shove. Now the Hero's entrance coming down, gets the pop up onto Khan. They might be able to turn this one around. Flashes away with the taunt there with the flash from Kuzan. He's able to lock him in and he goes down. Now Glacial Fissure coming through. Gorilla has to get the devour. Flashes in underneath the turret, but he still falls. As Prey goes down, a double kill over to Ixu. Finally showing up on this Kled for himself. Kuzan eating up that turret. Goes back in for the taunt.
One
Will
more
connect
hit.
onto it. Yeah, they're just going to go ahead and finish off Cuz BDD. The only one that will be alive at the end of the day, and that could be Jin Air breaking the base.
It does look like it's going to be that. The Heroes' entrance once again is the difference between the two teams. Those globals come in massive. The Weaver's War only coming in now after the team fight was abandoned by Longzhu, and the base is broken at 30 minutes. Didn't take a Baron. Just brute force from the side of Jin Air.
Oh boy, bad spot to be in now, Longzhu. Even with that Infernal Drake, just cannot come up with these kills. Suffer 4 heavy losses, and now the inhibitor line has been broken at 30 minutes in the bottom lane, taking them as far away from that Baron as possible.
So when this fight opens up, notice that neither team has vision in the blue side jungle of Longzhu. So you think, okay, Longzhu's going to get in there first, it's going to be fine. The Hero's entrance comes through, and you see that Jin Air is pretty fearless here. They just cut through. They had vision of the other members of Longzhu just being in the mid lane wave clearing, and they all have one-track mind of diving in. They know that if the turret aggro goes specifically to Kuzan, he can walk out scot-free. And from there, Teddy's free hitting at 3 items that was just hit, so the item buys perfectly timed for Jin Air Green Wings, and they know their limits with these Galio comms. It's one of the reasons that Kuzan hasn't been able to get his hands on Galio with any reliability. It was banned in Game 1, actually by their own hands, but they clearly prioritize super high this Galio.
Well, they're going in for Ixu, should be able to finish him off. It's a 4v1. Heroic's entrance actually will come down. Kuzan, is he going to regret this? The rest of the team is getting ready to join him in. The taunt comes through, locks up 3 members, and he is still just slowly getting chipped away at. Might be able to finish him off in the end, as he does start going low. Taunt yet again coming through, but they will kill him at the finish as BDD claims the kill. Abyssal Voyage from behind comes through. Glacial Fissure with the flash thrown down by Snowflower comes up with a kill onto Khan, but so far it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Longzhu as they try to get back into the game.
They didn't actually flash in just to kill one to stop Baron from being a potential objective. Still going to be potentially started here by Longzhu. This is the first time they felt ahead, given how far they've been behind they've been in terms of pressure and tempo in the past 15 minutes. Trading up was something they were kind of granted by Kuzan, going in very late with the hero's entrance and getting no value out of it. And looks like all Longzhu will be able to do is back away, pick up some minions, and maybe still lose part of their jungle.
Yeah, I mean, just need to try to make sure that those Nexus turrets do not go down with all the super creeps spilling in. Teddy, he's going to be taken away the blue buff, the Gromp, while the Mountain Drake is grabbed up here by Umti, which means that the Baron is going to be that much easier for Jin Air. So go a bit too hard with that commitment on the hero's entrance from Kuzan. 2 of them die, but they still are coming out on top.
I think what Jin Air have understood about their limits and about the players on their team now is that get Kuzan on a utility mid. Orianna was the attempt in Game 2, but prototypically it has been a champion like the Galio. Find some of these dueling champions that, for example, Cuve's been playing, like the Kled, who, as we speak, is already going in.
Charge forward, yeah, from Ixu. Tries to get the lockdown in on the Cuz, but the Devourer is there to keep him alive.
But if they have Ixu with kill pressure and initiation on top side, a utility mid, and set up around Teddy, so far that has been the recipe for success for Summer Jin Air.
Well, Weaver's Wall was used there by BDD, not able to cut anybody off, so no kills coming through for them. Super Creeps are yet again just pushing forward into that bottom side of the map. The ping's coming down. So Jin Air waiting to play around that
Actually,
pressure.
Arrow Caitlyn.
Yeah, they do lock him in, but he's not going to get knocked in by that explosive cast. Heroic entrance was there as well from Kuzan, just keeping him shielded, keeping him safe. And now Longzhu in such a precarious spot. No vision inside the Baron pit. They do not know if this has started up until right now, as the Hawk shot does come down.
Yeah, the best possible Ash Arrow from Prey doesn't actually gain them anything. The hero's entrance, the only big cooldown that they lose. Let's see if Jin Air can play smart around the Baron. If they have it stolen here, that might be a window back for Longzhu.
Minions get cleared out on the bottom side of the map, and BDD does not have the Weaver's Wall to ride in. Khan gonna go low, can't really walk back in for the redemption. Flashes over the wall, actually does get the body block for the ace in the hole, so he does not go down yet. But the rest of the team is in dire straits. Gorilla will fall. Prey and Khan limping away, and Jin Air, still very healthy members, can go straight back over to that Baron if they so please.
Teddy.
Oh, he's going to play forward straight into Prey. Has the crit, the leap forward from Snowflower, helping deny that final damage coming through. Will keep he and his ADC alive, and BDD is unable to answer.
Yeah, this time he's doing his best Prey impression, going in super aggressive, trying to find that kill onto Prey as Teddy takes him down. Jin Air have already broken the base in one spot. They want to break the base in the mid lane as well.
They might just want to finish it here, honestly. It's 35 seconds left on Prey, but I guess with Teddy being as low as he is, they want to at least play this out slowly. Looking for the taunt, won't quite find it on the Cuz. Khan is healthy, gets the knock up into the knock back onto Kuzan as the explosive cast comes down, but Khan's going low. Cataclysm thrown out, has to retreat back to the fountain. In the meantime, Inhib turret is going down. 15 seconds on Prey, the finish on the game. A bit too risky for Jin Air, but they will just go ahead, open up another lane for Super Creeps and peel back.
Yeah, they went for the percentage move. They actually had super minions pushing in the bot lane towards the Nexus turret, but went for mid lane, backdoored most of it, and then finally got their minion wave because they realized take down in the second inhibitor, back away, purchase up. Very difficult to contest Baron unless Longzhu rush it down right now. The only thing that Longzhu can actually force is another fight around Baron, and even that I think they'll lose given the spot they're in.
Although they're going to try for this one. Yeah, they throw out that Weaver's Wall.
It's their best chance,
as they
honestly.
pile in, they have the Infernal Drake helping them try to work through this Baron rather quickly. Umti going to be coming in, and Ixu charges in. Heroic entrance coming down. Baron taken away by Umti. All of Longzhu's hopes flying right out the window. 2 kills as the bot lane gets shredded down. A double over to Ixu, finishing off Khan. And just like that, Jin Air should have won the game.
Yeah, it looks like Jin Air will do it. The Ocean Drake will be something. They're mostly healthy. Kuzan can tank double Nexus turrets for days. And Jin Air have turned around the script. We thought it was going to be 300 games and a 2-0 for Longzhu Gaming, but this new Jin Air continues to be dogged. They finally make the Kled work, which may be so important for them going forward, and they will win the series and jump to 3-1 and second place on the ladder.
Yeah, second place in their sole possession, just underneath of Samsung. 36.5 minutes, and the Jin Air fans increasingly have more and more to cheer about.
And insanely, it wasn't with a roster change that usually is the thing that pops up the sales, like, for example, Longzhu, whose rookies have largely done well. It's their current players playing smarter, making better decisions, understanding the limits of the champion pools, which is starting to fall into place, putting specifically Kuzan on these wave clear champions who can turret dive and peel, having Teddy be Teddy, that part was already set, and finding champions for Ixu and so on now, who no longer are on tank duty, or on pressure duty. They're causing pressure in their own right. These three things together are winning strategies in how League of Legends is played come summer season, and that's making them, at least for the start of the season, one of the pace setters.
You can see somber looks there on the faces of Longzhu. Khan as well, not feeling, 100% going into this series. Helps his team to a victory in game 1, can't quite do it there in game 3, and Jin Air just keep looking more and more improved as time goes on, beating a Longzhu that nearly took down SK Telecom.
And when you were kind of being sobering about Jin Air, if you were trying to be before this series, you said, okay, lost to MVP, MVP haven't looked great, that was the first series of the season, beat Rox and Everate 2-0, and on the one hand, people would say, well, look at the opposition, and I was mostly looking at how clean Jin Air was. Like, Jin Air knew how to win in a way that they haven't for many years. They've been a Stolfest team, they've been a meme for a very long time, but that only matters if their players are good enough when the opposition gets better. Longzhu was kind of the first step where you're like, well, Longzhu is still pretty good. They almost took a series off of SKT, matched them at every moment. How good is Jin Air Green Wings? The answer continues to be pretty damn good. There are some asterisks here. Rascal played game 2. Apparently Khan is having some issues, came back in game 3. Didn't look necessarily his same polished self. You see Longzhu are crestfallen about their defeat. But Jin Air now have largely played a lot of these teams that are going to be out of contention for the top 5. We don't think MVP, Rox, and Everate, with how the season is looking now, are going to be top 5 teams. Now they've played 4 out of the 9 opponents. We're going to get to learn a lot about Jin Air Green Wings in the next 3 weeks or so.
Yeah, I mean, this honestly makes you a bit more and more excited to see Jin Air play against the likes of SK Telecom.
Been a long time since Jin Air versus SKT was hype. I think back to spring of 2015 when GBM was finally coming to his own on Xerath. They took 1 series off them. That was a big deal. But I don't know if Jin Air is going to be a contender. We've seen teams in the first couple of weeks look good and then fall away. But I know that there's something about Jin Air. They do understand how to win. And it's not the meme team. It's not the 50-minute dream that they were for literally 5 seasons. The best part of 2.5 years.
Oh, look at that. Damage coming through. BDD doing his damnedest with that Talia, but Teddy yet again on the Caitlyn. The shining star, as you said, for this Jin Air roster.
And all that Talia damage was being wasted on Kled and Galio in the front line. That was the problem. And one of the few downsides of Talia is when you don't snowball and there's true tanks on the enemy, you're not quite Karma, but you're not that far away from Karma in terms of all your damage being absorbed by the likes of Galio. The Galio ban's going to start coming out of Kilios, and that's also credit Ixu, who had 3 not great games of Kled. Came back to it again and again, and specifically the charge down bot was the best of those he's had, best performance he's had. So-on had some great games earlier this week, and now they have a bit of a headache. Who to play between Ixu and So-on.
All right, well, good job, Ixu. You got your Kled up to a 25% win rate.
Hey, man, you got to start somewhere. Got to start somewhere, Achilles.
I mean, he just, bested Khan in this matchup. And you said that, this was going to be in favor of the Kled coming down to it, but he still played this so well as it got to the team fight phase.
He's jumping on the Kled hype train like we were with that particular charge. Synergy between the Kled and the heroic entrance.
The bouncy castle.
It does feel like we just have to keep coming up with new duo names for ultimates, because the hard engage with heroes entrance combos are so cool to watch. But they were deadly effective for the few times that specifically the Tahm Kench was away from prey. He would die in those scenarios.
Oh.
making the Kled work. If you asked me who our two Kled players would be in Summer, I would not have told you Cuvée and Ixu, even though Ixu had played it in the past. But so far, they are the trendsetters. Even Smeb, for example, didn't look fantastic on the Kled the one time they picked it. And Kled is now a pick to be feared in LCK Summer after not being a pick in Korea really at all in Sprint.
Yeah, we saw it in NA quite a bit during the last split. I know Zig played that a couple times. But, I mean, yeah, this combo, just the charge straight into the hero's entrance is just dirty stuff from the side of Jin Air, well executed. And Kuzan very on point with the Galio, constantly landing, multi-man taunts throughout those team fights, responding within a matter of seconds with the hero's entrance. So good job overall by Jin Air. They put another win on the board and take sole possession of that second place spot just under Samsung. But let's go ahead, hear from our MVPs from today. So we throw over to Joel for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. We have Jin Air Green Wings who pick up a 2-1 victory against the Longzhu and Gaming, and we have our interview MVP for today, Teddy and Ixu for our interview. Teddy, we want to hear how you think right now.
되게 좀 그랬는데 두 번째 판도 이겨서 좀 역전된 것 같아요, 기분이.
I feel like the first game was a big tragic for us, and we were kind of feeling tilted after that. But winning the second game allowed us to be better on the third game. Yeah, for me, like it's been such a long time since I've been doing this, since I did this interview, and I think facing up against one of the premier top laners in LCK right now was such an honor for me, and also a very good game for me. Yeah, when I was playing the Kled, I was trying to go in pretty aggressively, but getting that one turret hit hurt a lot, so I had to get my composure back right away. And of course, we have to talk about the first set, where you guys did face a loss, and that should have been a big hit on you guys going to game 2. Yeah, I think we were trying to be a little bit aggressive on game 1, trying to get early advantages, but I think that was a risk that we took, and we did have to take for that, and especially around the Drake when we messed it up. That took a big toll on us, and we didn't have much to hold back, get back into the game. And we have a video highlight of where the Jin Air bot lane was doing all the carry for the team. And this is a minuscule of differences that made all the difference. Whenever Snowflower and I see a kill opportunity, we just kind of go in. We don't really think too much about it. Who usually makes the calls to go for the kills? You say Snowflower, but isn't Snowflower pretty disappointed that he didn't get the MVP? Yeah, I think he was pretty disappointed that he didn't get the one. And Ixu, you've always impressed with the damage you have actually taken per minute, more than the damage you've actually put out. I feel like we have enough talent in the team that, if I soak up all the damage, my teammates will do all the rest of putting out the damage towards their opposition. So that's kind of what I rely on, and I feel like that is my role for the team. And what's the reason for not buying shoes? We have to ask you about that. I didn't realize that I didn't buy the shoes, but like getting the boots was a thing that I didn't realize that it was happening. But I think it was when I was trying to get closer to Karma. Karma was running away from me. I didn't know why I couldn't catch up to it. And Teddy, it seems like no matter what the situation is for the team, you always try to do what you're supposed to do as the AD carry, putting out the damage when the team needs it the most. I think, I try to go aggressive at all times, and I think I realized after a few deaths that maybe I should go a little bit more passive, but I try to go in aggressively when I can. And we want to go into game 3, and one of the things that we have to compliment you on with the Caitlyn was a trap that you set that was very beautiful.
솔로에서 좀 많이 던져보시면 돼요.
Yeah, I think it's just like you have to practice in solo queue. That's about the best you can do.
3세트에서 이제 익수 선수가 다시 한번 클레드를 꺼냈고 약간 자르반 클레드 구도.
And Iksu, you pulled out the Kled once again in game 3, and you faced up against the Jarvan.
부담되시지 않았나요?
But wasn't the matchup a little bit difficult for you?
굉장히 편해하고 있어가지고 자르반 주고 제가 하는 게
You know, with the ban pick phase, we got a lot of what we wanted, and so giving the off to Jarvan was no problem, and we really want to take the Kled and try to go for the team fights.
그래서 아쉬웠고. 하지만 3세트 때는
예.
해줘가지고.
자르반에서 좀 마음이 편했죠. 일단 맞은 것도 있고.
Yeah, but I think game 3 I felt a little more comfortable since I did play the Kled a couple of times.
예.
그때 무슨 애가 같이 죽어버렸잖아요.
아 이거 나 안 죽고 이거 잡는 각인데 하면서 게임 했어요. 들어가서 내리고.
I've had this situation where I was trying to go in for the kill, and at one point I thought I got the kill, and I probably did, but I died right after. So this was where he was talking about. And a lot of people do criticize on your offensive picks, but you showed it here today that you can play some of these offensive picks. And what a shame.
그래서 이제 갈리오랑 이 클레드랑 이 조합이 되니까 좀 시너지가.
And a new synergy we saw today was with the Galio and the Kled with the ultimate chains that you guys can do.
연습은 했죠.
Yeah, we did practice out that composition a few times.
들어가는 거랑 많이 시너지가 나다 보니까 그냥 뭘 들어가는.
But with the synergy that the Kled and the Galio have with the ultis, and we always try to go in together and try to make the most out of our opportunities. And we do have a video highlight of those chain of ultis. And Iksu, do you make these shot calling?
자르반이 텔레포트가 없고 저만 궁 있고 라인을 밀어.
Yeah, Jarvan didn't have teleport at this time, and it was a situation where we could go in aggressively because we did outnumber them. And I just told my teammates to go in aggressively on that one.
It's definitely one of the best looking ultimates we got.
And Jinair, you guys are on a 3-win streak, and you guys are looking good. And I'm sure, you guys had those, comments towards you guys saying that you guys shouldn't be deserving this record, but how do you guys feel about your current record right now?
원래부터 많이 던졌거든요. 근데 대회에서는 지다 보니까.
I think for me personally, I've done a lot of throws, and I threw a lot of the games, and I kind of realized that, but I think me being a little bit more consistent is helping out the team.
A good assessment.
그렇죠.
Yeah, I think, having a consistent result with the team allows me to be more aggressive, so it's helping the team out and individually at the same time. And it seems like you guys are very calm with your gameplay. Yeah, I think right now, with the current team environment, we were always so loud, so that was a little bit rowdy, but we're settled down a little bit, so I think it's a little bit more calmer of an environment to play in. And of course, Umti has said that he wanted a solo MVP, but what do you think about his current play right now? Yeah, Umti was crying in the back saying, why wasn't I the MVP, but he was really whining about that.
선수가 뭐 최근뿐만 아니라 스프링 때도 항상 저희 위클리 SK 마성의 보이스에서 유머를 책임지고 있어요. 책임지고 있었나?
And Iksu, in the last spring, we had to mention that you took a lot of the funny aspects of the players, but what is your current morale like in the team?
감독님이 말리셔도 전 신납니다.
Yeah, I think all of our teammates right now, we just really promote all this funny acts and try to be entertaining at all times. So even if the coaches stop us, we won't stop. So guys, we did a 3-game win streak, but now we're gonna try to extend this even further and hopefully have a really successful season this time around. So that's the end of the review. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel. I mean, the stage is set at the moment for Jinair to continue forward and excel. Tougher opposition certainly on the way. Like you said, Rocks, Tigers, MVP, Everate, the squads that they have faced so far. but they're looking good. Their play is looking clean and concise.
Yeah, week 3 and week 4, I think, are going to be the test. So the next match for Jin Air is going to be on Tuesday against KT Rolster. Probably a good time to be facing KT since they haven't hit their stride yet. Then they get to play BBQ, so probably going to be a bounce-back match, but back-to-back Tuesdays. KT next week, SKT, and Samsung in week 4. So by the end of week 4, we're going to know, is Jin Air an also-ran or a contender? If they can win 2 out of 3, they're a contender.
Yeah, for sure. But coming up next, that's just our first match of the night, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be SK Telecom T1 versus Ever8 Winners. Another one-sided one on paper, but we get to see Septed, the new rookie in LCK, take on Faker, the Demon God.
Yeah, we had rookie
Demon
versus established king twice today. Prey was overtaken by Teddy, you have to say, in the first series. Now we get to see Faker versus Septed, and we've built up so many young mid laners to just be creamed by Faker. If it doesn't go to that particular tune, it's going to be cool.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens. We'll see what roster SKT is going to bring out as well. We're going to go to a quick little break, so watch the timer. We'll see when to be back. We'll have those games for you in just a little bit.
Like darkness crawling on your I fight with tooth and nail. Hit me with the golden lead. Got battle for the losing this. Don't make the lion fall. We fight 'em all. Love ain't no game, 'cause faith ain't the same. Lion fall. We fight 'em all. Love ain't no game, 'cause faith ain't the same. Watch me burn, seems to fade. With me with the golden lead. Got battle for the losing this. Don't make the lion fall. We fight 'em all. Love ain't no game, 'cause faith ain't the same. Lion fall. We fight 'em all. Love ain't no game, 'cause faith ain't the same. Don't make the lion fall. We fight 'em all. Love ain't no game, 'cause faith ain't the same. Lion fall. Like darkness crawling on you. I fight with tooth and nail. With me with the golden lead. Got battle for the losing this. Don't make the lion fall. We fight 'em all. Love ain't no game, 'cause faith ain't the same. Lion fall.
Coming up next, SK Telecom T1. Ever8 Winners. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split. Today's matchup. SK Telecom T1. Ever 8 winners. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to OGN LCK. I'm Achilles, that's Papa Smithy, and now it's time to get down to brass tacks. The second match of the night, a bit of a marquee matchup there in the mid lane, because it's going to be Faker versus Septon, SKT versus Ever 8 winners.
And SKT coming off that amazing series against Longzhu just a couple of days ago, just getting over the line, and now Longzhu having that curse of going down to SKT, and then going down in our first series against Jinair in a big surprise. This is going to be a fun one because obviously SKT come in heavy favorites. Ever 8 had a lot of struggles that last time on the Rift, but the mid lane matchup is a fun one because once again, we have another young hopeful that has never played against Faker getting to ply his trade after a very impressive first 3 series in the LCK.
Yeah, we also have Balrog, new rookie out of the jungle as well, going to be going up against some veteran status, but this time it's not going to be Peanut. It's actually Blank starting for SK Telecom after that series against Longzhu where he came in and saved the day as he always does.
And you might think that's the surprise already, and you can understand Blank playing, but we've got more to show you in just a couple of moments when we get the rosters done. But first of all, these teams are playing for third spot, because even if SK Telecom are to win 2-0, they will be 1 game behind Jinair. These are words I didn't expect to be saying in 2017.
We're in the dankest timeline right now, Papa Smithy. Hopefully it'll go all the way to the end of the split so that it's truly the dankest. But for now, SKT, like you said, underneath Jinair, cannot climb past them off of this set, but definitely won a 2-0 victory to reinstill the hope of their fans. Like you said, we had another surprise for these guys, so we'll go ahead and get right to it right now as we introduce the teams. You know the players, you know the subs.
But you might not know the top laner.
You're going to be seeing a couple different ones because Untara, in addition to Blank starting, will be there in the top lane over the likes of Huni.
And that means you have the undefeated man in 2017 in the jungle. 8-0 on the year is Blank, who, after being called in an emergency reinforcement against the side of Longzhu, won double MVP, deserves his starting spot, but Untara getting a very early chance from the top lane. If you remember in spring season, Huni was able to fight off the pressure of Prophet, but Prophet didn't come in to the second round robin. Now, of course, on NIP over in Europe. They're giving Untara a chance very early in the season, and that to me is probably the biggest surprise. Untara, if you've been a long-time viewer of the LCK, used to be on CJ Entus in 2016. Didn't make too much of himself, but you could say the same about Haru and other players that were under the CJ umbrella. His solo queue play is what really drew SKT to him. Had 2 accounts in the top 5 of Challenger. You can't really argue with that. He's getting another chance. He's going to be facing Ever 8 winners in his debut for SKT.
Yep, and over on this side, of course, Comeback going to be sitting in that support spot here as Hachani makes his return back to Korea. Still playing support, even though listed as a sub for the jungle over Malrong.
I need a couple of players here to lift their performance. They tried the mid lane gallo themselves, Ever 8 winners, but given the high DPM of Septon, #1 in the league for DPM, you have to feel like he needs to find a carry, but does that narrow Ever 8 too much against a team like SKT that can play every style, repel every counter push? It is going to be a big uphill battle for Ever 8, but this is the sort of match that coaches put that extra bit of time into making an impression. Even taking a game off SKT at their first time of asking would be really big for Ever 8 winners. We look at Helper. He'll want to get a hold of the Rumble, but guess what? In the top lane, we can expect that to be contested because Untara has been playing plenty of it in solo queue as well.
Yeah, Untara has been tearing up the solo queue charts. That's why he was picked up by SK Telecom. It was a bit of a surprise for everybody to hear that he was the one snatched up, given, you know, his run on CJ, how poorly that team did overall. But, I mean, we saw how Haru did during the spring split, coming out, absolutely destroying everybody out of the jungle. Now is going to be on the bench for Ambition, but still, that post-CJ effect seems to be in play, and SKT have seen something in Untara, and that leads to them putting him on the roster.
KDA for Huni's not great. Maybe that's the reason that he's been overlooked His run so far on the team has been decent, but hasn't necessarily been standout, and you need to be a standout to be on SKT still, or at least give Untara his first chance of the season. As I mentioned before, 2 accounts in top 5 Challenger. There aren't really many free spots in Challenger in Korea, so something definitely to at least get him a chance. This is the marquee matchup. Faker versus another one of these hyped LCK rookies. It will be Septed, and really draw your eyes to DPM. Number 1 in the league is Septed at 578. And in so many other stats, not even all of them represented on this graph, Septed has been strong. 81.6% kill participation lets you know that the games are run through Septed if Everate are to win.
Yeah, I mean, just look at those figures right there. I mean, the KDA, the worst one, but even still, 3.4. Not too bad given Everate's struggles so far during this summer split. Everything else, first and second place for his role. So it's been absolutely a massive performance by Septed.
It's pretty cool. So this is actually DPM per game. 1,000 in his first. That's the highest of either of the two. Faker's first 2 games, he'll want to forget those. They were against Samsung. They lost that series. From there, though, it's a lot of consistency. That's what I want you to take away from this particular overlay, is a lot of consistency from Septed in losses. For example, his Orianna is 0-3, and yet you look at it as one of his best performing champions, as he was a standout even in losses. We saw games where someone was fed on the other team, and you best believe Septed was 4-0, 5-0 on Orianna. Sometimes didn't have a ball carrier. Sometimes the team comp was Helper on Fioros. Didn't really matter how big the Orianna was. There's been a lot of explanations as to why Everate has gone down, but very few of them have centered around Septed.
Yeah, seems to be the shining light on that squad, no matter what the circumstance is, whether they're winning or losing. But key player here from the side of SKT is going to be Blank, currently undefeated in Season 7. The go-to when SKT needs to put those wins on the board, and this time starting.
It's amazing how, some fans won't remember Blank till last Worlds, where Bengi needed to really have the spot that Blank now occupies. Blank is the dependable man they can sub in to close out a series, which, okay, Peanut is a wild card, but we didn't know that Blank necessarily had the fortitude or the prowess to be the steady hand compared to the more wild card that is Peanut. But so far, Blank has given no quarter. He won a double MVP in their come-from-behind reverse sweep of Longzhu Gaming. And now he gets rewarded with a start. So Peanut's going to have to go back to solo queue again, one of the best solo queue players in the world, to try and build himself up, because Blank is looking formidable, and for now at least, is the starter.
Yeah, and it's really his meta at the moment. Not that he's going to get his hands on it, but if he could, the Zach show that Blank would be putting on would be absolutely dirty. 18 or older to enter onto that one, but the likelihood of him getting it in his hands is going to be very slim.
Completely agree with you there, Achilleos. And what about Septed picking up one of these impressive champions for him? Because sometimes SKT will go target, and sometimes they're like, well, let's beat you with your best champion. So never really sure which way SKT will approach a draft. First ban is towards Comeback, who looked pretty desperately poor in the last series from Everate Winners, which was a counterpoint, because he came in against MVP, bossed around, played the Galio support and Thresh, looked very strong, and then against Jin Air was just abyssal voyaging into no vision and making mistakes. So Comeback is in the lineup for shot calling. Hachani was always known for having a very good mind for the game, even if his mechanics weren't necessarily there with some of the best supports in the world. And if he can shot call the downfall of SK Telecom, he'll be doing his job.
Yeah. A damn impressive one there. And SKT is actually going to ban away Zach on the blue side.
Maybe Blank just hasn't got to play it, Achilleos.
How very surprising. Well, he won't get his hands on it, but you can get your hands on that SKT Zach skin soon enough.
We don't actually work for Riot. We do not need to do the sellouts here, Achilleos.
I know, but the skins actually look so damn cool.
They do look cool. The video especially was a nice window into the skin process, but we digress. Syndra has to be banned on the red side here for Everate. They would love to be playing it themselves, but they're a bit more constricted on red. First pick Syndra, something we could definitely see from Everate in Game 2 of the series. We're not really sure where SKT are going to put their priority. There's a lot of changes in the roster here. If you look at the players that are still around, Faker has played a lot of Talia this season. 3-0 on that pick. Varus is probably going to be very high priority as well for both teams, specifically Bang, who is 3-1 on that. That's been his comfort as well. The holy trinity of junglers has been banned between the two teams. Zach, Lee Sin, and Elise taken off the board. SKT probably going to go pretty defensive in their jungle choice, you would think.
I mean, Grog is still available, so that one from Blank. And during the Longzhu series, so could just fall back onto that pick perhaps even first. and then just flex it between top and jungle. But yeah, Ever8, they've done their research. They will go ahead and ban that one away.
If you're wondering what Untara has been playing in solo queue, Rumble, Fiora, Kennen, and Jace is most played. When he last played for CJ, it was the tanks. Maokai, Poppy, had a pocket Fiora, which we could see here. First pick is the Galio. Huni not in the lineup makes it more likely that it will be a Faker champion, but outside chance of Untara or Wolf piloting as well.
I have to just wait for a little bit more information before we can allocate that Galio to a specific role. And Ever8 might be looking for ambiguity as well as they go ahead and lock in that J4.
We had a jungle Jarvan earlier today. So always an outside chance we see it, but it feels like most of the time it has been more of a misfire, and Jarvan is a pretty common blind pick top laner in the current meta. These surprises, they keep coming. Blind pick Jarvan is a thing. Priority in the draft, given what's banned actually, it's kind of up in the air. I thought Ever8 might just claim their AD carry of choice very early in the draft. Dual struggles on Ashe in that series will not be fast forgotten against Jinair, where he was, I believe, the Teddy did 4 times his damage in that particular series, which that was an insane stat. So he'll wait off. He'll try and get his choice of picks into what you have to assume will be Varus. Varus Lulu and Varus Karma have been the lanes of choice for SKT. And okay, Untara goes with his most played across all accounts. He has most played Rumble, trying to play himself into form on that particular pick. Feels like if you're going to be an SKT top laner, the first thing on your resume has to be Rumble player, given the Prophet played it, Huni famously plays it, and now here comes Untara. We'll be playing the Rumble.
I mean, if you want to just be a top-tier LCK jungler as well, Rumble's got to be at the forefront of your champion pool. So that one will come through. The jungle pool very condensed at the moment. It looks like it's going to be the Olaf coming through from Malrong. I mean, an outside chance, a very outside chance that we would see that flexed into the top lane with J4 in the jungle, but with the Ghost Hover already from Malrong, we're expecting him to take the Barbarian.
And again, Nidalee is now becoming a ban almost blanket against any opposition. Blank has played Nidalee quite a lot in his professional career, but he was never a top-tier Nidalee player. Again, mostly thought of as a defensive jungler. So to see Nidalee banned in this scenario, when again, we've only seen one game of Nidalee. It was Sungwon for Rox Tigers in a loss. Nidalee's done so much work at the top of solo queue. A lot of the challenger junglers are playing it, but we haven't seen it translate into competitive play just yet. With no AD carry taken, SKT will ban away the Ashe, and they probably want to force Duel into a bit of an awkward spot, given that he really did struggle against Teddy and Jinair Greenwings.
Yep. Graves also taken off the board, so Ever8 completely focusing on Blank. They say, you're the undefeated one. You're the one that we need to focus on. So they take away the Graves. We'll have to see where Blank wants to end up.
It's probably a pretty big pick here. Ever8 could blind pick it against Faker. Otherwise, you'd imagine SKT will consider it, because they could still go for the Galio support and have Orianna as well. So you don't necessarily want to force something. Zig's marksman role will come in. So Zig's bot lane is chosen by Ever8 winners. That increases the likelihood that we might see something like a Jace in the mid lane. A big pick for Scepted in the past has been Jace. So going magic damage from the bot lane lets us know that AD is possible here. Zyra and Ziggs means AD mid lane is very possible, as SKT will just go standard. Kha'Zix's probably the tier-list jungler available, as, well, we've seen some crazy. Mordekaiser would be really over-the-top crazy.
That would be a bit of extra crazy there, but it's actually going to be the Lucian for the mid lane, we'd have to guess, unless it's going to be Ziggs mid, but seems a bit risky perhaps, but Lucian in the mid lane for Scepted. We've been wanting to see this from Faker. Solid out of the top lane from Huni.
Yeah, almost certainly will be mid lane Lucian, like you say. The Ziggs opened up there to be an AD mid laner. I thought it would be Jace, again, given Scepted's reputation, one of his best picks. But he'll go on the Lucian against Galio. So Galio's probably just going to wave clear and not care. And if that gives a free lane to Lucian, and they can play around how strong Lucian is, 1 item, 2 item, feels like the mid game is going to be the big point of attack for Ever8. Trying to take advantage of just how strong Lucian can be in the early game.
I mean, he is very mobile, so getting that taunt lockdown onto him might have to rely on something like the Flash to really pull him in to set up for a gank from Blank, but still, Scepted has been performing so well for Ever8 winners. Hasn't translated into too many wins for this squad. But if he can take down Faker, shut that Galio down early, perhaps that's what will be required for Everett to pick up a win against SKT.
And our first Ziggs bot lane of the season as well, trying to just push in Bang, do their best Gigabyte Marines impression. Comeback will be on the Zyra here. A lot of magic damage, a lot of burst in the bot lane. Interesting draft, different than expectations for sure. But Everett winners, you got to take chances against SKT, and they're taking a couple in this draft.
That they are. Let's see if it's going to pay off. See if they can put a win on the board as we go in for Game 1. SK Telecom T1 versus Everett winners. OGN just teasing us. Bits and pieces of that intro. Still waiting for the full release.
Great fan group.
Nobody starting
offering
up the
a
cheer.
Surprising there.
When the entire audience is filled with SKT fans.
Yeah, this is definitely both sides being full. As
that looks cool.
That was an Alistair and Faker. That's an interesting duo. There
Maybe
still are
it's,
some Ever fans here, but not in full voice, that's for sure.
They got to get used to that cheering thing. You know, it's only been a couple games. They're new to LCK.
Well, they are new to the meta, too. There's no Doran shields here, Achilles, on the side of Everett.
How tilted are you?
Pretty damn tilted. At least SKT did that bit and bought 3.
I mean, I guess it would feel pretty terrible Ziggs going Doran shield first.
That's true.
Having that extra bit of AP and HP is going to be monumental for his success. If
Helper might opt into it as a second item just because every tick of the Flame Spitter does refresh the Doran Shield passive, so it is very strong against and with Rumble, who was a Doran Shield user even in the old Doran Shield days. That might be the first time this season we've had no Doran Shields for a team.
Definitely an odd step.
So welcome back to the LCK for Untara, who took spring season off, wasn't playing on a professional team, but his escapades in solo queue, were enough to see him highly sought after. A lot of teams were looking at Untara after he got those two accounts in Challenger in top 5. And SKT picking up is definitely a big vote of confidence for Untara.
Well, already shoved through coming from Septed, just trying to push Faker in underneath the turret. Tried to deny him as much CS as possible.
Look at all this DPM he's getting.
Yeah, he's going to be able to go ahead pick up all these minions, so it'll be fine.
You'll try and play around with the minion waves also. If you get the fast push, you can try and pull it so that the Winds of War doesn't just instant clear, as we know it will get to, once it gets a few levels in it.
And this really could change the, the itemization that we usually see from the Gallios in the mid lane. Typically you go, straight for that adaptive helm. But now going up against the Lucian, perhaps we'll see some alteration to that build for Faker.
Yeah, adaptive helm, very low value in this particular game. Malrang's popped himself over. He's going for a very early gate. You don't often see level 2 ganks, but Malrang's looking for it. He's already ghosted.
I mean, Untara's getting chunked out. Yeah,
welcome to the LCK.
Zip his way in. Untara's going to go ahead, flashes away, but that's going to be the undertow resets coming through, and he should be going down. One more hit. There it is. Malrang, as you say, welcome to the LCK. Indeed, the rookie takes down the former CJ top laner.
We saw this sort of creative pathing in Challenger and in promotions as well. One of the few junglers who would look for level 2s, but you don't usually expect. Remember, this was a red buff start. Actually, blasting plant over, ghost in level 2 gank from an Olaf who did not start at the blue buff, like most Olafs will. So really creative stuff there from Malrang. Sorry, he went blue buff straight into red, into the blasting plant over. So yeah, it was 2 camps.
Just really fast.
Well, he skipped over wolves like most people will do. Usually you go blue buff into full clear, because you can abuse your passive, go low, and clear all the camps very quickly. But focused on the gank. Rumble always going to be overextending those early levels. Held onto the axe till after he saw the flash from Untara. Nicely done from Malrang.
Yeah. Very well handled for him, and it's going to help Everett get out to a nice little lead. And really fast track that Olaf in the jungle. And I mean, it's always sink or swim with him. So getting that first blood especially is going to be very instrumental for Malrang's success.
Mike has a level lead over Malrang, so he's doing his best battle ward and put down a control ward as well. Doesn't matter what he's playing, he will always be highly involved in that vision war, such as the way of Blank.
Blank and battle ward usually have to pick one.
It's true.
But he's doubling down.
I really can't say enough good things about Blank's play against Longzhu, where came in at a time of need and really was clutch. Given that, honestly, the big criticism of Blank, even if you remember IEM and the struggles at the start of 2016, was that in the big games he seemed to get nervous. They talked about having some professional help come in to try and help him to fit into being the jungler for SKT. So for to now be the one who's clutched, for now to be the one who's looked at in those clutch moments, lets you know that a lot of work has been successfully done by Blank, and that is a very important tool for SKT, especially in best of fives, where he can watch with Coma, potentially come in and abuse the jungle pathing of the enemy jungle.
Maybe that's where the weakness lies. Maybe he has to be summoned in later. Can't start the series. So if SKT come up with a loss here, I think that's going to be the arrangement that has to be met. Wolf just going to get delayed a bit on that recall. Bouncing bomb will chunk him out a little bit more. Could open up for Duel to maybe get a shove in on the turret. Try to deny a little bit away from Bang, but just with the double Doran's rings, shove from the Ziggs isn't going to be that strong yet.
Yeah, the item build for Duel will be interesting to track. Tier became pretty standard for these bot lane Ziggs by the end of LCK Spring. Again, didn't see it so much. The first few weeks, everyone was having a go. Bang played a couple of games. Prey played it. Everyone was flexing their muscles onto the Ziggs, but a lot less later in the season.
And again, another shout out to Shifter.
It's true. We've mentioned him twice in one stream.
That's the most he's been mentioned on this stream in a while.
It's true. I mentioned him last time just because I would like to see him play mid for the team, because he is the best player on that team by far. Not historically, but in terms of current skill level.
Sure. Everybody else is just like, oh man, Papa doesn't like this very much.
Good old Shifter.
I hope Cutie Pie hears about this.
That's fine. He can at me. He'll get me some followers.
I want to see that. The Twitter war between Papa Smithy and Cutie Pie. Make it happen, guys.
Hey, we used to be duo partners in Season 1.
Well, Lottie.
Michael Santana and I. He won't remember me from that at all. I had a different name at the time. But it's a true story. His Revive Ghost mid lane Pantheon is one to remember. He was a troll back then, still a troll now.
I mean, were you Skyping together during these duos?
Yeah. Okay. No, it wasn't Skype. It was
you were on
TeamSpeak.
You were on voice chat. How could he forget that voice?
This is a fair question.
He knows.
We've had literally no interaction in the preceding 6.5 years? 5 years at least. It's been a long time.
Maybe it's time to get the band back together. Papa Smithy joining the Delta Fox squad now, leaving OG.
Oh boy.
What a career move.
Upwards, only upwards, Achilles. Well, it's not been a lot of action since the level 1, but it's largely been SKT. Just getting in their lanes in order.
And level 6 is here for Bang. If he can land that Chain of Corruption, you can see he's going to do just that as they leap in. And whoo, Duel doesn't even have a chance to flash. Just gets taken down even with the heal.
He was isolated in that spot as well. Dies. He threw out the W. I guess he was going to try and flash on top of it. Used early. Didn't lead to any rewards. So first kill on the board for SKT. They've had pressure in the bot lane the majority of the laning phase. And they'll turn onto the Infernal Drake, which is the right spawn. So they get to play around the bot side after picking up that kill. And most of the advantage for Everate were on the top side of the jungle. So being granted the Infernal Drake is a very favorable spawn for SKT.
And it is. So nicely done. Well orchestrated by SKT. And Duel going to have to be a bit faster on the trigger with that flash to get himself away from the Chain of Corruption.
Just back up for Untara, and we see Malrang spot on an award, so the turret dive onto Untara is looking less and less likely.
Tiamat already completed here for Helper, so the shove is going to be pretty nice for him. Untara having to opt in for those Ninja Tabi to start things off. Not going to have a lot of power behind that Rumble, so even if he does come TPing in, mostly going to be offering up utility as best as possible, slowing with the Harpoons, rather than the damage that we would normally see.
Seeing where Faker goes with this build after his Ninja Tabi. Iceborne Gauntlet is a possibility. You want to find some health from somewhere. Still will go at least a Spirit Visage or Adaptive Helm eventually. But the laning items of choice will be fun to track after the readjustments of a lot of the health items. We've even seen Righteous Glory from mid lane Galio, so people are really messing around with different options, trying to abuse the flat reduction with just building health, which would work well against Malrang at least.
Let's see though just how far set back Duel is at the moment. 68 to 84 CS with the wave pushing into Bang, so he's going to have a very sizable lead over the Ziggs. Who normally, you know, CSing is not going to be that big of a concern. But when you're going up against the best, it's going to be a bit difficult. Taunt comes through off the backside of the Justice Punch.
Speaking of going up against the best.
Lots of damage onto the Lucian, to say the least. He gets knocked down to about half HP. Does have a Bilge Water Cutlass and a couple pots, so he'll be okay. Now Faker's going to face check in on the Balrog. Hops him up, Taunt coming through, and Blank's waiting in the wings. They leap in. So much damage down on the Olaf, sprinting away now with the Ghost. Should be able to make it out safely. Shield goes over onto Blank as the hero's entrance comes down from Faker, but no one in sight to get knocked up, so they will be able to exit.
Extended gain of chicken there, trying to make Malrang use the ultimate, the Ragnarok blown, but heal being the summoner spell on Septon meant they could turn. There was always a chance something could happen. They get a very long cooldown ultimate down as the hero's entrance has multiple minute cooldown at level 1. Blank will still be able to clear him back though, so Malrang playing around the pressure. Previously it was SKT running this bot lane, or at least bot side of the jungle.
Thought maybe he would be going for it. Was spotted by that ward on the backside of the red pit. So Blank knew that he was in the vicinity. Still figured that he was safe enough to go ahead and complete that recall.
We've seen when top lane Jarvan is drafted and Olaf on the same team, which has happened a couple of times this season. We've actually seen the Flash Olaf come through. I think Spirit was running Flash Olaf for the Afreeca Freecs. Instead, it's the Ghost, which helped a lot for the first blood of this game, but will force the Rumble Pit when Cataclysm comes down and Olaf is invariably trapped with the opposition.
Can make for some awkward situations.
Probably can't call it a Rumble Pit when there's probably also going to be Rumble in the pit.
That's very true. Well, Blank sticking around on the bottom side of the map, but you can see Duel playing very far back, not making the mistake that we saw from Prey earlier on, now that his support's out of the lane. Tara just going to go ahead and flash away from the Cataclysm as Malrang shows his face in the top side of the map.
Yeah, if there wasn't a ward there was the chance they would continue to fight, and then the EQ into the Axe would be enough, but ultimate for Flash is still always going to be a great trade for the Jarvan.
Yeah, very nicely done. You can see Tara just has to go completely defensive. Seeker's Arm Guard, the only item that he has giving him AP at the moment.
And he's building for lane. That is a good thing. And whenever Rumble is forced to build for lane, at least the threat of the Equalizer goes down, at least relatively. Rumble always wants to build for the Liandry's and Magic Penetration. So Jarvan being a respected pick enough to make the Rumble pick for build for lane will delay the Liandry's come in, and thus give Everate just a bit more of a semblance of a chance when the first team fight does break out.
Yeah. As expected, though, seems like he just wants to go for the Seeker's Arm Guard, cap it off there, then start focusing on some AP, so the Blasting One will get picked up. So he has a little bit more oomph behind that Flame Spitter.
Basically, with the armor, you have enough to shrug off most of the trades, wait till your flash is back up, then you can force yourself to overextend again. So you just have to be respectful with this build, and the Blasting One will help with wave clear, given that you're probably going to be giving up creeps and minion wave control to the Jarvan, and then Blasting One now builds into Liandry's, so that will certainly be the pickup for Untara. No real information about Untara on his big re-emergence into the scene yet, waiting for that big first Equalizer to see if it's on point.
Hopefully it's a bit better than Rascals. Hope to God that it's better than Rascals.
It'd be hard to be degrees worse, but again, Rumble was a pick that everyone needs to pick up over the course of spring. And most of those new Rumbles definitely didn't seem to have the same mastery over the champion, understandably, that these players that have had 2, 3, 4 years invested into it do. Oh. It's never nice to judge someone by their first Equalizer, but that's just the name of the game.
Faker getting chased away out of the mid lane for a moment there.
Because Faker's cheating to bot lane as his bot lane is pushing in, so Septed has to threaten him, otherwise the hero's entrance and SKT pushing up would lead to first brick in the bot lane, so just a bit of a mind game there between Septed and Galio. Septed's had some of the coolest gamesmanship of mid laners. He was the player who saw Rift Herald being placed in mid lane when he was playing Galio and flash taunted to interrupt the channel, because that actually kills off the Rift Herald. It's never summoned. So investing flash for that was something where we're like, okay, this is really cool interaction. We have to evaluate it. Ended up being a smart move for him at the time.
Oh, we're still just winning out on these exchanges at the moment. In a very nice spot with the Black Cleaver getting ready to be completed on top of the Tiamat, so he's a pretty strong J4 to say the least at the moment.
He needs to be. I mean, the game plan here for Everate is for the Rumble Pit I was talking about, where Cataclysm and the Olaf are in the backline. No one else is joining him in the backline. Ziggs is going to launch damage from far away. Septid's going to be dueling probably the enemy front line. So the strength of the Jarvan, if he can do his QV impression and skydunk people as the Ziggs ultimate comes in and they get a burst onto the Varus, for example, or take down the Kha'Zix in the Chaos, that's really the route to victory for Everate, because it's only 2 people diving. It's not one of these 4 or 5-man dive comps.
Oh, Wolf just walking straight past the control ward. We'll go ahead and sweep this out. Maybe he saw it and was concerned about the dragon being taken.
You know that somewhere Coma is feverishly writing down a note.
I mean, that's a potential backside TP spot for Helper if they set up for a dive on SKT in this bottom lane.
And Helper's already got Black Cleaver and Tiamat, so he's definitely ready to go.
So maybe that'll bite them in the rear if it stays there for a bit longer, and if Everate can get the setup. But for now, just going to be a lot of back and forth tiptoeing around this mid side.
And if it lives for a while, I mean, right now you have to notice that there isn't the home guard buff yet, so you can't necessarily really close distance quickly if you go for a deep teleport like that, but in 4 minutes time, it certainly will be a pretty titanic option when it comes to engage. I always have to watch my adjectives when Jarvan is in the game, because the engages tend to become cataclysmic, which I don't want to say.
Is it catastrophic?
I don't know.
No, if you have a catastrophic engage, that's probably pretty bad.
I think Everate might have a catastrophic engage sometime this series, but not yet.
Well, it's going to be a sneak away on that Cloud Drake, but Malrong is soloing down that Rift Herald in the meantime. No vision in this top side of the river for SKT means that this is going to be relatively free.
Well, another series where, okay, teams know their strong side. For this side, it's Everate in the top side of the map. For SKT, it's the bottom side. And in past seasons, this would just be a straight-up loss for the top side, because you couldn't solo down Rift Herald. You needed to play around the bot lane. That's why we saw tanks teleporting bot lane, trying to take turrets. It was rinse and repeat. It got boring. Now you have a real option to take the Rift Herald on the top and get more value than a single Drake. So it's too early in the season to say that it's better to play around top side, but it's an option to play around top side. And that's already something exclusive to summer season after the Rift Herald change. Hey, I've thought of a synergy here. The
What's that?
The Ziggs and the Rift Herald have a lot of synergy when it comes to being able to...
Oh, charge in with the satchel charge and just
Yep.
destroy a turret? Yeah, you're correct.
Big burst into big execution is possible with the Ziggs and the Rift Herald. That's cool to think about.
You can see it taken in a matter of seconds, and the Rift Herald's alive for that much longer, maybe to get an additional charge into a tier 2.
So the theory there is to pick a winning top lane match and then a farm mid lane, or at least equal pressure. Then you're happy to split the map, swap the Rift Herald, and then whichever lane Ziggs is in is going to be a great lane to throw down the Rift Herald for.
Well, checking back in on the items here as Blank starts poking forward at this blue buff. Frozen Heart completed for Faker. And a Black Cleaver on the way for Septid.
Frozen Heart gets a lot of value, but will be relying on his resistances with no health in the bonus. Oh, Blank got the smite.
Yeah, takes it away. Nicely done by him. Bit too early from Malrong. Can't hand it over to Septid.
Just a minute amount of instant vision allowed him to actually get the smite off, because there was a control ward in the brush. They weren't able to juggle the golem into the brush, so bit of a mistake there from Everate, and the cost is the blue buff.
Shading Corruption comes out this time, flashed away by Comeback, keeps himself safe. But Bang still just trying to play as far forward as possible to whittle away at that turret. Wants to get that first brick away from the likes of that Ziggs. That's for a little bit of an extended trade on the turret. Takes a couple shots, but still is rather healthy as the Blade of the Root King is already completed for him.
If Riot is listening, I'd love to have the Rift Herald duration be on the trinket bar on the scoreboard. That'd be cool if we could have the... just like the trinkets.
Yeah, kind of like a cooldown,
yeah.
just to have it be there.
It's
Yeah.
like a reverse cooldown compared to how the trinkets are used, but that would be useful as we only get it now and know that there's about 40% left on the Rift Herald buff.
Yeah, get that hover over.
He thought it would be used around bot lane, but if Malrong's to do that, he'll have to set it down pretty soon, and he's on top side. Maybe he just wants to further punish the Rumble, who has early vision that Olaf is here.
Yeah, spots him out. Waves pushing into him. I mean, the dive is still going to be somewhat an option. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, first brick sought after by Bang and Wolf. That's going to be that equalizer thrown down. The wave cleared out as the Rift Herald does come through as they try to force this one up, but not sure how much more they're going to get for this.
And probably not even get the turret unless they wait for the next minion wave. They're going to get a lot of it, though.
Yeah, a couple more hits that will go down, so poor investment, you'd have to say, overall for Everate, as they do lose out on that first brick at the bottom side of the map. So SKT taking the first clear lead that we've had so far in this game.
So excited about the bot lane Rift Herald, but was denied. Feels bad. Item spike starting to come. I talked about 2 items on the Lucian, now complete. Black Cleaver finished after the Blade of the Ruin King, and Black Cleaver on Helper as well. So that might mean some synergy between each other, and even for the Olaf when he's diving into the backline to have the armor shred down is good.
Well, Bang rethink a couple options there. One for the Hex Drinker at first glance, and then decide, you know what, I can wait on it. The Ziggs doesn't have that big of damage at the moment, so swaps back over for the Zeal.
Not going to be playing exclusively in the same lane as the Ziggs either. Ziggs will have to tend to CS in bot lane. I tell a lie, though, as for now, Scepted is going to be the one to pick up the empty lane farm, given that he's their real source of consistent damage.
Getting up towards this mid-turret is going to be a bit of a task for Bang, as Duel does finally have some items coming through the Sheen there as well.
SKT don't have a lot of great vision to be able to make plays around the mid lane. Usually you want advanced vision on both the blue and red side. Finally, just now, we see Karma attending to the bot side vision. There is a degree of risk in Bang pushing forward.
Just really allocating resources is SKT. As Antara will be now scoring off against Scepted in the bottom side of the map, which doesn't sound like a great matchup for him on the Rumble. Blank walking forward, will get rooted, takes a bit of damage. Wolf trying to throw out those shields to keep him alive. The leap away as the redemption comes down. Bang getting ready to join the fray, and Helper comes forward. They'll just exchange spots as Blank flashes to the side, getting away from that flag and drag. And Faker is in the backside, locks up comeback, will find the first kill of the fight. Hero's entrance coming down, not going to find the pop-up, but the shield is enough to keep Bang relatively healthy. And now SKT maybe posturing forward, looking for this turret, and Tara nearly getting popped up, goes into the zone, flashes away as the Cullen comes through from Scepted, keeps himself alive.
Yeah, good rotations there from SKT. It was a 5v4 as Scepted was not there. Equalizer was good, both controlling space and burning down comeback. And now they're looking for Malrung.
Yeah, Justice punch in on the Malrung. Doesn't have the Ragnarok, already popped it. Now getting taunted, will go down as Blank finds the kill.
Yeah, SKT are playing around the vision they just moved, whereas Everate doesn't have that same information. They're kind of all at sea with their shot caller dead. Now they're chasing Scepted.
Yeah, Scepted trying to get this exchange in onto Bang. Now kiting back, but gets taunted up by Faker yet again and should go down. Can he get the exchange? Yes, he will. Takes out the enemy Varus and somehow is still alive. Justice punch at the end will finally take him down, but a kill that Scepted likely should not have gotten.
Nice mechanics to kind of spare his blushes, but was caught in no man's land. That's the bigger problem there, is that while he cleaned up a kill and went 1-for-1, need to be a bit smarter about the fact that they still don't have any defensive vision on their red side or blue side. They had a lot of advanced vision, but the game is being played on SKT's terms, and thus they were flanked multiple times as people just kept getting caught out. Started out with the Kazakhs appearing to get caught out. They had aggressive teleport coming in, but first Galio comes in, Rumble starts rotating, and the equalizer here is pretty spot on. Faker gets the 2-man taunt. Equalizer means that people can't come to join the fight, and also they just burn down the Zyra. And from there we thought, okay, it's going to be one kill, it's going to be over. Scepted's going to eventually get to mid lane and start wave clearing, but SKT moved to their vision around the top side as Untara is being targeted in the bot side, and they got 2 more kills out of this.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, no man's land for Scepted later on in this, but also Malrung just getting way too greedy, wrapping around towards SKT, trying to contest for some Raptors instead of just peeling back. He suffers a death for it.
He thought that SKT didn't have enough information to make that aggressive a move, but they had a ward on the Raptors. They had a ward to spot that Jarvan was going bot lane. They knew that there was no one lying in wait to turn the fight, and thus it was just a free kill on the Olaf, so overconfidence there.
Now Malrung sprinting forward, Righteous Glory down as they try to get in onto Wolf. They will root him, the redemption comes through, but he's going to go down. Duel able to walk up and at least get a tag in onto that Karma before she dies, but Malrung takes the kill.
And this time punishing Wolf, looking for the same sort of vision they had just a moment ago. Second Drake of the game goes over to SKT. Third, actually.
Third one, yeah, it was the second Cloud Drake for SKT. The top lane turret does finally fall.
Battle lines still seem to be drawn. Top side mostly to the advantage of Everate. And SKT have gotten all the Drakes. Seems to be a small issue in the SKT booth.
Yeah, Peanut not in the game, so not going to be his mouse issue, but maybe Bang having a similar problem.
We find out that for some reason Bang borrowed Peanut's mouse. Like, really? Hopefully we'll get some information over what's going on.
See what happens as we get the 80s into the booth to try to alleviate the issue.
Definitely looks like SKT are a tier above Everate, which is not really to anyone's surprise unless you're reading too much into their loss over Samsung. But I like that Everate still are like, okay, topside is still our playground. Really understood after Marang's death that there had to be vision there that needs to be replaced very soon. Took down the Karma, got the Rift Herald as well.
All right. Getting some information. So it seems like we're just having a PC issue here for Bang. So not any of his hardware. It's just going to be something with the computer. So likely just going to be rebooting, reconnecting him into the game.
Yeah, so just getting that confirmation that hopefully it's not going to be too long of a break. Game was still very much up for grabs, and we're already back in. Nice stuff
so
there.
maybe even just a client's problem with the disconnect. So we do get him back in, and seems like everything's taken care of as we don't have a repause. So rather swift one. As we approach 25 minutes. Speaking of Bang, he's going to get pinched on. Has a flash over the wall into the Raptor pit as Helper comes over with that flag and drag. And Everate, they're looking to open up a second turret for themselves. Chain of Corruption comes down. Nice equalizer out from Montara. Still doesn't really have the damage to back it up. Helper's still going to be pretty tanky on the J4, but they stave off the push.
Yeah, respect shown by Bang because Karma was still coming back from base after being picked just before the replay occurred. Gold lead here is by no means severe for SKT. A lot of their advantage is in their investment into the Drake.
Yeah, it's just 1.5 at the moment. But like you said, silently ticking up for them is that Infernal.
Rift Herald didn't get much of a benefit for Everate in the top side. I guess you could argue that they largely broke the outer turret line first from it. As Faker decides that, yep, he liked what Kuro was doing on the mid lane Galio, going for Gargoyle Stoneplate into Thornmail. He's not dying intercepted anytime soon.
Yeah, just trying to take the least amount of damage while also dishing some back out. So he'll be in a pretty good spot here. And Bang as well, going straight in for a Phantom Dancer. Thought maybe we'd see that Hurricane come out for him on the Varus. But wants that dueling potential.
And no one's putting Hurricane, so again, it seems to be a nod to 7-11 hitting next week. And Hatch is really changing the power level of that particular item. SKT pushing up top lane, pushed in bot lane. We're not seeing any advantage from specifically the J4 in dueling the Rumble, and Rumble's just leaving lane wherever possible. Because they really want to break the mid lane turret, but for now, are largely being thwarted. Really high wave clear on the side of Everate.
Slow and steady as the rest of the game goes through. Rift Herald still not, of course, didn't net much for Everate, so they don't have too many openings on the map. And Baron is very far away for either of these teams unless we see a massive fight come through with one clear victor.
Game of pressure. The seesaw right now still favoring SKT, but not in a large way. Ragnarok forced out, so ult for ult trade there.
We'll go ahead and get rid of that. Faker.
Oh, that's just surprising damage coming through from the side of Sceptid, although he does have the Last Whisper and the Black Cleaver.
Yeah, ripping right through Faker, even with all of that armor that he stacked up for himself, and Sceptid is still going to be very healthy. So in a very nice spot to duel out that Galio, so he can stick very far forward in that top side of the map for a little bit longer as he clears out that wave. Doesn't really have the vision inside the jungle to go too much deeper than that. Does have one ward that spots out Blank, so he knows that he should start peeling back.
Team 5 phase is the one I'm really excited about, just for, as we talked about, Everate's attempt to dive the backline with Olaf and Jarvan while Ziggs throws a bomb, compared to the Equalizer trying to shut down Sceptid. That just can carry these fights. He has a lot of levels, things that you miss when you have a mid lane Lucian is you have a lot of levels. So things like the culling at 27 minutes in the game being level 3 is a lot of base damage that can surprise people in team fights compared to your usual expectations about 80 carry Lucian. He certainly has a nice amount of CS, although predictably Faker always slightly ahead of the game.
Now going to be trying to itemize in for the MR. Picks up that Spectre's Cal so he can mitigate a bit of the damage coming out from Duel and comeback.
Find some control wards here. Everett, they have one on their red buff, but having a stronger line of control wards like you can see SKT does around the Baron would behoove them so they can continue to inch forward with clearing minions, but back away also when they need to show respect. SKT going on one of those ward missions, clearing out one of the control wards we discussed. There are the control wards, so Everett, they understand the spot they're in. They now have 7 in their inventory. As they back away, Lucian coming from base, Zyra coming from base, 50% HP on the mid lane turret taken down.
Whittling away at it where they can. Now pinch from the sidelines. Blanket and Dara. Helper getting a little bit feisty. Goes forward with Flag and Drag. Won't find the connection.
Remember, Helper doesn't have a guy.
Oh my goodness! Strangletorn's thrown down. Hero's Entrance coming in, but it's just a bit too late to save the life of Wolf. He falls. Dara very far forward. Gets the overheat, trying to get that Flame Spitter back up, and Septic goes low. So far, the 1-for-1 as both supports have fallen. SKT, can they try to go back in for more? Faker pushing forward, faking out, making him think that that flash taunt could be coming through. Won't find it. Septic's going to have to go back to base. But SKT, not sure if they can really push in for much.
That was the threat we talked about onto the backline achieved. As Faker just takes free damage.
Yeah, he's just going in underneath the turret. Knocked back with a satchel charge. Still very okay on the Galio, still healthy.
Was he even taking health from those turret shots? It didn't look like it.
He's got a lot of armor, as it turns out.
Able to largely ignore that. That is the backline threat we talked about. Cataclysm into the Ziggs bomb, the Mega Infernal bomb, doing a lot of damage, taking down the Karma, but crucially, not Bang, who was right with his read that he needed a Hex Drinker and now has the completed more Malmortius as well.
And I mean, that was a pretty big investment from the side of Comeback. Looked like he, wanted to go for the all-in, get a multi-man kill on SKT, maybe open up for that mid lane turret, if not the Baron, or the Baron. So flashes forward through the route into Strangletor, and he doesn't get much else other than the kill on the Wolf.
SKT setting up a backup win condition. Soon we'll have 4 Drakes and also the Elder Dragon spawning at around 36-39. Means they'll have another place on the map to fight around. It's really significant when you have these leads. People might say, okay, the Drakes aren't of the highest value apart from the Infernal. But what it means is that if Everett are spending all their time fighting for vision around Baron, they just can't match the same amount of vision around Baron and around the Dragon at the same time. If you're able to trade up in that scenario or even solo the Elder Dragon later in the game, it means you can brute force your way to the Baron and thus finally push up, because for now, SKT have been really thwarted. It's only 1 turret apiece at 31 minutes when we've had games end earlier already this season.
Yeah, not nearly the lead that you might expect for them going up against Everett. Bang going to throw out that Chain of Corruption, doesn't find anything. And they're still just trying to get into this turret, but there's so much wave clear from the side of Everett.
My instinct is that in the late game, it's very hard to read. Usually Ziggs comes, you say, okay, yeah, I gotta get done early, can't do it late. Lucian in the mid lane does change that a little bit because you do have consistent damage coming through from your mid laner, who's soon to hit level 18.
Wow, Warmogs.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Duel going low, that's gonna be the Cataclysm coming down, making it bomb, and the Equalizer on the backside, and Tara comes up with the kill.
Not much health left on the Ziggs, just burns down. Feels like it has that old base damage it had on release. And now SKT are in a 5v4 scenario at minimum. They will want to finally end the stalemate around the mid lane turret. And his play in the top lane as well. Baron's always an objective when you get a pick for SKT at 32 minutes into a game. For now, it's just going to be that mid lane turret.
Yeah, they take that down. Faker not quite able to finish off the tier 1 in top, but you can see big push coming down. Faker does have the Hero's Entrance and the TP available. Should he need to join in, it's just going to be culling from the side of the jungle there from Septa to clear out the wave and stop that push from coming through. But SKT, just off of getting that Ziggs, open up the map that much more.
Yeah, that's the pick you need. If it's not the Smite, then taking the Ziggs means they can only be wave clear in one lane. Faker just drawing Lucian to the top lane was enough because it allowed them to have no wave clear left in the mid lane and thus push mid lane, eventually take top lane as well as the Lucian rotated. So finally opening up the map that was 1 turret apiece just a moment ago. Now 3 turrets to SKT. The map gets longer. An objective like Baron, with the minions pushing in and granting vision, becomes more realistic. for SKT. Their Baron damage is actually decent, but not fantastic because Kha'Zix is good in that area, but Galio, you know, a couple of Qs, but apart from that, probably going to be on zoning duty.
Yeah. All going to be on the back of Bang,
Faker has a
Blank, and Antara. And yes, he does. I love you, Faker. Never change.
Might exchange it for something else later, but just bought a Medjai's, because why not?
I mean, historically, he always goes for the more aggressive items, but on the Galio, you don't really have that liberty, so he finds a way to sneak it in there.
I mean, he doesn't have many stacks. We have a very small mono here. I want to say it's 6.
Yes, 5 or 6, I believe.
So not going to be anywhere near the efficiency of that item, but there you go, Faker. Now people will say, rush Medjai's, Faker approved.
I mean, he did have the ring, you know, going forward into that one without having the corrupting potion. So just using it off of standard pots.
Tipping point comes if there's ever a point where Bang gets double lifesteal and can lifesteal through and ignore the Jarvan and Olaf and has the more Malmortius also to deal with the Ziggs. If Bang is not at risk of dying to that dive, it feels like the super tank that is Faker will trivialize Scepter to the point where SKT will win team fights. So it feels like the window is closing, and SKT, they want it to close right now.
Oh boy, well, Helper, he's trying to get a pinch in from the side, but takes so much damage just basically from Muntara alone. Chain of Corruption down, connects in on Decepted, but capitalization not quite going to be there. Faker able to Justice Punch away from the Stranglethorns before the pop-up comes through, but even if it did, I'm not sure if they'd be able to take him down.
Bit of a misread from the side of Wolf. Thought that the snare was going to be longer on Decepted, wasn't, and thus wasted the Stranglethorns. Sorry, that was just a defensive Stranglethorns, my apologies. But they backed away at SKT and didn't lead to much.
Faker flashing in out of vision, locks down Scepted. He does dash away. Don't quite have the damage there, and the Chain of Corruption already burned by Bang. Still cheeky little play, but it's going to be a flash for flash.
Probably favors Lucian a little bit, just because the threat of the initiation from Faker is a little lower.
I mean, like we've discussed before, flash on Galio has always been a must-have.
And still is.
So, not having that does make him a bit weaker. Does give some openings here for Everate to play more aggressively.
Kind of weirdly, it was one of those games where flash on the Zyra is pretty important, just because Zyra has been being one of the people entrusted to actually get the vision around Baron. Baron is the objective that will probably close the game for SKT, getting the Baron buff minions to trivialize the wave clear from specifically the Ziggs. Will probably actually allow this game to be closed, but now at least with double melee, in fact triple melee if you include the jungler, but double melee solo laners, actually cracking the base, not a trivial objective for SKT.
Yeah, likely going to be down to the Baron or that Elder Dragon, as you say, which will be spawning in 35 seconds. 4 stacks for SKT, a must contest for Everate.
5 items scepted with double buffs. This time they're going the opposite route of going for Galio mid. They are putting all the eggs in the scepted basket. Something you can criticize them for, but for now have not really been guaranteed or granted the sort of fight they need.
Faker coming around the backside. There's nothing else, not quite going to find it, but the Chain of Corruption comes
Excellent
down.
equalizer.
Has to pop it. Yes, equalizer, as you say, just burning away at them. Taunt comes through, straight onto Helper as soon as he arrives, but Blank's going to be the first one that goes down in the fight alongside Comeback. Faker still pushing forward, looking for the taunt. Can't quite clip Scepted. Just plays on the outer ring of that. Does make it out alive, but still battered and bruised. SKT, Blank dead. The pings are still coming through. They want that Elder Dragon.
Yeah, there's no vision around the Elder Dragon. We talked about how Everett were fighting just to get vision around Baron. Thus, the Elder Dragon is completely bare of information. They can choose to face check or try to force moving around Baron to actually force the hand of SKT to react.
Well, seems like they're actually concerned about maybe Everett forcing up that
Baron.
Yeah, they're going to be moving over here.
This is really smart from Everett. When you can't actually go to an area that's completely dark, go to an area where you have some vision and force SKT to come to you.
All wrong, sitting in the barrage. We'll start pushing forward now. Pops the Ghost, actually. Not sure how much he's going to get done here. It's actually Helper taking a ton of damage. Bang just firing away. Volley after volley rips right through that J4.
Taking a lot of free damage. Bang has flash available, so even the Cataclysm not going to be what's required to lock the Varus into place for any length of time.
Blank is up now, so maybe we see SKT start pressuring around this Baron, trying to draw Everate in.
SKT playing around Elder Dragon was that play. They were hoping for the face check to come through, but Everate saw through it. That's probably some Hachani shot calling coming through, but now they can just return to the objective. It will only take 2. Take a little while, but this will be SKT finally picking up a major objective as they've been largely stalled by the team that plays the longest average game. You'd think it would be Jinair, but for one season, it's not Jinair Green Wings so far in Summer. It is, in fact, Everate who have the longest average game time. And at 38 minutes, SKT have most of what they want, but not all, unless the game will continue for probably at least another 5 to 10.
I mean, could just go ahead and start rushing down the Baron, have that 4-stack Elder Dragon buff to fight with, and it would be a do-or-die situation for Everate. See what they want to do. Could just shove down the mid lane as well. Bang's starting to push forward.
Still
Trying to
haven't
get some more
found
damage in.
Helper a real way to get into the backline. Every time we've seen him try to actually make a play, he's just been DPS down below half and had to back away. Finding a way to trap Bang, even blowing Bang's flash would be so big in the future fights. Because again, if he can slip out of Cataclysm and Mega Infernal Bomb, will largely shut down his effectiveness.
Root not going to connect on the blank. Just playing forward as cheekily as possible. All wrong, checking with that undertow. Just trying to get that spot vision down and ensure that this Baron is not being taken now. Control ward thrown into the back of the pit. So they at least know that it's not happening at the moment.
Been really impressed with Huntara on his re-debut. The equalizers have been excellent so far this game. Flash!
Oh, that's going to be, yeah, flash forward here. Septed going low. Another equalizer burning away at the Lucian. And one final piercing arrow takes him out as Bang scoops up the kill. Meanwhile, Faker going forward, almost takes out Comeback, looking for a little bit more. Won't be able to find him, but with the way pushing forward in the mid lane, they're just going to be looking for the inhibitor. And maybe even just peeling back to the Baron after that.
Aggression from Bang finds the pick intercepted. He goes down, and thus no longer is the inhibitor defensible. Burst him very quickly with the 4 stacks on the Elder Dragon buff. Now they can take top lane. They can fall back to Baron as well. They can take a long time to do it because still 35 seconds for Septed to respawn.
Yeah, given Everate's track record so far, you have to expect that they would very much need Septed alive and in the fight for them to take this one, unless Balrog can find a miraculous steal. Ghost isn't available, does have the Ragnarok, but getting into the pit would just be a bridge too far. They will get that Mega Inferno Bomb down. It's a nice chunk off of Blank, but it will not dissuade them from collecting that Baron.
Didn't take a single outplay, but Bang investing his flash, registering it onto Septed, killing him was enough to actually finally break the base and take the Baron that had been denied by Everate for so long into this game. Bang will recall. Faker's sitting on 3,700 gold, but
just casually.
He would argue he's item capped. I would look at the Medjais and shake my head a little bit.
As long as he keeps getting assists, you know. But maybe we'll see him swap something out. There we go. We'll get rid of the Medjais for Leandries.
Okay.
Whatever. You do that, Faker.
Just Faker things. Bit more magic band. He'll say it's got health on it, so it's a tank item.
I mean, think of how much damage he'd be doing if he still had the Elder Dragon buff. All that true damage burn off the gusts in addition to Leandries.
The reason why it's a decent pickup is that we've mentioned they have triple melee when it comes to actually taking turrets. It means that his poke is even more intense. You have the little bit of burn coming through. The cooldown is so short on the Winds of War that it's not a complete junk purchase in the context of this game.
Come back maybe in a bad spot. Does have to flash over the wall when that taunt comes down. Faker alone could kill him.
Doesn't have a dive buddy like a Rakan or a Jarvan to really dive turrets, so that's why it's a lot more poke from SKT, and that's where the build comes in.
See, they're working on it here. Bang trying to poke out as best as he can. Efficient at clearing out the waves. Will open up for that second inhib. And Everate backs against the wall, starting to struggle.
Don't really seem to have an idea of how to go in. They still don't have much threat. There's a Cataclysm.
Cataclysm comes down onto 4 members. Redemption coming through as Wolf almost goes down. It flashes away, but Balrog's into the backside, trying to stick to him like glue to pick up some kills here for the side of Everate, but it's still going to be Septed going down first and foremost, followed up by Comeback. 1 kill picked up for Duel, but he will be answered for it. Maybe even a quadra kill handed over. Satchel Charge will take him back to the fountain as Bang finds the triple. That was the opening that Everate needed 10-15 minutes ago from Helper. Couldn't find it the entire time, and now they will be losing this game. 42.5 minutes on the clock. They'll complete the ace. Huntara, welcome back to LCK, finds the final kill, and SKT find game 1.
Yeah, by the time the threat was there, by the time they got the engage, there was no longer threat from Jarvan and Olaf, and while Septed was dancing in the backline with fairly low health members, the base values weren't enough from the tanks in the front line, and thus he was turned on, the team was taken down, and SKT, who were thwarted, who were frustrated for quite a long amount of time, The game was actually in the balance and even post 30 minutes. Finally, through Bang finding a single pick onto the enemy mid laner, got the resources they needed to overcome their poor sieging. Siege down a second turret, found a fight, and from there, took down game one in pretty comfortable fashion.
Yeah, good job by Untara. On his return here to LCK, picks up that win. Fantastic equalizers throughout the duration of game number one, and likely that we'll see him stick through for the series.
For a first-time Rumble in 2017, Untara was one of the best. Excellent use of equalizer. Decent laning phase after being surprised very early by the Olaf gank. It looked comfortable for SKT, but it wasn't easy. It was still pretty resilient stuff from Everett, and they'll throw some different darts at the dartboard and try something new in game two, you'd have to think.
Well, maybe now that they have that win on Untara, got himself back in here on stage, on LAN, maybe now they'll start playing a bit more aggressively in this next game if we don't see any swaps to the roster.
And that's the thing, is that is a big if. Will we see Huni come back? Will we see the return of Peanut? These things are all possible. SKT are playing the long game. It's 18 best of threes. They'll show us something new.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see what Everett's going to piece together. Couldn't quite find the lead. It was a good start on the kill onto the Rumble, but outside of that, stagnated. Couldn't find a lead further past that. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll have game two. See if SKT closes out 2-0.
Don't you think the realm's been purified? Creatures of darkness are still longing for your foe. Keep them in thrall, it's time to smite and ignite. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thorn mail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace. My king, how was I supposed to know? Everyone will falter when you die. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thorn mail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace. Yeah, my son, smite them all. Fighting shadows in their haunting eyes. Smiting the wicked mirror, when knowledge may when we face our final hour in the darkest rift, come on, everybody, I'll be the death of yours. After channeling my power, your end will be. A sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shines bring it back to what it's now.
Welcome back, OGN Legion. SKT picking up game 1, but it wasn't all, sunshine and rainbows, as you might have expected. Given a rough time, first blood coming through onto Antara, but in the end, able to bounce back and bang, doing a hell of a lot of damage.
Yeah, Everett were able to keep it stabilized and at least pretty equal for a lot of the game. We had strong sides of the map for both teams. SKT wasn't running over all the lanes. It didn't really go Titanic till we saw a couple of mistakes be made by Everett. The bang outplay by getting the flash pick onto Septed was what really separated the teams, and from there, Everett were strangled out in typical SKT fashion. But until that moment, there was actually still a lot going right for the side of Everett. Not that for Duel, though. He just died instantly.
Yeah, he just kind of disappeared. But like you said, Bang with that big opening, and picks up his first MVP.
Yeah, a lot of the fights from Bang weren't necessarily the highlight reel stuff that you really fall over to praise him for. He certainly had better games mechanically than this one, but sometimes you just decide a game off your own smart play, as we'll be seeing in a future engage. Sniping away Duel there was nice, but that was the equalizer. But this is the play that won them the game, catching Septed Tara with the backup as well, but when you have the equalizer, even for a couple of ticks, refreshing true damage on 4 stacks of Elder Dragon, SKT in a different fight might have got taken down. We talked about what if this fight had occurred in a closer game. By this point, the game was really decided. Septed turned on to die. SKT ground out a victory. They weren't granted one. They didn't blow away the opposition, but they grinded one out, and that's also the sign of a great team.
Yep. So very nicely done by them. Don't think we're going to be seeing any swaps coming through. So should still see Untara and Blank coming back in for this game. So Hootie and Peanut maybe just on the bench for tonight. Could see them in next week's games, perhaps. But you never know. Maybe SKT start running with this as a starting roster.
Maybe until the next game loss. Maybe that will be the thing that provokes them to change.
Until Blank gets his record ruined.
Hey, 9-0, baby. He's going to go double digits if they win this game.
Very close. See if he can close it out. Maintain that scoreline. Could just be the starting hero for SKT instead of the sub-in.
Peanut on the bench. That would be quite the embarrassment of riches.
Whew, feels bad, man.
So Everate are on blue this time. We'll see if they can adjust the pick band to try and get themselves a game breaker. The game breaker in game 1 was the Galio, it felt like, which really did carry a lot of the hopes of the side of SK Telecom. Baker on Galio sounds like negative synergy, and I know the TSM fans have been unhappy with Bjergsen on the pick, but if you have Bang popping off, if you have Untara hitting the equalizers, it's fine to take a back seat. Just think back to 2015. Faker was playing Lulu basically every game.
Yeah.
So Galio is kind of the latest in the more utility, or in this case, initiation focus from the mid lane, and Galio will provoke the first ban of the game.
Yeah, and the Zach going to follow off the backside of that Galio. SKT ran it on blue side, which was a bit surprising, but still, of course, on red, we'll be seeing that one come through.
What are Everate going to fish for? Are they going to fish for junglers? Seems like the answer so far is yes, given that they've banned none with their first 2 bans. Bans in game 1, Elise, Gragas, and Syndra. So there was 2 junglers targeted out there, and then the Syndra. Now, Septed would love to first pick Syndra, and I could see SKT letting him. That would be an SKT thing to do. They know that if Syndra is left open, it will be taken at first pick. Baker's been playing a lot of Kassadin and solo queue. Hasn't translated it into pro play just yet, but I have to feel like it's not too far away from coming true. Champions to look at here. Rumble. Junglers as well. So Lee Sin, for example, could be considered as a first pick. Malrung is a great Lee Sin player, undefeated so far this season on it. And SKT decide to not play with fire. They will ban Syndra, but it leaves Lee Sin open for Malrung.
Do they want to take this as the first pick?
I would say yes.
I mean, probably. Right now, the jungle pool not really pinched outside of the Elise and the Zach. So a lot available, but maybe they go for the Kha'Zix instead. Saw Blank have a pretty solid game on it in the first, but leaving that open, going to be shocking. They will go for the J4, so could take the Lee Sin in the second round if it's not snatched up by SKT here.
And Blank's not necessarily a big Lee Sin player. He's played it in the past, but it's his teammate on the bench that is known for the Lee Sin. One of the few times you will not see Lee Sin banned against SK Telecom T1. The Rumble happily snapped up by Untara, who looked really good on it in game 1, it must be said. Counterpoint to more of the struggles of Rascal in Series 1. So far, Blank has been picking the Varus early for Bang, because he's been on almost exclusively Varus duty. They're going to mix it up here and jump onto Ashe this time.
Changing things up, so going to be a bit of a different dynamic.
Not really that much of one, though. Pick your poison.
Now
Ashe,
it's a
Ashe,
longer
Varus.
range stun.
It's true. Probably doesn't need to flash to catch the Lucian next time.
Yeah, he can make those cross-map plays now. Be solid, but something that is available is going to be that Thresh.
It was denied away by SKT in game 1, so Comeback, or Hachani, as you probably know him better, jumping onto the Thresh, try to do some playmaking in the early laning phase especially. Surprised to see Everate not visit the Lee Sin so far.
Yeah, really holding off on this. It seems like they want to keep SKT guessing as far as where the J4 goes. But
nope.
I don't know if they're that concerned, but yeah, never mind. It's just going to be the Kha'Zix. So even with the Lee Sin available, like you said, Malrung doing very well on it so far. So you will just opt in for the Kha'Zix, and Blank Not going to be the biggest player of it, but still does pick it up from time to time, and he'll do so again right here.
He's definitely played it in competitive. He's not a superstar Lee Sin like his teammate, like we mentioned. Very strong draft from SKT on basically any patch in the last year. Getting Rumble, Ashe, and Lee Sin together. Identities still to be decided. Very powerful lanes and powerful jungler picked so far. Pick comp for Everate with Thresh and Jarvan. If Kha'Zix gets ahead, it can definitely be deadly. Maybe we'll see an assassin from the mid lane and see Everate go super big and bursting down one. SKT have seen Duel struggle in the past. We saw his Ashe game in the last series be a big source of struggle, so we'll ban away the safe lane equalizing pick in Varus.
Yeah, don't really have to ban away the Ziggs, because synergy with the Thresh not going to be the greatest, I suppose. So probably not too concerned about that one.
Faker's highest win rate mid laner, and in fact most played this season, has been the Taliyah. His blind picks are usually Taliyah, Orianna, and Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia banned in the second round by Everate in the last series.
Maybe the final ban here yet again as Orianna is taken off the board by SKT. Don't want to hand that one over as a blind pick for Septed.
SKT have been known to last pick support for Wolf pretty consistently. So they may look to do that here. It's been a few patches since that was a big strategy that can really help them in winning the 2v2. And 2v2 is the big weakness of Everate, as Duel and Comeback have had their struggles. So Faker goes for his strongest counter pick possible to allow Wolf to last pick support and iron up any problems in the laning phase.
Cassiopeia for him.
They're waiting to see how risky an AD carry choice Duel will take. Will it be something like Ziggs bot, or will it be a hyper carry?
I mean, the Zyra available yet again, if Wolf wants to pick it up this time around.
But he just wants to see, is it going to be a Twitch rather than a Caitlyn, rather than a Ziggs? Like, having the ability to choose your poison when it comes to support can definitely help with the 2v2. As Thresh Kalista is definitely a power duo if they're willing to lock it in. Other bot laners would definitely not hesitate to pick it up. We've seen Deft play it recently. Had some great Kalista players, but don't know if Duel is necessarily on that particular level, and that's we'll just see the Caitlyn. So a lot of options available here, ranged and melee. Both a possibility. Could see the Tahm Kench, could see the Braum. It's going to be the Braum this time.
All right. Oh, both comps coming together. Like I said, I didn't think we'd probably see that Kalista from Duel, like you said. Mechanics maybe not there, even with the duo bot lane with the Thresh alongside him. But Hachani going to be looking for a better performance on the Thresh. Had some good moves in game one on the Zyra, but not enough to really solidify a lead for the side of Everate.
Septic going to be jumping on the Victor when posed the question by the blind pick Cassiopeia. Victor's been a big pick so far for a lot of mid laners in week 2. Largely not picked at all in week 1, and then week 2 we saw a big jump in pick rate, Crown jumping on it, for example, to great effect. Sure. I mean, he hasn't played it much, it must be said, but was picked pretty consistently by him this week, and Pawn as well. And Tara gets the Rumble again. So what is it about SKT having top lane subs that play just a couple of champions and get them every game? I guess you have to ban someone.
Yeah.
5 bans never enough.
You think back to Prophet, just getting Nautilus Rumble all the time.
Everett went very Lucian focused in game 1, and while it worked to a point, he got deleted, and thus the hopes of Everett were deleted. Victor's going to want to spend a lot of time in his side lane farming, but that's also Faker's mantra on basically every champion. So we came for the featured matchup. Felt like largely we were denied it with the Galio mid as a sustain pick. Bit more carries in the mid lane this time.
Yeah, having that Cassiopeia coming through, going to be a big one here for Fakers. We load up for game number 2, see if SKT can close this out cleanly, or if Everate will pick up a win against the Goliaths. All right, well, we got the cheer out this time, so a step in the right direction here for Everate. Competitive overall first game, but still not close to a victory. Maybe they can turn that around here In game number 2, SKT all grouping
They
up
spot
inside the
Marang.
brush.
They have a good idea these days. Shown himself twice.
Have much of a way to lock him down outside of a flash forward from Wolf.
They want him
He
to go
starts
for
shooting
deep,
towards that
for
brush.
very late vision, and then kill him.
Well, they slow him up. He's just going to flash immediately, so I'll be happy with that.
SKT could have gone for the patented Quadra Flash on top of the slow target and exhausted. Decided not to. We've seen it so much this week that it sounds like a crazy strategy, but literally happened twice already.
Bang. He's got to be careful. Come back wrapping around the side. Spots him now.
So SKT prioritized getting a single ward, as that's a really cool
Yeah.
SKT ward skin coming in
That's
there.
a foot. Uh-oh, no. Come back in a bad spot because the blows come through. He's going to flash over the wall, but still one more shot is all that was required. And oh dear, Everate started things off the wrong way as Faker finds first blood already on Cassiopeia.
It looks like SKT re-invaded their jungle in a way where comeback was surprised. Unfortunately, we were checking out the sweet fan signs. We didn't get to see their exact pathing.
Yeah, taking a look at that foot.
A surprised comeback, that's for sure.
Oh, Malrong's going to be
Speaking of
surprised as well. Bank says, hey, I want your red buff, or I'll just settle for your life. The smite comes through, but he's going to get slowed up. Dark Passage is there to take him away to safety, but he will still be denied that buff in the end. So this is, yeah, this is pretty tilt-worthy for the side of Everate.
Can we call for the remake on the scrim?
Hello, yes. My computer is dying. We need to restart everything, including the draft. Here comes Blank, level 2 gank coming through in on Decepted. Pops the heal, but he's still going to go down. Resonating Strike takes him out. A second kill on the board for SKT just 2 minutes in.
You know, a lot of people talk about whether it's a problem that SKT wins all the international tournaments. Will they just kill international competition themselves? Maybe we need to reevaluate Achilles. Maybe what we've misunderstood is that SKT are actually the Harlem Globetrotters, and we get to watch them just have their way, have some exhibition matches, pick up an international win, because they've just decided after a game 1, which was very close, was very standard, let's steal away both buffs, get a gank in mid lane, take down the enemy support at level 1. They're just playing their own game, and Everate, I don't even know if they get to play League of Legends today.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of touched on it. Like, Untara, his first game back in, get him back on the stage, see how things go, play slow and measured. And then now that they have that victory, maybe you just put your foot on the accelerator a little bit.
Look,
So it seems like that's the case right now for SKT.
Now, I'm getting into risky territory because I don't know a lot about the Harlem Globetrotters. I've watched a couple of their games and all that. From what I understand, I imagine the roster has to change, right?
Sure.
It can't just be the same people for 40 years. So, SKT.
Yeah.
There's rotating new people in. You're on SKT. You win a championship. Here's a nice medal. Ronaldo's here to wish you good luck.
It's the same exact guys that were featured on, Scooby-Doo back in the day.
There you go, really.
Yeah, they're still playing.
Oh, Scooby-Doo's a biography. I knew it.
They're in great shape.
I'm just saying that, well, there is surprising amount of overlap between the Harlem Globetrotters and SKT. And there's a 1,500 gold lead, and I think that was around 2 minutes 50 when that happens. That's pretty cool.
Oh, ball wrong. He's going to recall. Doesn't have a whole lot going for him outside of the Hunter's Talisman and the Control Ward.
I mean, there's a bigger problem, Achilles. He doesn't have a whole lot of camps.
Well, there's a big problem for Septed because here comes Blank yet again, gets a slow up. Has the Resonating Strike ready to go, and one more hit'll do it. Faker, second kill, 201. And Septed, yeah, he's like, you know what? This is fine.
He did want to play against Faker.
I mean, if you're going to get your ass kicked by anybody, it might as well be Faker.
That's true.
You can't really be upset by that.
I don't think anyone is judged too harshly based on one series against Faker. Sure, in an international event where you never get to see them, but especially in the LCK where you know you'll get a second shot, at least you have a yardstick now. At least you have a feeling for what it's like to face Faker under the lights.
You must be this tall to get your ass kicked by Faker.
I think it's Diamond 2. That's the ruling, right? To be able to play competitive.
Yeah, something like that.
Malrang got his wolves, so he felt pretty good about that. That was the only camp up. Blank took all the other ones. This is a silly game.
Yep. But, I mean, how else would you have it happen? SKT, they won the first game, and they're still playing like they're mad.
I mean, Everett got buffed. It is worth noting they can surrender at 15 minutes.
This is true.
So that's pretty cool.
The indirect buff. Oh, well, here comes Blank yet again. Says, oh, well, you got the Scuttle Crab.
This is just bullying.
I'll just take your life instead. You don't have a flash, but he's got a leap, so that's all right. Ward hops over the wall, but no Sonic Wave to follow up. Oh.
Speaking of bullying.
Yep. Well, Faker not quite
Nice
going to get the
sidestep from
miasma.
Septed.
Yeah, so keeps himself safe, but hey! Blank coming back for another visit. Slows up, says, I'm taking the kill this time. Woo! Oh, this is wonderful.
Is it?
This is about as great as it could have been. It was either going to be this or Everate just starts stomping SKT.
It had to go in one direction or the other. I can tell you how tilted Scepted is. I saw it Scepted. He bought a rejuve bead instead of the refillable. Sold it and then bought it again. But I saw that.
They're close. They're not.
He was like, I just want to buy the green thing.
They're both, like, the same price. They're next to each other in the shop. If you look at the general menu.
Awkwardly, he couldn't afford a control ward to perhaps spot out the next time Blank wanted to kill him.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Oh, Mike says thank you very much. It's level 5, working towards that level 6, and then things are just going to get even more painful for Everate.
I do feel like this may be one of those games where no commentary would be more meaningful than commentary.
I mean, it's that or nature documentary.
That's true. Both those are pretty. How's your David Attenborough?
Not great, but, you want to take a crack at it?
Oh. I'm a big fan of the intentional silence sometimes. Maybe we're not quite there yet, but 3,000 gold at 6 minutes, we're not far from it.
We'll give it another 3 kills in the next 2 minutes, and then...
Well, Blank spot lane. He's not level 6, so he's got something to shoot for.
Well, come back and walk over, try to get that ward down.
He's going to die to a QQE if he face checks Lee Sin.
Yeah, Blank's already running back up. He's hunting for Malrang.
And so we see the Blank enter the jungle, hunting for his prey. Malrang susses this out as the Hawkshot comes through and starts recalling, but Blank is still hot on his heels.
Your David Attenborough sounds a lot like Nunubot.
I was just going for, like, a nature documentary thing. That's what I got.
Well, this time Malrang put down a ward, so he didn't die. That's happy for him.
Oh, dear.
He's not allowed many camps, is Malrang.
It's like a highlight when Malrang makes it out alive, but Jewel, he's not going to be able to say the same.
The flash forward comes through, concussive blows popped. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Faker finds the solo kill as Scepter dies.
I'm not needed here, Achilles, so keep going. I'm fine.
SK Telecom continuing back down towards the bottom lane, looking for the first brick. Should be an easy task.
You're just going to... Okay.
I'm not adding anything. I got nothing to add.
But where's your sick analysis, Pop Smithy?
And my analysis is that SKT is a little bit better than Everate winners.
Oh, a little bit, he says. Well, yeah, this is SKT putting on a clinic right now.
We're going to see the replay of Faker running at Scepted, and he's level 7 to level 5, so that's bad.
It doesn't even need the stun, just slows him up.
I mean, that was almost a sick outplay from Scepted on the back end to give him a compliment.
He did as best as he could with the hand that was dealt.
He's going to hit level 6 soon, so he's pretty pumped about that.
Yep. Faker's got the catalyst.
But now he's going to be shut down by the 2v1 mid strategy.
All right, here we go.
He's going to go bot lane and kill Victor again.
It's like, you can't kill me in mid if I'm not in mid. Haha.
How many memes are we going to write with
Thinking
this
outside the box. The box is a dumpster. He's trying to think outside of the dumpster that they have been put in.
Wait, what's in the dumpster this game?
Everate.
Oh, that's fair. I want to bait you to say something you'd regret, but that's factually true. Meanwhile, Untara and Helper are like, what's going on in the other lanes, guys?
Oh, not going to find the connection from the Ash Arrow. Faker's like, all right, if you want to duo mid, just do that as well. We'll just have way more damage than you, and Blank is waiting in the wings.
I think Faker's made a bad buy here. He's built a Rod of Ages.
Oh, that's going to be the hook, but Comeback's going to be regretting that one as he does go down. Flash
Malrang knows better.
Burned as
he
well,
just gets out of there.
Yeah, one more hit onto Jewel. He'll die. Malrang, well, he's trying to get out of there. Leaps to the side, so will make it out with his life, but barely so.
I will call out Faker. He's starting to build Rod of Ages. That presumes the game is going to go long enough for Rod of Ages to cash in. So I think that's actually a bad buy. Would have got a lot more value out of Hextech GOP.
Yeah. He's like, well, he just wants to have a couple stacks before the surrender at 15 comes through.
That's probably not going to be a surrender, but...
Yeah, no. We don't do that here. We don't really do that anywhere anymore.
No. Season 3 stories right there.
Faker's still just eating these death rays to the face because Antara's coming through with the TP. Malrang trying to slow him up. But that's about the only misstep that SKT's done so far.
Everate are trying their best to avoid kill a minute. We're at 8 and 10. Kill a minute from one team, to be clear, not both teams together.
Yeah. Which, I don't know, have we ever had that in LCK?
Wonder how long they can keep 2 control wards, one at the Raptor and one at the entrance to Red up. Because that's when you know that the enemy team ain't getting none of that jungle.
I mean, Balrog's already, he's got more CS than Blank, but he's 4-0-1. So the gold is still there. Now
Consider what Everett has access to, because those control wards tell you that their red side jungle's not one of those things.
Yeah, which means that they don't have access to a dragon at all. Flash out of that Cataclysm there for Antara. Throws down yet another nice equalizer. Just cutting off that push coming through. Mountain Drake's finished off, and Faker, he's just proxying while simultaneously taking out that tier 2 turret.
Antara's just fighting.
Yeah, he's pushing back forward here. Getting those overheat shots in. Asher, ooh! Comeback almost walks into it. It does juke back right at the last second. And it's 7.2 thousand gold lead at 11 minutes.
Yep. Proxying in bot lanes. The bot lane they don't have access to.
Duel, do you really want to do this?
Only Warrior and Chance. I probably can't one rotation in, but wouldn't be that far away from it.
With the Dragon's Rage, it'd probably be pretty close.
They don't get much minions in top lane. As you can see, Jarvan is zoned. Caitlyn's like, well, I get a minion wave.
Look at the CS difference between Faker and Septon right now. 116 to 49. We're looking at a Flame Horizon by 15 minutes.
I mean,
and he's just going into the base.
Yeah, he's going to stop proxying.
Oh my word.
I mean, they've got double control ward on the bot side, Achilles. Who's going to gank him?
Nobody is responding to this onslaught from Faker. He's finally peeling off. He's finally feeling merciful.
Yeah, that's not him feeling pressured. Like you say, it's him feeling merciful. Maybe he has to go buy his Rod of Ages.
Yeah, he's just, you know what, I'm being a little bit too mean. But I'll take your jungle on the way out.
Does that sound like Faker? I've seen a lot of interviews with Faker and mercifulness, or mercy in general.
Wait, does he go back to bot? He's just going to keep going bot. He's just going to stick around. Maybe not. All right.
He really wants his Rod of Ages.
I was going to say, he's got so much gold in the inventory right now. Like, he's got 5 stacks as well. So Rod of Ages comes through. Will the game hit 22.5 minutes is going to be the question.
310 CS picked up by Everett so far. It's about 400 for the side of SKT. So they've already denied 90 minions to the turret. 90 minions in 12 minutes. That's a lot of the minions. A high percentage of them, Achilles.
It's, yeah, it's not looking great. Comeback's like, I'm going to sit on this bush. I'm going to wait for somebody to walk in here. Thwarted. Hook not going to connect. Blank doesn't have vision because of the control ward thrown down.
There's definitely a meanwhile happening in bot lane here.
All right, takes it away with the Tempest because why not? Doesn't even need the smite.
Those control wards are going to last the whole game, aren't they?
Yep. Yep. Which means they're going to last about another 10 minutes. Because at this rate, I mean, they could just drop Rift Herald on inhib turret and bot.
They could also drop Rift Herald and no one in Everett can really do anything about it. Poking over to the mid lane.
Somehow this is way more of a slaughter than Afreeca's perfect game. Either of them.
It just feels worse, because we've all played this game, Achilles. I've played this game. I've been on both sides of this game in solo queue.
This is true.
This is solo queue. This is solo queue reincarnated on the big stage. Everyone here is like kind of aghast, being like, because we all watch this game and we wince the same way. We're like, oh. I remember when I was a top laner, I went Rumble. I went Jarvan, I was feeling it. And then my mid laner was 0-4 out of nowhere in like the first 5 minutes. And then my bot lane was 0-4. Like, what's happening?
I mean, this feels like I'm watching a scrim from when like SKT goes to like NA for Worlds to boot camp.
Every Redditor is helper and also challenger.
Or not the boot camp, but just to play, but yes. When they arrive for the tournament, they just happen to be playing solo queue. That's what this looks like.
Helper's going to go back, and he's going to be like, I played my game.
Oh. Like, oh, I kept up in CS. I don't know about you guys.
He's almost doubling the amount of gold that the Victor has as Faker, so that's pretty cool. His Rod of Ages is stacking up, so if this game goes to late, which at this point would represent 23 minutes.
I think, I think the reason why Faker bought it is because he's challenging himself to close up the game before it hits 10 stacks. If he doesn't, then it's considered a failure.
I mean, when I watch him on solo queue, he's very big on getting in the picture and pulling until he has 6 items. So I don't know if that's true. Maybe he just wants to hit a new AP record.
Could be. Oh, all right. It's going for a bit of a stroll. He's going to take the time to clear out this ward. He's being collapsed on by multiple members, 3 in the vicinity. Knock-up will come through. Cataclysm is available. Tara does have the flash, throws down the equalizer. Johnny has to go running for the hills, but looks like they will put a kill on the board. Not a perfect game for SKT. Confirmed worse than Afreeca Freecs, but in the meantime, Tier 2 turret goes down. as Bang pushes with the Rift Herald.
Infinitely worse. Remember, Afreeca has 2 perfect games.
Yeah.
Kilios.
Well, SKT look at 1.5 turrets, and Faker's still poking around at this spot in Hib.
SKT have been delayed till surrender is available.
I mean, Septon can at least clear the minions now.
That's true. He's got a Hex Tech. Hex Core upgrade.
And then Amp Tome.
Hey man, that could represent more later. Amp Tome builds into Death Cap. He'd love to have a Death Cap. He'd love to be wearing a sweet hat.
It's just a poor man's Death Cap.
There's no
Like,
rich.
literally.
There's literally no rich men on the side of Ever8. So, well, Faker wants more kills.
All right, well, he'll get it. Even with the shielding coming down. Faker's now in a bad spot. He's just going to die. Tries to finish off comeback. Won't be able to do so, but he gets pretty close.
Bang & Wolf kind of watch, probably smirk a little bit, and go back to pushing mid lane.
He's like, all right.
This is a dumb game.
Yep.
It's a real dumb game.
He's like, good job, brother Faker.
He'll find out you said that, by the way. Pace your time in insult a coma by forgetting about him. Calling Faker brother Faker. He's not going to miss that either.
At least I didn't forget about Faker.
Really, we need the Infernal Drake, SKT?
Yes.
This is a very important objective to pick up.
It's a must-have. Can't win without it.
I thought Ever8 might try and attack the Baron, but it hasn't spawned yet.
Yeah. Turns out we're still several minutes away from that happening.
Oh, good. Gee golly gosh. Ooh, the control wards were taken down. Okay, the balance of power shifting back towards Ever8.
Ever8 wins.
No, Ever8 winners.
Oh.
Close.
Whoops.
Faker is very, very scary. Wants to kill Helper.
And Antara
Shortly
is,
will.
yeah, ready to help with that. He's like, surprise, pops out of the brush. Miasma comes down. Flash away, does come through, and Helper will make his way out of there safely.
Flash EQ does cover a lot of distance to run away.
Jarvan, the Cowards champ.
Malrang is still 17. And this is actually bullying happening here in LCK.
Yeah. This is workplace harassment.
And this is with Antara and Blank.
Well, I mean, you can't really say with Blank. With Antara makes sense, because it's just, first series.
Sure, but when it comes to these pressure games, we have...
Okay, sure. Blank isn't the most aggressive jungler.
Peanut is the guy who made Flawless Buffless.
Yeah.
So the fact that this is happening with Blank, who has basically played like a Peanut-esque Lee Sin game, and it's Antara, who is certainly not Huni by reputation, but has clearly done a lot of work to improve in his time away from professional play, is still a statement.
Comeback just throwing out a hook, reminding Wolf that there's another support in the game. Can't go forward off that, though. Miasma coming down yet again as Faker wants to kill Helper. Already, a couple spells come through and knocked down to half HP.
So the novelty of the game has kind of moved away a little bit because now they've taken most of the easy objectives and everyone on SKT just buying items and taking jungle camps for some reason.
I mean, it's a 10,000 gold lead. They could just do whatever you want.
A 20-minute Baron appears to be what they want.
With a Cassiopeia, with a Mountain Drake, and an Infernal, so seems to be pretty easy.
She's got 6 stacks on her Rod of Ages too, so she's almost got the gold there.
But he lost his stacks on his Dark Seal.
It's a tough life.
What are we going to do with you, Faker? Give you another World Championship.
Yeah, that seems likely. There was the part in the SKT skin highlight video that Riot replaced with, like, they were talking about whoever wins the next World Championship, and I was like, someone probably did a take where they said SKT wins another, and then they cut that one out.
He'll just win enough championships until there's no more champions left, and then he'll finally have his Ahri skin. That's the plan.
I'm sure if he told Riot that the Ahri skin would be the end, that they would happily oblige.
I'll start throwing after he gives me my Ahri skin. Match fixing with Riot. That would be that'd be next level. Well, Septon's having a bad time still.
He's got his perfect Hex score. It's the only thing perfect about Ever8 this game. And yep, 20-minute Baron. Can they duo a 20-minute Baron? That'd be a statement.
Well, it looks like they're gonna go ahead and move 4 people over there. Ever8 just kind of throwing out the scrying orb, just like, are they? Yeah, okay. Well, this is fine.
Is it Achilles?
Everything's on fire. This is fine. Well, it's gonna be a quick one. So only 10 p.m. Any plans on a Saturday night there, Papa Smithy?
Well, I have to clear my schedule because I've learned that LCK can go to 11:30 and 12, but I don't know. I'm free, I guess. Newly free. It's the weekend also for us. We have a couple of days off.
You want to grab dinner after this?
We could do that. Discussing dinner plans is probably more intricate than discussing this game where SKT have a lead in every lane. There's no comeback mechanism. There's no way they lose. You could pull the plug out of 2 of their computers. They would still win.
There's basically no comeback here.
Nope.
It's just throwing hooks, trying to feel involved.
Don't call it a comeback.
Ball wrong. Oh, flashes away from the Ash Arrow. And they'll get themselves away from that Glacial Fissure as well. But that's about the best of it.
They don't have anyone that can kill super minions. That's typically Baron buff minions especially. As now Victor's been thwarted.
Yeah, that's just going to be the first hit, getting ready to fall. So the turret goes down. Everybody's committing towards this bottom side, and Helper's coming through with a TP. Flashes in, drops down the Cataclysm, has a flag and drag out. Now the Equalizer thrown down by Untara. Comeback just getting melted. The Dragon's Rage is ripping off his HP bar. Septic goes low as well, and Blank, well, he's not done yet. Just goes ahead, picks that one up. Now Faker pitching it from the sidelines, gets the slow on the duel. They'll finish him off. 3 kills picked up just like that. Inhib going down, and Tara has the TP ready to go. SKT might just go for the finish. 22.5 minutes in, and yes, they will. TP back in.
Yeah, mercifully, they'll look to end. Another welcome is extended. SKT's first match against Ever8 is, in other way, an introduction to the league. Great performance from them. Not much to say more than that. They go for the picture. The portrait is there, and SK Telecom T1, they may be 3rd in the LCK, but they are the best in the world.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I just watched a pro baseball team crush a T-ball squad.
That's definitely going to have an R18 on the VOD.
I mean, good God. That was just an absolute slaughter. No one feels good about what they just did.
Does anyone feel good that was watching it? It was
not.
cool, but it was range of emotions coming through as Ever8. They realize the task at hand now. If they ever want to start pushing up the table.
Well, it's a shame. We were really excited for that mid lane matchup, Septed versus Faker. And the first time, you know, the Lucian, he was doing all right. The comp was centered around that, but once he died, that was pretty much it. But this time, I mean, Faker just really giving him the welcome to LCK treatment.
Blank also, on Lee Sin, decided that he was going to have a day out, took both of Malrung's first buffs.
You would think that Peanut was in this game. But nope, just Blank now at double digits, 10-0 in 2017.
Sounds like the punchline to a joke, but it's just the reality. That's the world.
This is our existence now. So, I think it's pretty clear who the MVP for Game 2 is going to be. And that got everything rolling. But yeah, that was a tough one to watch.
Faker cashed in his Rite of Ages, I believe. I think he got 10 stacks.
I feel like I need to go to confession after this.
Dirty, dirty stuff on the side of SK Telecom, who is bowl over Ever8 winners in Game 2. Calling it a game is a bit of a misnomer. It was
scrim.
One-sided stomp was really the only thing to call it. Ever8 will probably need some significant VOD review. Malrung would never have felt anything like that in its very tender pro career. Only 17 for a couple of months, but had to deal with the best team in the world, angry, wanting to prove themselves, now 3-1. You see matches like that and you wonder what Samsung versus SKT in the second round robin will look like, because the SKT that showed up on the second day of the season is not the same SKT we showed up here, and I'm not talking about roster.
Yeah, not at all. Well, 12,000 damage in 22 minutes, and honestly, Faker couldn't really get much more than that because the HP bars on the side of Ever8 only had so much there for him to deplete.
17,000 damage was all of Ever8 put together. Yeah. Understandably, didn't get to do much damage to champions. They were just kind of running away from enemy champions, Faker most of the time.
Well, even in crushing defeat, Septed is the front runner there as far as damage. And yep, there you go, 5-0-3. Blank with the Lee Sin will pick up his third MVP.
And he has 75% MVP contribution because he's played 4 games and won 3 MVPs. So going to be difficult for Peanut to show in scrims or even in practice that he should be involved in the first team. And Blank's only second to Crown in that MVP.
Yeah, hot on his heels. And I mean, it's just absolutely brutal from the start. Septed, just, what more can you say? Just getting dunked.
No Jarvan in the game, but still a dunk just to happen.
Well, Jarvan was there. Didn't feel like Jarvan was there, but he was on the other team.
Wasn't a game that needed commentary. I think everyone at home knew what was happening. There wasn't any nuance to it. There was no way back into it.
Kind of speaks for itself. I'm glad that we get the replay on Septed's face, though.
I did like the Septed cam because he got the matchup he was looking for, and it's more than he bargained for somehow, even though I'm sure he's watched hundreds of Faker games.
We should have just kept the end game cams up for Ever8 the entire time, so we could just always see their faces. That would have been interesting. But yeah, Septed cam was nice. Well, this was the
5v4.
Yeah, this was the Hail Mary leading into the end of the game. And Blank will just follow up, kill Septed yet again.
Yeah, Faker decided he wanted to get in the picture. Last gen knew he would get at least a single kill. He saw Duel accept his fate. He wasn't getting out that time.
Well, he was just able to complete his Rod of Ages stacks. Right on 22 minutes.
Worth. Good investment.
See, that was it. It was actually a timer for the end of the game. Perfect. So, all right, let's go ahead. Throw over to Joel for the translation as we hear from our MVPs from match number 2.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Joel with your interview translations once again. And we are here with SK Telecom, picking up a 2-0 victory against a seemingly strong Ever8 winners. And we have Bang and Blank, the MVPs for today's matches, here for the interview. Guys, how do you feel right now? You know, ever since finishing up MSI and coming back, we did make a failed return to the LCK, but I think we really want more games like this to really prove, you know, we are a strong team again. And Blank, you gotta start game in a, you haven't had it for a long time, but how do you feel about that? Yeah, I think I was very thankful for all the laners who played really well, who really held up the lane so that, you know, I can make plays with the lanes that were available. And Blank is still continuing the trend of not losing and continue to winning. Yeah, I do worry about that a little bit each time I play because I don't want to break my undefeated record, but you know, I try not to worry about it. And we have to talk about the bot lane for a second because they pulled out the Ziggs bot at first, and how was that like facing up against an AP ADC? And right now the Doran shield is a meta, and the Ziggs is forced to go Doran ring in laning, but you know, because of the item difference, first of all, it gives the Doran shield much advantage, and you know, getting ADC that can take advantage of Doran shield is usually going to come out as the winner, and I think that was the case today. So I don't think Ziggs ADC right now is not the best one to go with right now. And the thing with, you know, Ziggs having Doran ring, I can just constantly hit it, and it does take damage, but you know, he tries to hit me back, but I don't take any damage. And the game was very smoothly progressed by you guys, but did you guys have any situation where you thought that you had a little halt in the way you operated the game? And what has it been like playing with Untara? You know, we've seen him for the first time this season. Of course, you know, our chemistry isn't perfect yet, but I think it's a very acceptable level that we can always improve on. You know, but we were making plays to tell him to use the ultimate, and he gets the ultimate down, right? So that's why it's all right for now. And we do have a video highlight of where they got the kill in mid lane.
바로 우타라 선수가 리콜을 통해서.
So with Duel not having enough HP, Untara finishes them with the ultimate and gets another big damage right here onto Setted.
아니요, 저는 그냥 직스가 좀 앞으로 나오길래 저는 그냥 직스를 때렸던 건데.
You know, for me, I didn't really worry about the Rumble ultimate. You know, Ziggs just, you know, overreached for a little bit and overextended, and I just had to, you know, put some auto attacks in. That's kind of what I did.
이번 시즌 최단 기간 경기가 나왔어요.
And the second set was the shortest game in LCK Summer Split.
최단 기간인 게 확실한데 서머에서는 초반에 완전 게임이 터졌단 말이에요.
And it felt like, you know, the game really just blew open in the first few minutes.
이건 보시 막 초반에 게임을 이렇게 터트려 놔서.
And it was easy for us because, you know, Bang and Wolf really they just blew open the bot lane, and after that there was really not much for me to do to even make that worse.
바로 수습하셔야죠.
아니 카직스는 내가 말려놨는데.
Yeah, he's trying to take credit, you know, when we're the one that stopped Kha'Zix, but you know, I think he's just trying to take a little bit of credit for what it's worth.
MVP지만 내가 좀 말리게 한 거다.
아니 사실 그 얘기가 나오게 된 배경은 그냥 재환이가 그러니까 울프 선수가 카직스를 이제.
The reason I'm saying that is, you know, if you saw that Wolf was facing against Kha'Zix,
끝나고 이제 빠졌잖아요. 그렇죠.
and he had to, you know, retreat back for a second, but
그래서 제가 그걸 딱 보고 이거 레드 막으러 가자.
after that play though, you know, I noticed that, you know, I could actually go for the red and make some aggressive play on the red, but you know, that's kind of how it's all started. So I think you should give a little bit more credit to me than giving the credit off to Blank. You know, but I think Blank is trying to make it sound a little bit more like he had more credit in, you know, how the game, you know, really popped off to our favor.
우리가 잘했다 이런 건 아니었어요.
그러니까 확실하게 하자. 내가 가자고 한 거다.
그렇죠. 근데 만약에 제가 먼저 이제 레드 쪽으로 가지 않.
No, but of course, if I didn't, you know, make the first move going to the red buff, you know, I wouldn't have taken credit for it. But since I did, I think I really deserve the credit. And this is the play that he's talking about. And you know, when you get that kind of play happen to you, you really just want to stop jungling and just quit the game. And of course, you know, your teammates really made the plays possible, but you really put in a big part in this second set. You know, I've always tried to play a perfect game and, you know, try to play as perfect as I can, and that's always my goal for each and every game. But, you know, I saw that, you know, the death number at the end of the game, but I think I wanted to do a little bit more better. And we do have another play where we see a video highlight of where Maorang was literally bullied. Yeah, in this situation, after those series of plays, there was no way I was going to lose 1v1. So, you know, every time I saw Maorang, I just went aggressively. And it seemed like as the time went on, the difference in gold and difference in advantage has become too wide.
Speechless.
What more can you say about that game? So.
What I remember the most recently was at 2015, you know, when we were facing Ku Tigers. And that was a situation where, you know, the game broke open in the very early stages. But other than that, I don't remember a time where we were extremely behind in any specific game. So it seems like that's the SKT strength, where even one lane is behind, they can cover in the other lanes. But you know, being the SK Telecom that you guys are, losing the first series, now you guys are on a consecutive win streak. And how do you feel about this moving forward? You know, I feel that our team as a whole, we're so talented in the laning phase, and also, you know, with the jungle contribution that can also make as well. A lot of us from Blank. And we do have to move on. Let's talk about skins, because that is a big part of what SKT is all about. Do you like the skin, you know, that you were given? You know, I was really aggressive in telling the Riot, the skin team, to get the skin that I wanted.
받는 느낌이 굉장히 강했어요. 진짜 최근에 우승한 것보다 더 기뻤던 것 같아요.
So I think the quality of the skins have risen to a much higher level. So.
하지만 커리어가 남지만 또 게임 안에 또 존재하는 거잖아요.
And of course, you always want to make an impact in the game and out of the game as well. So, having that nice skin is wonderful. So thank you, Riot.
아 그리고 제가 영상을 이거 스포하면 안 돼요. 알겠습니다.
And I'm sure, if I say anything further, it will be more like a sponsorship. So I'll stop right here. All right, we thank you so much for the wonderful skins. We love it so much. And we hope that you buy a lot of those SKT skins.
Sell out blank.
Wasn't Skoma very happy with the skins?
저희가 한 2달 전인가 미리 영상을 본 적이 있거든요.
Yeah, I think we started talking about this since 2 months ago, and
이렇게 라이엇 분이 오셔서 얘기를 해줬는데
a staff from Riot came to us, explained to us how this was gonna be.
그 와드 스킨이 제일 잘 팔릴 것 같아요.
But I think we explained that Koma's ward skin would have been the top seller. That's what the Riot staff told us, and we kind of agree with it. And I think once we saw it released, it was like, this is the greatest thing, and I think everybody should buy this. So but all the skin sales is evenly divided with all of us, the teammates, and also with the coach. So we're not worried about this. And of course, the quality really covers for all those sellout comments by Bang. Would you like to say any last words to the fans out here today?
저희가 이제 썸머 시즌 작년과는 좀 다르게 MSI 끝나고 와서도
I think coming back from MSI, we really wanted to start out the summer season strong, but losing the first series was a disappointment for us. But I think you can still expect great things from us, and I think we are able to. We're very capable of doing great things once again this split. So we'll work hard to get a good finish to the season and have a successful season once again. So that is the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
All right, thank you very much, Joel, for that translation to close out the night. So yeah, happy with the skins, happy with their performance. Want to get back on top is SKT. Unfortunately, not going to be going past Jin for the moment, but we'll be in the 3rd place spot.
SKT versus Jin. It has hype, but so did the mid lane matchup of Septed versus Faker, and hype was not necessary in that case.
The hype died very quickly in Game 2.
Was eroded, I would say.
Yes.
Blank decided to get in there, gank a level 1 Victor, and kind of ruin the laning phase. Thanks, Blank.
It all got washed away, but SKT will be in that 3rd place spot at the moment, just below Jin Green Wings, because of that 0-2 loss, that pesky one that they suffered at the hands of Samsung, who are still resting mighty and high in the 1st place spot. But SKT do look to be on the up and up, and it was a very good re-debut performance from Undara, especially on the Rumble.
We've all learned not to read too much into losing the first match of the season. No one thought season was over after they lost to Samsung.
Yeah.
SKT back into form. Very exciting matchups coming up in the future for them, as we're going to see them really try and close out this first round robin 8-1, and after a performance like that, don't think anyone would deny the possibility, as we won't have these matches, but on this stream there will be more matches tomorrow.
Yep, over at the Gangnam Stadium, they will be taking over these ones. BBQ Olivers versus Rocks Tigers. It's going to be a bit of a battle of the bottom tier between these guys. See who can start stretching up the standings. Rocks Tigers did look very good by the end of the spring split, so hopefully they can kind of get back on that horse and then make their way up the ladder. And then it was KT versus MVP as that second one, I believe.
That was a trap matchup for KT, you remember, quite a lot last season.
Yeah.
They lost to MVP. We wondered, wait, where's KT at? And for the longest time, it seemed like it wasn't going to be a contender. Overall came second, but with both KT and MVP struggling, could actually be a pretty relevant match to let us know, do we have faith in KT? Do we even have faith for them to be top 3? Because right now, we don't really know.
Honestly, maybe it's just 2 matches tomorrow that kind of look a bit the same if you take the nameplates off. You never really know what's going to happen there. That's going to wrap it us from here at OGN for the week. Thank you guys for watching. We'll be back on Wednesday with more LCK action. So you have a good one, and we'll see you then.
미 블링블링 미닌메이드 스파클링.
데스티니 차일드 하고 싶다.
야, 우린 안 돼.
왜 안 돼?
뭐야 이거?
너 몇 살?
15살이요.
너는?
15살이요.
해도 돼.
야, 우리 돼.
돼요? 진짜 돼.
거봐, 되지?
아, 데스티니 차일드 하고 싶다.